What happened? My goodness, these markets just love to move on us, right? Numbers, numbers, numbers. Hello, traders. Hello, friends, family, and everyone else. So glad you can make it here. You are at the right place at the right time. And yes, once again, we saved you a front row seat. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and best show on the internet. This is Opening Call. He's JD, and yeah, I'm just the other guy here, just sort of sitting next to him. And we have an informative educational programming for you each and every day. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your biggest fan, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you the future depends on what you do today. Remember that. Okay. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. And I'd like to call him old Blue Eyes. Good morning, Blue Eyes. JD, how are you, buddy?
Doing good, Eddie. Good morning, everyone. Getting some decent movement on the markets this morning. Positive inflation data and some nice, some good jobs data also this morning. So markets are moving early on.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get into it for sure.
Yeah, I saw that number come out, and it was like, to the moon, Alice. And then a little later on, it was like, never mind.
Right back to where we started.
Right back to where we started. Here we go round again. What song is that? Quick. U.S. Fed Chairman, our good old friend Jerry, told lawmakers on Capitol Hill that the salmon was not as good as it was the day before. He also did say that more good data would build the cases for the U.S. Central Bank to cut interest rates. Powell was testifying again, and he wants to be there one more day, and they said, no, go home. As it stands, the Fed funds futures showing about a 73% chance that the central bank eases at its September meeting. Now, that percentage is probably the highest I've seen in a while. So, but then again, if you've ever gone to Vegas, the house has the edge. But anyway, a big surprise spike could further jolt projections and rattle the equity markets and boost the U.S. dollar. Now, the broad-based 500 tech-heavy Nasdaq closed on fresh highs yesterday. That was after Jerry stated that the bank did not see inflation falling below 2%. And we were following him really close. So now this brings the June readings of Consumer Price Index, as you can see, mainly into focus here. So we'll see what that brings for us here. Also, we do have some corporate sector earnings. Costco stock rose over 2% pre-market after announcing its first membership rate increase since 2017. I shop at Costco. I tell you, you get 500 hot dogs for what, like $10 or something? I don't know. Eat hot dogs for like 5 years. WD-40 company added 12% pre-market. Now, I didn't know that they were on the Nasdaq. WD-40, I know we've all got a can of that somewhere, either in our garage or somewhere in our shed. Did you know what WD-40 stands for? It's water displacement. WD, water displacement. And it was the 40th formula. The lab chemist took 40 attempts to perfect the formula to prevent corrosion by displacing water, and that's what it did. Gosh, I probably got about 50 cans, and I don't know where one of them is. Quarterly earnings season ready to start. U.S. economy shows. The UK economy, not U.S. economy. UK economy, right, mate. Shows healthy growth. UK economy returned to growth in May, with the monthly gross domestic product climbing 0.4%. And it was a bigger increase than the 0.2% they expected. And that's what I've got here until you pass it back to me, JD. But what do you got for our fans?
For sure. The big word today, this morning, the big report was CPI. Came out 7:30 Central Time. It was a market mover. We see consumer prices sort of cooling off a bit. Number came in a lot better than expected. Consensus was for a gain of 0.1%, and it actually came in negative 0.1%. So consumer prices are going down right now. Year over year, still at 3%, but lower than previous 3.3% and the 3.1% expected. So we do have some cooling inflation data right there, which the market has already absorbed. We also had our weekly jobless claims, which came in a lot better than expected. Consensus range was for 239,000, came out 222,000. So nice job there. Last week over week, last week 238,000 compared to 222,000 this week. Overnight in Asia, stocks closed mostly higher. Also, we had the Shanghai Composite up over 1%, the Nikkei up just about 1%, and the Hang Seng up over 2%. Right now in Europe, stocks are trading higher. The FTSE up 0.17%, DAX up 0.42%, and the CAC is up 0.64% currently. We've got the VIX right now at 12.57. US dollar index at 104.12, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note is at 4.18%. A couple of things left on the economic calendar for today. We still have the EIA natural gas report coming out at 9:30 Central Time. We have a 20-year bond announcement. Raphael Bostic is speaking at 10:30 Central Time. Alberto Musalam speaking at noon Central Time. We also have a 30-year bond auction at noon. That will be a market mover also. Big bond auction at noon. Keep that on your calendar. Tomorrow, more inflation data coming out. PPI at 7:30 Central Time, and the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment out at 9 o'clock. Those will both be some market movers going into the weekend. That's what I got for you until we go through the charts. Eddie, what's happening in the world of crude oil right now?
In the world of crude, who's this Alberto guy? You said Alberto's going to be speaking.
Yep, he is a Fed governor, non-voting Fed governor.
I haven't heard it. He must be new. They hiring? Probably. I'm sorry, Alberto. If you're listening, I'm sorry, buddy. We'll go out for a drink and.
It's the Fed hiring. The Fed, according to last week's jobs data, the federal and government had the largest boost in hiring out of any other sector in the country. So the federal government is hiring, Edward.
There you go. Get my resume together. U.S. crude futures, dude, fell by 3.4 million barrels last week, far exceeding the expectations. And we watched it happen and we laughed at it because the expectations were off. While gasoline stocks fell by 2 million barrels, much bigger than the 600,000 barrel draw expected during the 4th of July holiday. OPEC also struck its forecast for the relatively strong growth in global oil demand in 2024 and next year in its monthly report. The International Energy Agency released its monthly report. Like as JD mentioned, we're going to get that going, and that is about it on crude. Let's see here real quick here. As you know, I do like to follow up on collectibles, antiques, and auctions. Well, as the story goes, Napoleon Bonaparte intended to shoot himself on April 12th, 1814, after he was forced to abdicate. But thing is that Armand Calcour emptied Napoleon's 2 pistols and their gunpowder. Instead, it consumed poison, but he vomited and survived. And that's the story. But these pistols survived also. They're sold at auction. Wow, this is a lot, man. I tell you, you got to check your grandparents' attics. $1.8 million ahead of the top estimate of 1.6. $1.8 million for these guns. Okay, so
they said they found the gun in an attic.
No, but I'm always saying. I mean, I found some good stuff in my grandma's attic, and she knew about it, but we sold it, and she retired off to Florida, a millionaire. No, but anyway, garage sales, estate sales, you never know what you're going to find. Top step tip of the week. James, you got that tip of the week? That is stats, my friends. Analyze trading stats is crucial. It's a crucial part of improving trading performance and understanding your habits. Since we have added the stats, the performance stats on Top Step X, that is going to help you big time. Am I getting reckless? Was I reckless yesterday? Am I controlled today? Am I focused? Yes, winning and losing streaks. Make sure you understand what you're doing and how you're doing it. JD, what do you got on it?
Well, knowing what your performance stats are will definitely help you make more data-driven trading decisions rather than relying on your gut instincts, intuition, or your emotions. So better data-driven trading decisions. Knowing your performance stats will help with that. It'll also help validate your strategies. The better a strategy is performing, the better your stats will be. On the opposite end, if it's not performing well, you got to work on it. So know your stats. We've got them in your dashboard for you. Keep looking at them.
There you go.
That's what I got for you.
Thanks, JD. Real quick here before we go to charts, fire drill.
Everyone in the
later
chat's
this
waiting for it.
later this morning. Later this morning. We're gonna have one free reset for you. Yes, we love you. So stick around. If you already got it in last night's slow markets, okay, if you already did it and got the code or the form, filled it out, don't worry about it today. You're cool like a jewel. You're all set. So, but later on, for those that didn't get that reset, we will be having it. Okay. So don't worry. No pushing, no shoving. There's enough for everybody. So let's do that. But without further ado, let's get to them charts. Chop.
Let's do it. Fire Drill Thursday, looking at some charts. All right. So we are looking at the daily chart of the September contract, S&P 500. Yesterday, we got a nice rip higher here. ES traded in a 50 handle range, exceeding both the 1 month and 5 day average daily ranges. I have the 1 month ADR at 24.5 and the 5 day at 28.15. We settled at 56.88, up 57 points on the day. Nice rip higher. Total volume was 1.2 million contracts, a little boost there, and we gained 18,000 in open interest. So yesterday, if you were here for the opening call, I felt like this rally was really starting to peter out a little bit, especially with the low volatility on this rise and decreasing volume as we were moving higher. That was indeed not the case, though. Even though volume was still on the lighter side, that rip was not for shorting yesterday. That's for sure. We closed at, pardon me, we closed at new all-time highs, got very close to our weekly kickoff high. At 5,700, which I mentioned on Monday could turn into a major inflection point this week. By a major inflection point, I mean an area where longer term investors may start to think about adjusting their inventory somewhere around there. But we blasted right up there after the positive inflation data came out at 7:30 Central Time, and we're just kind of hovering right below there right now. We're still in a healthy uptrend. We continue to make higher highs, higher lows. And we now have 5 straight days of new all-time high closes, and we just printed another new all-time high a few minutes ago. On to our 30-minute chart. Line this up a little bit. All right. So yesterday, classic double distribution. Some might call it a triple distribution, trend day higher. We shopped around for the first hour of trading right here, right after regular trading hours bell, 8:30 Central Time. Took out the initial balance low by a single tick, then proceeded to rip higher for the rest of the day. We ended up the day with a late spike as the MOC orders unwound. I'll call the base of that late spike right now at 56.75, which is just above yesterday's value area high at 56.74. This level could provide a nice cheap long opportunity if we do rotate back down there today. The few pullbacks that we did get yesterday, not very deep. So if you're not used to buying into new highs, then it was very difficult to get in on this move yesterday. Picking tops was a dangerous game. If you were playing from the short side, I hope you kept that risk tight and took profits when you saw profits. This morning, overnight inventory was pretty flat going into the CPI release. We were trading in range. We were trading in range, but just above value from yesterday, which was telling me that we are still accepting higher prices, but it was pretty flat. Then we have our knee-jerk reaction here to the CPI report. We took out our weekly kickoff high at 5,700, printed a new all-time high at 5707.75, rotated back inside range from yesterday, where we are just hovering just below yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was at 56.90 half. So right now, it looked like we were going to open with a gap higher. Not looking so much like that now, but we are still trading outside of value from yesterday, above value from yesterday. So we are looking at acceptance of higher prices early on today. Keep an eye on that 5,700 level in the ES. That will be our line in the sand for the day. I expect to see some jockeying for position around that area if we get back up there again. If not, I want to see a rotation back down, maybe to our volume point of control, which is at 56.46 and a quarter right now. All right, let's move over to our Nasdaq chart. Okay, so yesterday, the September contract of the Nasdaq 100 future traded in a 213-point range, exceeding both the 1 month and 5-day average daily ranges. The 1 month is at 154.80 and the 5-day is at 145.10. I get these average daily ranges from Edgeful. If you know what Edgeful is, then you know it's a pretty useful tool. All right, we settled the day at 20,899.75, up 221 points on the day. Total volume 576,000 contracts traded, a little bit better than yesterday, and we gained another 10,000 in open interest. So same scenario as the ES. We have some nice follow through after breaking out of this bull flag late last week. As volume and volatility dried up at the last couple of days, I thought we might be getting close to a temporary high. Not the case, though, in the Nasdaq either. We ripped right through, ripped right up to our weekly kickoff high at 20,900 yesterday. Closed out the day literally a single tick underneath it. Again, yesterday's settlement price was 20,899.75. One single tick underneath our weekly kickoff high at 20,900. Then we skyrocketed right through there after the 7:30 number released today. Let's zoom into the 30-minute chart real quick. I see a Slack message coming in. Hang on a second. Never mind. All right. Here is our 30-minute chart. So here we see our textbook double distribution trend day higher yesterday. Our lower area of balance right around our initial balance, and the upper area of balance right around the highs for the day. So it was a strong move higher yesterday. Similar to the ES, we took out the initial balance low, creating a failed downside auction before ripping higher. I believe Deanna was talking about that failed downside auction yesterday during fast markets. She called it out pretty much as it was happening. It was a great call. And then look at this, the lower end of yesterday's overnight range. I was looking at this today. I drew this overnight range from yesterday during the opening call yesterday. And if I extend this a little bit, that was our low yesterday to the tick. So those previous areas of congestion or balance can sometimes turn into key levels. So just keep an eye on them in the future. That was a great level right there that I wasn't even really looking at until I noticed it this morning. Overnight inventory was flat heading into the 7:30 numbers. Right now, it looks like we could be opening with a little gap. It's still too early to tell right now. We ripped higher after that CPI number, put in a new all-time high at 20,983.75, rotated back down below weekly kickoff high at 20,900, back into not value, but back in a range from yesterday. We're trading right at the highs from yesterday right now. So we are seeing acceptance of higher prices right now. If we do rotate back lower, first area I would look for is volume point of control from yesterday at 20,764 quarter. And then this area of balance right here that seems to be holding as support could be another target area to the downside. All right, let's get into crude oil. Here's the daily of the August crude oil contract. In all, yesterday, this green bar right here, yesterday, traded in a $1.65 range, exceeding both the 1 month and 5-day daily ranges, average daily ranges. Edgeful has the 1 month ADR at $1.33 and the 5-day at $1.46. Settled the day at 82.10, up 69 cents on the day. 334,000 total contracts traded, just a little bit better than yesterday. And we lost another 8,800 in open interest. Like I said yesterday, the September contract has now overtaken the August contract in open interest, but the bulk of the volume is still in the August contract right now. We'll keep you posted on the roll as it moves forward. If you're trading on TopstepX, don't have to worry about it because we're going to roll your contracts for you. So we broke out through the bottom of this little range on Monday, got some decent follow through to the downside on Tuesday and early yesterday morning. I called out the support zone yesterday right here. That lines up with a swing high here back from May 29th at 82.62 and the lower end of this balance area at 80.20. It looked like a nice area for maybe a cheap long position. We were nearly there yesterday when buyers showed up and really just kind of rallied the market back up to the lower end of this balance area from last week, forming yesterday's candle, this green candle. I'll call it a bullish engulfing candle. And on higher volume. So we have a little follow through overnight early on. Now we're kind of pulling back again. Again, testing the lower end of this little area of balance from yesterday. And now we're just kind of bouncing around the VWAP right now. But let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right.
Yeah, about 3
Okay,
minutes here.
so 3 minutes. Here's our move from yesterday. Open with a small gap lower. Return to fill that gap immediately after the 8 o'clock Central Time regular hour trading bell. Proceeded to rally, forming this nice P-shaped volume profile here. P-shaped profile is typically known as a bullish signal, showing that buyers were in control during the trading session yesterday. Overnight inventory is getting short right now. It was balanced out ahead of the 7:30 numbers. I should say it was balanced out. After the 8 o'clock open, we saw some sellers step in. We are trading in range and in value from yesterday. So that's telling me to stay patient, sit on our hands, wait for better trade locations because they will be coming. Our next step to the downside will be yesterday's regular trading hours low at 81.01. And then below that, 80.62 is that swing high back from May 29th. Those are a couple levels I'll be looking at on the downside in crude oil today. All right, let's get over to gold real quick. Well, we got a minute left. Last but not least, all right, in all, yesterday, the August contract in gold traded in a $17 range, settled at $23.79.70, up $11.80 on the day. Total volume, 164,000 contracts. That was about 90,000 less than on Tuesday. And we lost more than 7,800 in open interest yesterday. So again, here we have this nice big symmetrical triangle that we've been talking about. We broke out of that last Wednesday, closed above the upper trend line here, and got some nice follow through with this rip higher on Friday. Since then, we were sort of in a consolidation range, trading sideways, forming another small little, another tiny little pennant here, or another symmetrical triangle. We just ripped through that after the CPI release, trading on their highs right now, approaching that weekly kickoff high at 24.19. We did see, back to this little pattern here, we saw volume drying up as this pattern was forming. And it's been happening for the last couple of days. Volatility has been low. We respected the 1 month and 5-day average daily ranges for the last 2 consecutive days. And we are, even with this rip higher right now, we are still in the middle of this range going back to April here.
Some new highs here. Yeah.
Making new highs, heading towards the upper end of this range going back to April. And we're about to approach, looks like we're about to hit our weekly kickoff high at 24.19 right now. Let's look at the 30-minute real quick. All right. Yesterday, open with a gap. Took all day, but we eventually returned to fill that gap towards the end of the day and closed near the lows. Remember, settlement price and closing price are 2 different things, especially with gold. Exchange establishes a settlement price long before gold stops trading for the day. So that's why your charts can sometimes look a little wonky when you're looking at gold settlement versus closing price. This morning, overnight inventory was a little long into the 7:30 number. We did open inside range, inside value from yesterday at 7:30, and then we just took off. It was off to the races. Spiked higher on that CPI release. Positive inflation data took us right up. I think we just kissed weekly kickoff high. We hit 24.1870, just a couple tickies off of our weekly kickoff high. So we are accepting higher prices right now as we speak, trading on the highs. Our next stop, I expect to see some jockeying around 24.19 level, our weekly kickoff high. I don't expect us to blast right through it. I want to see some consolidation there before the next move happens, but we can follow up on that tomorrow morning. All right, Eddie.
Tomorrow. Hey, coming up here, Fast Markets. Andre, MP, Gabe, and Anne Marie. Okay, don't go away. And remember, hey, that free reset's coming up. Don't leave. We'll be right back.
Your mic is tearing.
All right, let's get that opportunity in the gates. And good morning, Andre. How are you, buddy?
Good morning, Eddie. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Hey, in the upper right, that's Gabe making his not his debut. Is this your debut on Fast Markets, Gabe?
No, I've been on once before.
Okay, once before.
Happy to
Making
be
his
back,
second appearance on Fast Markets. Lower left, everyone knows, everyone loves her. Anne Marie in the upper left corner, rocking a brand new hat, probably 30 minutes new. Michael Patak. Shout out to Louis Swiss Bakery out there in Aspen. Very good croissants. Opening bell coming in. Looks like Powell knew the number yesterday with CPI coming out today. Lower than expected. Much lower than expected. Well, lower enough to make new all-time highs in ES and S&Ps. ES and NQ. Cracks 5,700s today. Anne Marie, what are we looking for today in the trade?
Well, I think we broke out of the long consolidation area that we had overnight. So I think pullbacks are still buy zones until we break the low of the opening of the pre-market event. So that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I do have a Top Step X question. Is there a way, if I have two charts, right? So I have a 1 hour here and a 5 minute here. The 1 hour is giving me the levels. The 5 minute helps me with a better execution. Is there a way for me to change one and have the other one go to the same chart? So for instance, I did all the measurements for the NQ.
Robert Cooney can get on here and help us out with that one. He's the in-house resident subject.
Paging Mr.
Me
Cooney.
is what we call him.
Mr. Cooney, paging Mr. Cooney.
Paging
Subject
Mr.
matter
Cooney.
expert. I got long 5 as I do every morning.
Baby.
My account was up $8,000. getting long. Yeah, I am taking 2,300 in heat right now, being long. But if I were to get out of this,
No stops.
then I'd still be up 5,000 on the week, being long every day at the open.
MP, I faded you. Not gonna lie.
No, that's fade me away. Fade me away. I'm up money this week.
I followed you.
Nice. Hell yeah.
All right. Everyone's
So
got some
I'm going to
trades
jump
going
out of
right
this
now.
account and go trade an account that I day trade on that I'm not up $5,000 on the week on. When I say day
swing.
trade, I'm not swing trading it, Andre. Every day they auto liquidate everybody's
gotcha.
account. So it's basically
MOO, MOC.
MO, market on open, market on close, 2 orders.
Long 5.
Or hit a DLL.
Good stuff. Yes.
Well,
Anne-Marie,
numbers.
Anne-Marie, CPI came in negative. They were expecting month over month plus 0.1, came in negative. Is the inflation issue in the rearview mirror now?
Well, the bonds seem to think that it's going to lead to a rate cut. So we're going to say yes there. You know, whether it stays or whether the bond market is wrong or not remains to be seen. That, you know, and they're gonna adjust it. What's it called? Revise. They're going to revise.
Yes, so.
I mean, so it's any man's game right now. It really is any man's game.
Speaking of the bonds.
And they are lifting. So there's something to be said about that. So I quickly got out of that long MP. So now I'm looking for the line near 20,006. No, 20,860 to see if it'll hold that line.
We have a 65 and a 63. Yesterday's value point of control from John Hoagland. Yep. Yesterday's value area high 865. Oh, so 865, not 863. Oh yeah.
So I'm going to pitch my idea about how I think the trading levels ought to come together. And so in my old job way back in the day when I was a kid, I had to make all these complex graphs for people who hated statistics or didn't want to have anything to do with statistics or simply were really bad at reading charts. And so I would make pictures, and it occurred to me that this is what we need to do with all the traders that are giving us levels. And so for, let's say we have just a regular Cartesian plane with an X and a Y. On the X down here, we have, let's say the chart's ES. The ES levels will be down here. So that's just a linear 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it is. On the top end, on the, what is that? Y. On the Y-axis, we have things like HVN, LVN, POC. Sorry, let me do that again. High volume node, low volume node, point of control, weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff low. Whatever those things are, we separate them out on the Y-axis. And then all the traders that have that sort of idea, whether estimated high, estimated low, or whatever it is we need to put on that Y-axis, then we give all the coaches their own number or their own color. So John would be green, Jay would be blue, whatever. And then you dot plot the whole thing. And when you look back, you go, oh, everybody's clustering around here. And we know these numbers are not exact, but it'll give us ranges of high cluster area where different people using different techniques are coming to the same range of numbers. And it serves as a check mark in terms of taking a look at it and going, oh, all right, everybody's looking around there. And so people see pictures a lot easier than they see these sorts of numbers. And then if you go, well, gosh, everybody's got these and they're like 2 or 3 points apart. Well, that's natural because they're using different techniques. But we could also, if we want to get really wonky, but I don't know there's anybody that does linear regression in there, but we could see what the scatter plot looked like in terms of what's the range of differences, right? We don't want to overcomplicate it because most of us aren't math nerds. But I think it is a good way to visually see, okay, John has the green one, or, I'm partial to John, of course. So I'm going to look at a big green one. I'm going to go, okay, that's John, only because John is green. So we have a legend on the side and we say John Hoagland, green, Coach J, blue, and whoever else gives numbers, right? The two guys I'm partial to because I'm spitting their names out. So those sorts of things, then everybody goes, oh, okay, I'm looking at my green. I don't care. I'm just watching for green. And then you can look at that with your eyeballs and go, oh, I see what's going on. So there's my story. I can make it for the first and then have you guys look at it. And then I'll show you how to make a table in Excel. And I know Robert knows how to do that. But I'll just do a table so that you can go, oh, let's just propagate it into that. And it'll be really pretty. And it won't be a bunch of numbers where we're going, what? And then we'll be able to do what we want to do. So there it is. There's my pitch. I've been waiting since yesterday morning to talk to you guys about it.
It's like a Shark Tank pitch. I like it.
I love it. I love it.
I don't know about the elevator pitch, but hey.
I love it. That was great. Yes, we're always looking to improve. Take a look at speaking of the levels. Pin to the top of the chat, our Top Step daily levels. We got levels. I got them up on my screen all the time. We got levels for ES, Nasdaq, crude oil, gold, sometimes Dow, sometimes corn. Always looking for more contributors to add those levels. But yes, Anne-Marie, any way to better visualize those, be able to easily digest those levels in a matter of mere seconds.
I'll build it this afternoon, and
awesome.
I'll send it to, I'll send it to Tim, and then he can propagate it wherever.
Nick for a tick in the chat wants to know, when is he going to sound off the air horn? Nick, within the hour.
Well, it's already happened, so.
It already happened. Within the hour, I'm sure we'll be sounding off another air horn here.
I don't know. If we don't break the pre-market high today, I'm going to put a floater out there that says we've hit the top of July.
Really?
Wow. Everybody started to call top.
Anne-Marie, this is a dangerous game. This is a very dangerous game.
I don't trade them like that.
Okay.
But I am definitely looking to see what happens here. If we get a double topping formation during the day, so we fly out over the high and then collapse, I think we digest and sort of squiggle ourselves to the end of the road there.
Interesting. We have a lot of good traders. Well, I just got stopped out on a long. We got a lot of good traders that are picking highs and getting a little chewed up. We're noticing. So something.
That's definitely. You got it. If you're picking a high, within 2 candlesticks whether you're right or wrong. 2 tight candlesticks, and you just have to go, I'm getting out of here, versus let me see what happens. I'm just gonna, it's just not cool.
All right, trading 20,860. 20,860.
Yep.
with a high today of 20,980 something.
We almost got the 21K. So close.
Really did.
So close.
Give the old college try here. MP, they lost your screen share. If you might want to restart that.
Oh, yeah, well.
All right, let's take a look around the markets here real quick. Nasdaq trading around its lows of the day. Well, of the day, 20,857. Last trade, 20,869. 869, 65. Still selling off here. ES just trading sideways for the most part. Last trade, 56.87. Right in the middle of the range. Anne-Marie, let's do an update positions. Gabe, what is your position?
I'm short one currently from 874. Thank you.
Short one from
that's
874.
great.
Short one from
What's your
874.
target?
Gabe, do we lose
What's your
you?
target?
Gabe's mic
Yeah, we
is just
did
a
lose
little jumpy.
Yesterday.
All right, Gabe, let's try to reset that. Get that
20.3.
mic fixed real quick. You short one from 874. Anne-Marie, are you flat? What is your position if you aren't flat?
I am long 2 NQs at
Wow.
861.
861. Long two from 861, Anne-Marie. MP, update your position when you have a chance, please.
I'm getting chewed up being long.
Guys, stay.
So I'm long 6 of them right now.
Hold
From
it.
61. From 61.
Hold it.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. I was great in the money, and then it just kind of
Just hold out. Just hold out.
So what's Gabe's target?
Gabe, what's your
You guys
target
are-
there?
What's your target?
Are we good now?
Yes.
Go ahead, Gabe.
Mhm.
Okay.
Good now.
I'm not sure what happened there, but sorry about that. My initial target is 853. I have just one on, so I'm currently these 853s are relative equal lows from yesterday, from the overnight. So it's a pretty realistic target. They just hit. I'm not out yet. Looking to see if we can blow through the bottom just a tad, but honestly, I just moved my stop into profit, and I'm about to get stopped out on this
All right.
retrace.
Yeah, I'm
So
out.
I got that bounce, and now I'm out. I don't like how far it went down. It's really got to recover 873. But I added through the floor at that 855. And so, oh, wow, look at that. I should have,
Look at that.
would have.
Look at that
Yeah,
snapback.
so I know it. So let me remind you where these levels were. And that's the reason I was asking Gabe what he was looking at, because the low of the pre-market in the NQ at around the 9 o'clock candlestick, it's the same place Dakota went short off of the breakdown, and then he got stopped out for, I don't know, he was up 10, and then I think it was maybe 6 that he ended up getting out with. But that was the same turn, and that was the one I looked at and said, all right, I got to add if it comes into that space. And so it's, you just look at your hourly candlesticks, watch that pre-market low. If you saw a big movement off of it, it's a good place to stage along. And that was what I did. I got in early, but then I added on the bottom. I gave myself some wiggle room to add, and then stepped out. My big thing in getting through the combines and the XFAs is I size up too fast. And I have limited leverage parameters, risk parameters. I have tons of leverage, but I have limited risk. And that has been sort of that thing that I get caught in that hamster wheel a little bit. And so now I'm just saying, listen, I'm going to go in little. And if it comes back to my key areas where I saw movement, I'm going to take it. And I'm not going to look for any big monster price action. I'm just going to go up there and get, $300, $400, $500 at a clip. And,
like that.
And that's it. And reset after the fact. So, I mean, I know there might be some smoke and, a few things with a fire truck coming later. But in order to get yourself off of that reset hamster wheel, it truly is about managing your risk. And I think the big thing that a lot of traders that we get to watch on Topstep TV, they do well. And so their risk parameters are expanded. And ours in a combine or an XFA environment aren't quite that big. So you just have to think about it a little bit more clearly in order to get the oomph that Topstep can afford us. So this is just me, part of my personal journey, hammering through these.
Love it. Well, did you get out, Michael? I know. Yeah, I can't. You can't. You can literally, it's like, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
You can't. I mean, like,
you can't.
Guys like me that aren't.
Don't put a stop in. Don't put a stop. Don't put a stop in if you get long.
Andre, we just talked about managing risk, and you're telling him to go naked in a.
I'm being an idiot. I'm being an idiot. He knows what I mean. He knows what I mean.
I know. I did hit my a loss limit on Express, and that's the 5. That's the. Let me see where it's at. Can you guys see my screen now?
Yeah.
So I'm still up 6,000 for the week. It's Thursday.
That's great.
Getting long every day, and just, of course, using my DLL as my stop. I mean, you're going to have some people don't use stops, and then your DLL because they're like, hey, my daily loss limit is my stop because I'm doing this one trade. So it is what it is. So I wanted to show what happens when you get long every morning on a market on open order. And I've been getting long 3 lots because I'm in an XFA, so it has a scaling plan.
Oh, this
way with a 3 lot.
This is your XFA? I thought this was your personal. Okay.
No.
So here's an interesting statistic.
Hey, Anne-Marie, real quick. Anne-Marie, if you want to refresh your Topstep X, I believe you'll have level 2 data now. Little birdie told me that you've been upgraded to level 2 data on your Topstep X account.
Don't look
I'm
at that.
excited.
Shout out to Nick Dolby. Dolby time. It's all Dolby time.
Thank you.
MP. What?
Here's something super interesting.
Okay.
So I've been staring down the option chains for the anticipated move for the 0 DTE options that expire. And today they're calling for the total range in the S&P, not the S&P, the NQ to be 153 points, right? So that's what the way they measure how a move is. It's the price of a call and a price of the put at the money, and it tells you the range. So if you take a trade from the open in the middle of that range, it tells you how much potential drawdown you have, unless you're sitting at one edge or the other. So if it's moved 150 points or whatever to the upside, and you go, I'm going to short that, you have a better shot coming back into the middle because that measured move says the whole day is only estimating this much of movement. So if I'm already up XYZ, then I think I'm going to short it. Same thing on the downside from the open. Let's see, what is our open?
Oh, they're selling off new lows. This is brutal. This is tough.
Yeah.
This is a tough trade right now.
What is our open? So 20,008. Man, my eyes are the worst. 20,885 or something like that. We can add 135 points to that downside event as risk. So for me, I thought that was a pretty big tell in terms of, holding an opening tick into however much you want. It could move, but the volatility is saying, you got some risk. So better small size than big size.
Not make up its mind right now. NQ at least.
Did we send an email about like fire drill and reset or anything? Because it was 14 minutes into the market open and we've had like 100 people asking for a reset, which boggles my mind how you wouldn't be focused on the markets first. You can reset at any point.
Yeah,
So-
we mentioned. Yeah, we mentioned it.
Marie. Yeah, they have a hunch. They have a hunch, Michael.
Last night on
Like-
Soul Markets,
He wants a
they
timeout.
did an early release last night, so that's probably why we have some people talking about it that missed
What a
the
start.
one last night.
What a
I'm
start
questioning
to-
if we should be doing. Questioning. I'm going to talk to the marketing team. Swear to God. Like I'm going to question if we needed
Oh,
give heads up on anything. Like it's just like
you
it's
guys
just
are gonna
like,
ruin
I
it.
don't know.
You guys are gonna ruin
I
it.
do
in the
want to
chat.
focus on the markets. I know a lot of people in the chat, 5,700 people, or whatever, are in here. I doubt 5,700 of you want to listen to the 57 and 01 or 100. Even 100
now.
people asking is like clogs up the chat. It just clogs up the chat, and we
You guys are gonna
time you
ruin it.
guys out.
Don't do
I
it.
see it all the time.
Don't
Gonna
do
ruin
You
it.
get here
Don't
for
ruin it.
opening
Nobody else
call,
does this.
and
Nobody
we
else
sort
does
of
this.
Yeah, don't ruin it, guys. Don't pull the plug.
get here early.
Anyways, all right, let's do that. Before we get started with the day, obviously you guys know something's coming out, but quit talking about it. You know we got you. The more you talk about it, the more he's going to get annoyed things and say, nope, we're done with this stuff. Anyways, with that being said, let's go to Eddie. Eddie, what do we got in the calendar today? We already had CPI come out lower than expected. I see we got more on the calendar today. What's going on?
Well, who's trading natural gas? Well, if you are trading natural gas in about 38 minutes, that number is going to be coming out. They are looking at 56 billion cubic feet with the prior 32 and 10 o'clock, the dreaded Cleveland CPI number coming out month over June. Minor number. 1034 week bill auction, 8-week bill auction, 1030. Also, Bostic will be speaking, FOMC member Bostic speaking, 12 o'clock high noon. This is going to be a good one, so we got to pay attention. 30-year bond auction at 12 o'clock high noon. Remember, these are all Central Times, boys and girls. A little later on in the afternoon, federal budget balance and the Fed's balance sheet. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. We do have some significant stuff coming out. Also, real quick in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, the hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up on Twitter. Hit us up on X. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Send us your trading setups, your swag, live traded funder certificates, your performance dashboard stats. Anything you think might be cool for you want to share with us later, and we'll scrape it in here, turn it back around you guys in about 2 hours here on Fast Markets. Yes, more movement to the downside. Gabe, you were short. You did cover. You did break even, Gabe. We're still moving to the downside here. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so I'm trying along here. So we've swept those lows. We got a nice little demand level, 839.50 to 824. So I'm just trying a little little feeler to see if this is the point where we turn around and go back to potentially making some new all-time highs. But this is pretty premature, knowing the amount of volume that just came in on the downside. So
Andre, the tilt has been very long.
Yes,
Very
they have. Look
long.
at it right now.
And I don't know if you've been watching it, but the tilt has been getting paid today. Not so much, but getting paid quite a bit. It's been it's been going with the majority
The trend.
bias.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I did some kind of weird
Sellers.
something to my chart, and it separated my two indicators.
Robert did have the fix for you, Anne Marie.
How do I
Pass it
do
along to you.
that?
We'll pass it along to you, but Robert did real quickly. Great job, Robert. Go check him out on the YouTube channel. He's got a
All right,
5-minute tutorial on the performance dash.
So you guys
Michael,
can stop asking.
don't-
Oh,
I
Don't
just
do it,
can't.
Michael.
I canceled.
Don't do
I
it.
canceled
Don't do
fire
it.
drill. I canceled
Good
it
job.
during fast markets. I don't want it during fast markets. So you guys
Good
can
job, guys.
move it to the last minute of the day. There you go. So let's
Good
see what
job.
that number goes to. 5,900. Let's see if that goes down now. See you guys later that are very much here for the reset. So it's just not going to happen
job.
during fire drill. Sorry. We said on Thursday. Not when I'm here. I'm annoyed.
Good job, guys. All right, 83% long in the Dow, 50-50 NQ, 60%, 62% long ES, 76% long Crude.
I hate to be like that because it kind of feels like
hell
I'm
of a
like,
day.
blah, blah. But I just don't want to be on a show that's hitting all the time. I'd rather work with people that want to do it.
Told
So we're still honoring it. Don't worry, it's still happening. They're in the background like we told everybody. Like, all right, then do it the last minute of Power Hour. That honors it.
He's always saying just don't be annoying about it because you know we're going to it's coming.
That's it. That's just it. Just be patient. You're going to get, like, Top Steps makes people good on. Hell, we gave away from 5 p.m. till 9 in the morning. Anybody had a losing trade on Topstep X had it removed. That was Monday. And I don't know.
All right, well, we had CPI come out. We still got Boston coming out in about, well, not for another hour. I wrote that time down wrong.
Back to Forex for you idiots.
Yeah, at least you made them laugh there.
You said back to Forex.
I had to do it. The stuff automatically types out or hides it. And I can every now and then.
MP, what do you think about adding a filter for that specific word though in chat? Would that make things easier on you? Just filtering out the fire drill word, everything that comes in with that word just gets removed.
I mean, that's up to you. You know what? Pull it. Pull it. This is democracy. We know
majority
what
will say.
What are we doing? Hold on. What's going on right now?
We can filter it. It'll be fire drill now. We can filter it for today or something.
Why don't we just
the word reset?
Just the word free reset. And somebody's gonna go around it with like different things, like they do the F word.
Yeah.
100%.
Hey guys, CPI day. Let's get on it.
Let's pull it. While the markets are basically selling off, and we're talking about resets.
Chat's loving it. They're like, filter it forever.
This is what a day.
I mean, it will come. That is what we're. Yeah.
Never a dull moment here on Topstep TV Fast Markets. Anne Marie, the action is nonstop here at Topstep TV. Market looks like it wants to go lower than buyers step in. Buyers cannot take it higher. Sellers step in. Quite choppy.
VWAP's flat as a pancake.
Yep.
We just traded down to 23s. Now we're at 63s.
It's tough.
Dude, I'm shooting myself in the foot. I've been using tight stops, and they've been going, like, the directional bias has been solid. It's just a matter of how much wiggle room I'm giving the market to breathe, and I'm just getting nailed on both sides.
Jordan says, "Grow up." Why would you ever grow up? I don't get why people say grow up. Being young at heart, young at mind, is the best in the world. So when people say grow up,
100%.
Jordan, grow down. I don't know.
I embrace my 8-year-old self every day.
Love it too, Emery.
Me too, Ann. And if you can't do that, that's why you look great. If you don't look great on the inside, you don't look great on the outside. And you've got a beautiful soul, apparently.
Here we go. Poll question. Should we mute the words? Reset.
Whoa, we're at 80% already.
Yeah. I got it.
All right. They have spoken, Jack. Gabe, they have spoken.
I'm down.
Well,
I'm down.
How we'll do it is
all right.
That's awesome.
They'll get around the filter. What we'll do is we'll just start timing people out who ask for resets.
Ooh.
Michael, you're rich. Relax. Give it to the people. Come on, guys. I worked my ass off my entire life. I'm given a top step opportunity. I invested millions.
All right.
Oh, come on. I got a little.
Here we go.
Grew up on a farm, a hog farm, not a horse farm, a hog farm, not a horse farm. Hog farm farmers that work as a hired hand on a hog farm. My dad, get out of here. Work harder. How about that?
Andy,
study harder. Focus harder.
Look what you've done, Andy.
That meme is gold.
Put that meme up there.
You got to put that meme up there, man.
Yes, you do. Oh man, yeah, I'll let him cook.
Fun. Hopefully, we're having fun. Hey, it's back at 70% long.
Where I just saw that it was 77% a minute ago.
Interesting.
And they flushed them all out, and then now they're back in. I'm saying people with a bias. People with a bias.
This flash is here for a second. I'll take it down.
There it is.
Andy, we love you.
Shout out to Andy.
Andy.
Shout out to Andy.
Create a monster.
And if you know who that actor is from, Oppenheimer.
Cillian Murphy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oppenheimer. And
you ever seen that
movie,
Michael?
I was about to say
show.
Peaky Blinders.
Incredible movie.
Man.
Incredible.
The atomic bomb.
I don't know that dude's name, but I watched him on Peaky Blinders. And he's a great actor. All right, so
he sure is.
Let's figure out the markets because they are moving. There's a lot of people trading today. There's a lot of people trading here at Topstep today.
Yeah, there are. There really are. All right, let's do a quick round recap of the markets right now. NQ last trade 20,854. We almost got to 21,000 off that CPI number. High tick of the day 20,984 calls. So we got about 6 points away. 21,000. Will we get there today? We will see. S&P's a little muted right now. It's kind of in about 5 point range since the open. Current last trade 56.91. Why I'm not doing a whole heck of a lot. Crude trading right around that $82 number. Last trade gold above 2,400. Finally staying above 2,400. Currently trade 24.14. Get it together, Andre. Come on, 24.14.
Is it not Peaky Blinders? I don't know, man. I don't pay attention. So I apologize if I do come off with a little of that. I went to get coffee today, Dre, and it was out. Once a week, it's out. The same guy's in there all the time, Jay, and he's a nice guy. And I go, hey, Jay, can I make a special note? Between 650, just make sure at 650 that this is completely full. I mean, there's like, he was sitting there and it's empty, and there's times that Callie's awesome. She shows up, then it's empty. I'm like, hey, special note. I come in here every day. It's really the only reason why I use this club. The part of this club is for the coffee because it's absolutely phenomenal. Can you please make a special note to make sure it's full at 650? Now I'm drinking decaf, so that's
that's where this is coming from. Anne-Marie, do you drink coffee?
Oh, I do. I've got a quad espresso every morning.
Wow. Oh, wow. Bad. Well, rocket fuel. I like it. Gabe.
Yeah, that's right.
Gabe, are you a coffee guy?
I am. Yeah, I got coffee upstairs. It's literally steeping still in the French press, and I haven't gone up and grabbed it.
Wow, French press.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get off using all the coffee makers. Not to get too like heavy crunch or earthy crunchy with you guys, but like a lot of the coffee makers are just heated hot plastic inside, like plastic interiors. So you're just getting a bunch of microplastics in your coffee, and the taste is different. So I went stainless steel. I'm trying to get away from using glass and stainless and cast iron when I can for a lot of what I do in the kitchen. Coffee's great, man. I love it.
Yeah, Andre does pour over. He lives in the hipster neighborhood, and they do pour over.
I can't drink coffee. I can't drink coffee. I get the jitters. It stinks, but it's true. Hey, 75% long NQ. Now 72% long NQ. As we trade 20,867.
And what do you take with this? Because the market just really flushed out really in the 70 to 80 area when it was dancing. And it was also all in the 70s, all of them. ES. I got micros. There's tons more people trading micros now. So I got micro tilt up.
Right.
I can see a bit more than you guys can see on there. Micro average price really quickly, and average price of the NQ, which is 72%, and ES is 74%. So I'll go 20,872 is the average of the longs, and that's 72% of folks. Just think if 1,000 people had an open position, 720 of them are one directional thinking. That's kind of a lot. Annotated on your chart. If you don't want to trade it, it's totally fine. So that's 20,871 average price, and then 871. And then in the S&P, it's 5690. Average price of longs, 5690, and 20,871. And they're 76%. This is high. So now, what do you think?
Yeah, in the ES. Okay, well, to that point, Michael, I also want to put on the ladder here. From the 691 half to 692 even, we got about 1,100 sitting on the bid to the downside here. So we got 77% long ES. We got some liquidity to the downside here, about 1,100 between 56.91 3/4 to 56.92 ish. 1,100 on the bid. 1,100 on the bid. We got 77% long. Let's see a move to the downside here. Sweep that liquidity. Maybe we'll go up from here, but let's see how this plays out. Nice catch there, MP.
I mean, okay, so
I still think directionally it's short.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, Anne-Marie, we're making lower lows and lower highs. If we're just looking at structure, we look heavy. We look like 100%. We want to go down. There's no reason for me to try to buy right now. But
why? Why are we looking heavy? What's up, Michael? Michael, see,
I just made all my money back. I'm up $10. I was down 1,400.
Let's go.
the FD is back.
Man,
The
please.
FD is back. We will have that FD now. The FD is back.
Boys, girls, the fire drill is coming in about 5 or 10 minutes. You hang out
The
here.
FD is
right
back. All is well. All is
I
well.
love it.
Oh, this is a wild morning. Oh, unreal. All right, let's get back. Okay, you guys said, look, it's looking a little heavy. Anne-Marie and Gabe were both in agreement. Anne-Marie, why are you agreeing that it is indeed looking a little heavy?
So my thought is always, how am I doing relative to the pre-market traders who positioned, right? And all the pre-market traders positioned that they were going to buy at this zone up here near 890, right? And then add if it came to, 860, right?
60s? Yes.
And so, yeah. So they're still trying to hold this 860. My thought is, as long as we stay underneath the opening range low and we sit underneath that heavy congestion here at 890, all the bounces are going to fail. And so I'm measuring, I'm saying, hey, what's my open? My open is 894-ish. I'm going to subtract 150 points from that for my average. It's going to give me about, 750. And that's what I'm going to continue sell the bounce as long as that's holding, because that's going to be the average range that I'm taking away from the volatility, of the zero DTEs.
And yeah, the tilt's still staying really. They're convicted now. They're convicted.
In the longs?
Yeah, longs are holding.
Yeah, well, see, here's the thing. The longer they stay long and price heads lower, it's going to absolutely flush.
Yes, it will.
Absolutely flush. So I suspect we're in the right direction.
Okay.
I mean, I got out, but who's ever still short is looking pretty good. There's 200 lot right here, 832. 200 lot at 832 on the bid, 20,832. See if it trades out. Did it trade out? Yeah, 127.
Yeah,
they all traded out.
Filled.
32. They got 32s. Well, that's kind of interesting.
MP is back, everybody. Now he's calling out block orders, making his money, smiling ear to ear. He's got the bakery head on.
I'm about ready to lie. I'm about ready.
All right. Hell yes.
And
we
have
are
you ever
back.
done this where you don't feel like it's your day and you probably should lock yourself out? There's days like that where you kind of start off the day. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I still got to be really patient.
Be patient. Hey, YM 82%. All right, ES starting to see or save some of that long bias. We went from 77% now down to 71%. NQ was in the 70s, now down to 53% long. As we see NQ selling off here. Let's see what happens here in ES. I just see Nick for Tick is short. Nick for Tick is short. I missed the price. Short from 56.94 to 56.94. See if we push lower. Starting to push lower here in the Nasdaq. New lows in the Nasdaq.
Guys, we were just talking about how everybody was short and their sister, and this is falling.
Everyone was long. Everyone was long, and now we're falling out of bed.
Sorry, long. Yeah.
And Marie called it. Gabe called it. MP was calling it. This is what you get here on Fast Markets. If you like what you're seeing, like what you're watching, click like, click subscribe. We are moving to the downside here, right now. As the Dow continues to trade into the 40,000. Dow's making new highs. Everything else is selling off.
Oh, Dow is.
Yeah,
Keep an eye on gold here. We
Gold
got
pumping higher.
Hoag's 24.19 weekly kickoff high. We are just about to touch that, so keep an eye on that.
Not exactly sure what's going on in the Dow, but well, above
MP
40,000.
I resonate with being more patient, man. I jumped the gun really early on the open. I typically, I shouldn't be trading those first 30 minutes, man. I still find myself getting trapped in some positions I don't want to be in and not being able to manage risk as effectively in those first at least 15. But I'd be jumping the gun, man. I just want to get into it. Like I love the markets.
How long you been
man.
trading? Gabe, how long you been trading in your life? Like
2014 is when I got in. Yeah, 2014.
2014?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you've been trading for a while, and just recognizing that is huge. Now controlling your behavior is the other part that comes with time.
That's where I struggle, yeah. And it's like I think people put an amount of time that it's going to take on themselves. Like they put some expectations about how quickly they want to, take care of that. But in general, it's going to take a lot of intentionality and consistency in that discipline. I'm still, you guys are seeing the good, bad, and in the ugly with me.
Trust me. I mean, we get on here to kind of share with people. Here we're trading 20,800.
Yeah. Hey, look at the downside here. 795 in the Nasdaq MP. What are you seeing at 795? 20,795. What do you see on the bid there?
300 now.
Yeah, I see that too.
Yep. So we're about 4 points away from that. 5 points away from that. Let's see if we go. I would get with. You're filled. Nice call,
yeah.
Coach Jay. Filled. 795 trades 300 times. I'll write that down just to.
Yeah. I'm looking for that measured move, and so for the volatility spread, and so that's still 770. So let's see if it heads there, and I'm going to watch it recapture it and see if I can buy the.
The trade of the day right there, that guy. All right, still pushing lower here. As the Dow continues to make new highs and Q's making new lows.
So you can trade out 500 on the, thus far. Somebody's doing that. And they're taking to the tune of what, 20 handles, 40 handles.
Still selling.
They're taking a lot of heat now.
A lot of heat.
I wouldn't mind looking for a reversal around like the 760s, 770s. I mean, we're retesting demand from yesterday morning, where we broke out to new all-time highs. So if you just look at in general, this would be a pretty good level of potential support. If you're a support and resistance trader, if you're a demand trader, the zone would look something like that. It's pretty damn wide, to be honest. So you'd probably want to wait for a little bit more confirmation. Maybe look for a 3-bar reversal like Dakota.
What's the bottom of that?
703. So 67 to 703 is the full 1 hour demand.
Yeah, I see that. We got a check market 763. Well, yesterday's value point of control 763 right here, right now.
Oh boy.
Hey, Gabe, you think if you got that itch early in the morning, you think a practice account jumping on there, just throwing some lots around might cure that itch?
Yeah, potentially. It's a whole different experience. I mean, even in a combine, there's that pressure on you, right? Like you want to pass, you want to get to the funded level. There's a little bit more of the reality, I think, of the emotional experience that you get when you're trading. In a practice account, every time I've gone back to practice, I end up doing extremely well in practice. And then when I go shift back to a trading combine, that's where those things surface again. Some of my previous habits from back in the day that I'm still trying to polish out. But I mean, I don't knock the suggestion whatsoever. I think practice accounts still have their place and their purpose 100%.
I think once you reach, like, as long as Gabe's been trading, things like that, I think practice accounts are great. But I do think the combine, I'm not just saying this, but I think it's something that holds you more to something is good. But again, to each his own. It's all on how you want to do it. But getting in the game.
Absolutely.
I mean, Gabe, you're just working. You're working on just Eddie. What he's talking about is you're just saying, like, not trading during that time. So actually, the act of not trading will strengthen that discipline than the act of actually feeding it with a practice account. But if I guess it's just how you want to do it. Maybe you find out that's a better crutch than actually being like, man, you know what? I just cannot cut cigarettes, so I got a nicotine patch. I don't know, or
Zins.
whatever it is.
Right.
Zins are the new thing.
Yeah.
Little lip pillow, Mike.
My kids are so addicted to Zen.
It did, Nick, for a tick. A little lip pillow there, MP. Nick for
Look at
Tick,
this
well done.
sell-off.
Sell off. Sellers are in control.
740,
CPI.
730, 730, 27,
What are we gonna buy, Michael?
20,735,
When are we going to buy?
2,730. There's 30s just printed. There's
All right, this
wow.
is a good place. I'm gonna go ahead and get in. This is a good location. I'm gonna go 5 MNQ, and I'm going to switch my chart.
What are we buying? All right,
Get
look
this
at
back
levels.
to.
Yeah, me too. I took a long at
Yep.
I beat you on your long. I'm long from 26.25, and I
Let's go.
810.
All right, 26
I'm long
quarter.
32.
You're going to take some
oh,
leads.
look at that. I was in the money, very healthy.
Old. No levels right here. From 63 to 706. Yesterday's value area low. 706. Big check mark to 706. Hold strong.
How many times, MP?
Yeah, I'm out. I had a break even I put in there. I was up.
Okay,
I didn't realize a good 12, 15 handles on it.
nice.
And it does one of these little bounces.
You're gonna take some. You're catching a knife, but you know you're gonna take heat.
I know.
What's the right? All right. Hey, if we get to 706s here, MP, we got a couple check marks there for house account. 706 half.
706
half. Yesterday's value area low. Get there.
Hey, can I make a suggestion? I'm seeing some commonality in the chat, and this is pretty consistent. This is something that I took care of myself that I want to point out is you guys have the ability in TopStep X to change your data speed. So for most people, if you go into your settings on the left-hand side, the little gear wheel, and you go to your charts and data, just make sure that your data update speed is on fast. I've seen a couple of my friends have theirs on slow or medium without them really knowing what's going on. And people are saying it's lagging, but I'm not seeing any lag on my side.
I'm not seeing lagging. It's a
all.
quick and dirty word. But I'm also hardlined. I don't think I.
Me too.
Me too. Yeah,
I don't know
I'm hardlined.
I don't know why you wouldn't go hardlined as a trader, but I heard if you're on Wi-Fi, you should slow it down. Actually, but that's what. All right, and under 706, 710s are on there.
Value area point of
It's
control.
I got stopped out.
I just got stopped out also.
There we go.
So down 382 right
Previous
now on the day
days
so far.
low at
Wow, we are still-
20,885.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, pre-state.
I'm Andre. I got long. What for the house account?
What price?
Evens.
Okay. What's our stop?
700 on the dot.
How many times, Michael?
10.
All right, house account
Okay.
long 10 from 20,700, 10 times.
And then we have a 20 handle stop that we typically
some more wiggle
have
room.
with this.
We're
But
gonna
if you have a different level, you were looking at the 06. You go to. Let's get behind Gabe. Let's go to Gabe's chart real quick.
shit. No,
By the time we go to the market is in free fall.
no, it's not. It's just
Yeah, we're just absolutely dumping.
Just looking at, yeah,
And we're stopped.
Damn,
Okay.
no.
There's 4.
big line.
Wow, this kitchen knife. Gabe, your levels. It's ripping through. This is a sell.
This was, once again, just because, and here's where risk management comes in, right? Because obviously, we all have different strategies. I've been pretty much supply and demand and trend based for quite some time. The long-term trend is up. It's a quality level of demand. We broke out to a new high with some consistency. I like that consecutive nature. In terms of just following my process and my plan, this is what would qualify. It's just the fact that we're at all-time highs. So, a big sell-off like this at some point is bound to happen. Preserving capital. I think MP, what do we take on that for a loss for that house?
4,000. 4,000.
4?
We got room.
Okay, so we got plenty of room.
It's
You preserved what you
78s.
could.
We got stopped out of the 80s and the 78s.
These prices
We
are
took a
gonna be
20
good.
top.
He's long.
I mean-
Damn, dude, we are selling. Let it sell off. Just keep letting it sell off. We'll find her.
There ain't a long in here that's been able to make money.
Coming.
And remember when we said the whole world was long?
Oh,
Yeah.
and the tilt? Yeah, they just got smoked.
Yeah. When they stay long for a long time like that and we can't catch a bid,
And called
every
it.
single time I see it, I should have just waited to see it exhaust. But it is what it is.
Crazy you see we're down 300 points already from CPI, from the highs of
Prices are gonna be
CPI.
good. Great longs eventually.
RJ, don't bust yourself up. Just blew up a damn XFA FCK. I don't know what that means, but I can guess.
Simplifying.
lots of people were long up there. I'm gonna guess, talking to risk management team, how the team do today. They're gonna say the words bloodbath. They've said it before, and they also said there's a lot of green on the screen. You guys just tune in for shoulder tap. Maybe they'll talk about. I don't know if they'll look at.
Oh, there's a lot to talk about in shoulder tap. I'm sure
there's a lot to talk about.
There'll be a lot to talk about.
Okay, so they're trying to hold that prior low.
Yeah, they are.
They cut through it, and now they're trying to hold it, but still a lot of sellers. We've got a lot of single prints to the north. So if it can catch a bid, we could turn around, and because remember, a lot of this is algorithmically driven, so we could turn around really fast. You just do not want to add any size to these formations.
Lows.
As mentioned in the chat here, the Mag 7 taking a dump. NVIDIA down 0.78%, so that's not helping.
Nasdaq's already down 1% on the day. We haven't had a percent down day in a long time.
I know, it's been a minute.
MP, when we talk about the Nasdaq volatility, can I give you a little quick on the fly research here? Backtesting your XFA strategy. Okay, I went back to just the NQU contract for the past 17 days. We can agree, trading days, we can agree that Nasdaq's up. We're way too tight there with 5 contracts. 5 contracts that whole time, if you bought on the open, sold on the close, you would be up $7,800, but you would have taken 14 drawdowns of $3,000 and made money on 3 days. And you'd have to hold it for like 20 grand winners. If it was
what are we talking about this week? What days?
Since we rolled to the NQU.
Got it.
If you had traded 2 contracts, you'd be up nearly $29,000.
Interesting. I love that.
Jack, I love it when you do this. This is great. This is a good value add.
Fantastic.
Yeah, basically, if you're doing 5 contracts, you're getting stopped out too quickly because that's only 30 points in the Nasdaq.
All right, let's do a quick recap here of the position. All right, so you guys are buying the open, sell on the close. Wouldn't be as easy as we thought there, MP. This market. All right.
This morning,
All right, we got to
update.
I got to update the position board real quick. How's the count? P&L, Michael, real quick. Robert, this coming for you.
Minus 4.
P&L? Minus 4,000. So we got MP's current P&L. MP, please give us an update. Your P&L.
Let me see. Minus 258. Minus 258.
Minus 258. Nice job. Minus 258 MP account. Anne Marie, please give us an update with your position or P&L, please.
I have a lockout on all of these for $400, so I am locked out. All I have is a practice account open now. Yeah, nice. I have it on a manual lockout, half the size of the normal lockout, because that's the one thing that I've been doing that's just eating my lunch, is I just let it go to the daily loss limit, and I've got to rein myself in. So I made the box even smaller. I liken it to this. The reason everybody said that, what's his name? Big white guy, owns part of Detroit now.
The Rocket Mortgage
Boston
guy?
Celtics.
Dan Gilbert?
Rocket Mortgage?
The other guy.
No, from way back in the day.
Larry Bird?
Used to be on there with Kevin Hale. Who's the other guy? Who's the other white guy? Kevin Hale and
Lambert.
No, Danny was little. Blonde. Lambert. He's got not Bill Lambert.
I love this game.
Celtics.
I love it. We're playing charade.
I love this
We're
game.
playing charade.
Sounds like first syllable.
Crap! I know he was from French Lick, Indiana.
I said Larry Bird.
Larry Bird.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear Larry Bird, honey. I'm sorry. You're right.
The hit from
Yeah.
Yes.
He said that the reason
Andre,
he
don't
could
yell at
shoot
Ann.
lights out.
I'm sorry.
I'm so
fired
sorry.
up. I'm fired up.
He said the reason he could shoot so well is because he made the rim, I think, 4 inches smaller that he practiced with. And he just had like, an inch on either side for the basketball. And so that's the concept that I'm using. Just learn to function in a very tight space and pull profit out. And so that's what I'm working through. And it really is making me be much more thoughtful about, okay, you get in here, this is all you've got. So make it work. And if you think it's good, then great. If not, whatever. But I mean, even the practice account, if I see it go over, a 500 loss, I'm out, right? And I've held this practice account for a long time, so it's it's got like $174,000 in it, but it's just me going, hey, focus and get really good playing in the box. And then as things get better, you expand. Also, my philosophy for raising children.
Oh, there you go.
Tight when they're little. So they have lots of rules. And as they get older, you tighten the rules. People kind of do that the other way. Get some trouble.
Jack, we got a couple new applicants from Hindsight Capital. Hindsight Capital says it's Larry Bird.
Well, it's a 10-round interview process.
Yes.
The first 4 are on phone, the next 3 are in person, the next 2 are in space. It's very difficult. It's harder to get into than
Very stringent.
anything, really.
No! Oh boy! Oh boy!
Hilarious. Okay, let's see if we keep these lows.
Why did we bounce down there? Ann, why did we bounce? Or anybody? Because more buyers came in. Thank you. I got that.
That was coming. You knew that was coming.
Let's keep it simple, MP. Honestly, I don't see any reasoning behind it. There's no, I don't know. In terms of what I would look for.
I see heavy congestion. I see old resistance, new support at 20,000.
Tuesday.
660.
Yeah.
And
that I see.
Monday's close. We got, okay, guys, this is the talk. See all this? This is what I love. I don't think there's a free reset in here. And while I say that, somebody's going to make a funny joke.
The genie out of the bottle.
There were a couple that were getting creative, but
can't put the toothpaste back in the what's it?
The tube.
Yeah, do it. It's out. All right, so we bottomed out there in the NQ at 20,619. We got 360-point range in the NQ today. Good stuff. Let's take a look here in the S&Ps. Awesome. We got about a 40-point range in the S&Ps. We got some trading going on today. That's what you like to see. JD, I'm going to come to you once these markets calm down a little bit. We got stats coming up.
70%.
We got news coming up.
We got about a minute here before natural gas hits the wire.
Ready?
So if you're trading natty gas, heads up.
Well, that's 77% long in the ES, Michael. That just rolled right over.
Yeah, we got another 200 lot at 689. Another 200 lot at 689. So, you're right, Andre. Steamrolled. Now they're coming back in. We got 70% of folks getting long again.
Yes, they are.
Crazy.
Here's your 200 lot.
So new
689.
The 300 lot was 795. 795 was that 300 lot bid. They got smoked.
79. You sure?
795. I wrote down 300 lot. Yeah, from earlier. We just went right.
My handles are getting messed up. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Or
we're moving today.
100 handles are getting messed up. 100 points, guys, just like that. Wow.
Look at that shakeout on the number, too. Hard to get short.
Woo. Natural gas coming in at 65 billion cubic feet. They were looking at 56. There is your natty gas.
10-year yield update. Really, 10-year, 4.18%, 4.18%, 10-year yield.
All right. I'm up on the day 700, 600.
Good stuff, man.
I got with that 200 lot.
Good times. All right. Dubs says, let's dial it down, Andre. Dubs, no.
No.
714 last trade, 716 last trade in the NQ. ES trading 5675. All right, Anne-Marie, you think we found the bottom there? We did see some structure. Gabe, you like to talk about it. Let's throw it to Gabe. Gabe, we saw some structure there in these buyers coming in. Did we just find the bottom? I might try to take it lower. What's up?
You had a little bit
the
there.
200 lot got really quickly, Gabe, or really quickly, Andre. Where was the 200, the 300, and now this 200? This last 200 was 6.
What was it? 685?
95.
680.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got long 696.
Was it 89? 689?
Oh, yeah, maybe it was 89. I don't know. Maybe I got it on the way up. I don't know. Okay, so there's 89s. Dre, you said in the 7 handle, or it was
795. 795 trade 300 times on the bid. We got our 200. Maybe they're averaging. I don't know. Maybe they're taking profits. Who knows? Wish there was a way to know that.
Yeah, we need that last bit of information. Are you covering a short? Or are you getting
get that
NQ?
That would be awesome. 78% long NQ. 78% long NQ right now, right here, right now.
Yeah, they all bought that tip on the turn.
They did. Average price.
That number is a great, that 760 area is a great place to short for the snap trade. Simply because, one, Gabe saw that level too, but that is the actual measured move from the opening tick for the volatility expansion. And so if they fail it when the snap comes and there's more on the downside, folks will go, all right, I'm shorting that again because it's going to be a range expansion event that you might be able to see from, a volatility band.
Okay, so
what a morning. What a trade.
Tilt is getting fairly tilty right here.
I was just about to ask, what's tilt at right now?
77%. The whole world's coming back in and getting long again.
Yes, they are.
So new lows.
Hey, this just coming over the wire. JP Morgan.
They've been getting steamrolled. And there you go. There's 20 handles, 15. There's 20 handles sell off since we just said that.
It's coming over the wire. JP Morgan changes Fed rate cut call to September from November.
Ooh.
There's
almost 30 handles
there for them after the CPI.
They're going to make these longs take some heat.
They're going to make
that
these
760 was the area to is it 760? No.
720 was the high.
720.
6.
Yeah.
Just a note, there's a lot of rotation going on here with the Mag 7 are getting killed right now. It's bizarro world, and a lot of the beat down tech stocks, say your Rivians, are actually up 2.25% right now. So it's the big dogs leading the way.
I don't know how. It's been the shop 6 times. They have to come pick it up at Aspen every time. I'm like, I'm not taking it in. It's 20. It's like $3,000.
It's fast.
Looks beautiful. It's costumes. Yeah. It's just a pile of.
Seriously, it's.
Took a Porsche off the line with that thing.
It could be the Porsche Turbo 911.
I've done it, but
there's 20. Yeah, there's 30 handle. There's
Arc is up
40. There's 40 handles. They're squeezing the longs. They're squeezing the longs, guys. So if you're listening, there's your 40 handles off that. When we were just talking about it, it was 20,715. It was also 20,720 when we were saying, man, they're getting long back up here, really, really long. It's trading 20,000. It was just trading 20,006, 75, 74, 73.
Saba, it's not funny. Don't be annoying. All right, let's do this.
God.
All right, let's see if we do it.
Boy, markets
Only
are
allowed to
rocking
make
and
those
rolling.
jokes if you're up money, I think.
You were salty.
Because then that means you're like, people say
835.
jacking around when they're like crushing it.
835. Yeah, I know. It's that was one of the rules at the firm.
Your firm? What was
Yeah,
it?
if you're up, don't be doing cartwheels. Don't be patting yourself on the back. Just be chill.
Yeah, don't be distracting everybody. Yeah, exactly.
Don't be going talking up to people. Some people are down.
You guys had that rule. Nice.
Yeah, no cheerleading. No cheerleading when you're up. And to the flip side, no bitching when you're down. That also distracts people. That also distracts people and brings bad vibes to the floor. Basically, just be flatlined. Or if you're going to goof around, where are you going?
I'm gonna go get a Celsius. Rips inspired me, and I didn't get caffeine. We're gonna talk to Celsius, see if they can sponsor part of the show.
That's such a good idea.
We have a direct connection because one of the guys that we're looking to sponsor is sponsored by Celsius. So Celsius is making a play into the extreme.
All right, Jack, we can do that. Jack, when do you want to squeeze in stats? I'm not sure where we can fit it in. Let's just talk this out on air because I don't know where we can squeeze this in.
We can do it right now if JD's there. JD, you in the house?
JD is here.
Right now. Gabe, go get your coffee right now. MP's getting his coffee right now. Let's do some stats right here, right now. And Marie, it's just you and I for the time being. Let's do this.
Ripping through them. All right, here's your funded trader hot streaks. We lost one trader yesterday. Blair H hit the daily loss limit after 28 days of winners. 28 days was a nice run. Blair, if you are watching or listening, we hope to see you back on the list soon. But that opens a spot up for a new trader. But let's start at the top. Michael had a small winner. After commissions and fees, he profited $4 yesterday to extend his streak to 32 days. Dustin now at 31 days, Alexander at 26 days, and Joseph and our newcomer, VJ, both sitting on 25-day heaters right now.
VJ. We lost Jacob.
Lost Jacob. Lost Blair. 41 days for Jacob. What a bummer. Yeah. All right. Yesterday's best.
Still a good job,
live
man.
Funded
41 days.
P&Ls. It's not on the scoff at for sure. Still took home 12 grand on after 41 days, even after hitting the DLL. 12 grand, more than 12 grand. All right, Pinson back on the list with close to 8 grand trading crude oil and the S&P yesterday. Joanne is on the list for the second day in a row. Joanne now has a 2-day running total of $9,500 in profits trading the Nasdaq in the live funded account.
Woo!
Brian P., who is number 6 on the leaderboard, took home 3 grand trading the Nasdaq. Sagar with 2,500 trading the Nasdaq, and Jason with about 2,400 in profits, also trading the Nasdaq. All right, Andre, here is your favorite news stat.
Yeah. That money. Who's getting paid?
Payouts.
Who's getting paid?
Elisina, almost 12 grand. Joanne, just mentioned her, 2-day running total of $9,500 in the live funded account. Took a payout yesterday for $10,500. Joanne paying herself with real money. Trading in a live account, too.
Jack,
I've seen that Joanne name pop up a lot lately.
Before you switch, Jack or JD, let's talk to the funding and finance team. They're averaging about almost $500,000 a trading day in payouts.
Really?
Wow. Yes.
$500,000?
Amazing.
Almost 400 or 500 people. That it's great to see, and of course we keep growing, which is great. Of course, other companies keep either doing whatever they're doing that's not great to get people to come over here, which is great. And so I'm going to have them start kind of sharing what their total payout. Last week was like almost 3 million last week in payouts.
Wow, that's incredible.
So you guys know there's a lot of payouts happening here. So when you're like, hey, can you do this? Can you do that? No. So,
and Pete, let me ask you something. When you see that number, when you see that number as a CEO of the company, when you see a number like $500,000 of payouts, how does that make you feel? What are you thinking in your head? We're doing it great. We're doing it right. We can do better. Not enough or too much? What do you
me?
You, the CEO. The boss.
Oh yeah, no. Look, we created the funding industry so people could get funded and so people could take payouts without risking their kids' college fund. That's what we said all the time. All the time. I'm like, hey, I lost 90 grand. People have heard about my $30,000 stories forever. So us doing this is great. We take people live, so we manage our risks there. and that's exciting too. So we have live funded traders that get on here. We have all that kind of stuff. But in general, it's awesome. That's why I always try to protect the industry. Like when I'm out there, like quit bitching about it or just focus on your own company. I'm like, I am. Trust me, I am. But I want to make sure the industry stays intact, because without the industry, then you have this huge risk. Take your kids' college fund, or maybe today. You know how many people are getting blown out today? I don't know how many people. If you're a brokerage firm, I bet you're taking way more deposits today than you are taking payouts. I don't even know if brokerage firms average payouts. Guys, payouts, not people like close my account, I'm done, my wife is divorcing me. You know, that happens. Trust me. We saw it on the trading floor. You know, we can't risk that anymore. You know, all that kind of stuff. I lost my job, all this kind of stuff. Are they payouts, or are they just closing their accounts? That's what I'd always like to know at the brokerage firm. And it's not a competition. These are supposed to complement each other. The funding industry is supposed to help set people up to trade longer. Trading longer helps brokerage firms. Brokerage firms make commissions. It helps the clearing firms, which is publicly traded, with their clearing fees. Everybody wins, and the trader wins because they get to stay longer. That's what the prop firms this prop firm model is really about. So all in all, it's doing its job. Is that Topstep doing well? Yes, Topstep does well too during this whole thing. Do we make our money in the sim environment and the subscription fees and all that? Yes, we do. Do we also make our money in the 10%? Yes. Is it kind of low there? Yes, it is. But we're also using the data to trade with. So we're doing all these things that make it so a modern day prop firm could give an opportunity to an average Joe on the street, and the average Joe on the street can have an opportunity not to risk his kid's college fund, and the whole effing industry wins. That's kind of the whole model. So in general, yeah, I'm happy.
Right. Good stuff. Okay, we're still on. Sounds good. Hey, whoa. What was that? Let him cook. MP's on the grill with his cast iron skillet. We saw some smoke coming out of that cast iron skillet. MP, a little bit more olive oil. Whoa.
Hold on, not during fast market. Maybe someday this reset is sponsored by Celsius. We'll clip this to Celsius.
Oh yeah, what flavor would you go with?
Plug them?
I think you guys should have sponsors.
Yeah, it would probably help us give away stuff more too. And then we're like, hey, so the last minute of the trading day will be sponsored by Celsius for free for the resets.
Well, you did a sponsor for your bakery. You might get a couple croissants in the bag tomorrow that you didn't pay for.
I'm doing this because they cut out donuts, and I email them. They're like, why would you email them? That's annoying. I'm like, no, it's not their business owner. I want to know why. They're like, oh, it's just not financially blah, blah, blah for us. And finding somebody in the valley that will wake up at 2 a.m. to come cook donuts is hard to find. All right, we made new lows.
You've been giving a lot of feedback to the people making your food and drinks lately, I've noticed. You've been getting a lot of feedback.
Oh, no, I give it constructive. It's constructive. I think if everybody gave feedback, then
we got more sellers coming in here.
Work towards it. Yeah.
These longs are feeling it here. The bottom pickers are taking the heat right now.
And what levels do we have down here? 20,646 was the low, half.
622, and then 5, 6.
Hungus.
610.
610. Yep.
Why 610?
Just heavy congestion on the hourly chart from three days ago.
Hey, JD, check the numbers on the Nasdaq. They're out of order. I believe 630.
I just redid them. Let me check again real quick.
Okay. All right. Then let me refresh. Don't worry about it.
And Maria, I do like those 610s.
Yeah.
I like the fact that it would be taking out the low from the 9th from around noon. So if we sweep below, it's a pretty manageable. There's a little area of demand that I would like. It's a 610 to 584 and 3/4.
Yep. I'm seeing those same edges.
A lot of bounces off of those 610s, or just 2 from that same day on the 8th, and then from there we have not been back. So I think that would be a possible good location to see a reversal take place if we're going to get one at all today. We could just very well dump through and just maybe work towards a 2% down day. But
hey, is Is last week's high 639 ish?
Last week's high was.
Longs are feeling it right now. We just saw those bottom pickers. Go ahead, Gabe, when you get a chance. NQ, we got 77% long tilt. They're getting worked right now.
Yeah, they are. I got long at 42. A one guy. I'm not putting
MOC that sucker.
Right?
I'm telling you. These are good prices.
I mean,
couldn't get to 21,000 the NQ. Oh, it's getting smoky again. Oh,
MP,
boy.
that 639 high was from Sunday, the 7th.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
From what I'm seeing.
Well, this is a big bearish engulfing candlestick on the daily.
Friday.
Oh, and is that what you're looking at? If this plays out for the day?
Yeah. For sure.
Oh.
Here we go again.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we are doing it.
I think we just are. Oh, we are.
Doing it. Get out of the way, Michael.
Who's gonna go ahead, Eddie? Go ahead, Eddie.
All right, here's a.
I'm gonna get a text here from Michael soon. Anyway, I love you, Michael, and I love everybody here. Love is a good thing. It's a 4-letter word. Fire drill. Fire is a 4-letter word. One reset. Hey, now check in on the form pinned at the top. Look at that. We even got little flames up there and everything. To sign up for one free reset. One. We'll have the form pinned all day. So tell your trading buddies, tell your friends, tell your family, get in here. Mm-hmm. All eligible traders will receive an email with the reset code by tomorrow morning. All right. Now here, pay attention, please. Codes expire Wednesday, July 17th. All right. At 11:59 p.m. Central Time. And if you joined Coach Dakota last night for slow markets and you signed up already, you are cool. If you already signed up last night, you're all set. You don't need to sign up again. But once again, that form is pinned to the top of the chat. Just look for the flames and the fire drill. And there you have it.
Eddie, you get this He's on Fire tech or thing? He's on fire from NBA Jams.
He's on fire! That's my own. I'm sorry. I didn't have any handy.
I like that one, Eddie. Sounded like the video game.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was, actually.
He's on fire.
So Coach Dakota will come. Coach Dakota will talk about his morning. And there's a lot to learn, folks. A lot to learn. I was talking to him a little bit ago. A lot to learn. It's a lot to learn. I'm just going to leave it as a lot to learn.
Sure, it'll be a topic
to the tune
discussion.
of 21,000 reasons to learn on a news release, which possibly could have taken a live account to the depths of the sea that you don't want to take to. But I've talked to him, and he'll talk to you.
Well, Jack, there goes that. All right, let's see.
That's a rumor. That's a rumor, Andre. You got to end it with a rumor.
Yeah, that's called a tease in the business. There, I like it.
It's called a tease in the business.
You guys got. I think the numbers didn't drop off as much as I was expecting. We'll see. Pete, you know when the numbers drop off the most is when you jump off the air. How does that make you feel?
No, it's when fast market ends, but then when power hour starts. I've seen the charts. Ooh. And I've seen the times when Island Mike's been on vacation and the charts still continue to go up. So nice try.
All right, let's see what we got here. More buyers trying to step in here.
Andre.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. Anne-Marie, looks like some bottom pickers keep coming back in here. They just keep puking, pushing it further lower. Do you like that 610 level? I got 2 check marks for 20,000, 610. Obviously, we still have some more room to the downside. We want to get to those 610s. Crude making push. Well, Crude is just making some new highs. High of the day, Crude, $82.57. Last trade, $82.45. Gold making new highs here. 1870, $2,418.70. Last trade, 24.1840. So about 30 cents off the highs there. YM did retreat down, trading 40,000, 120. Again, 120. We are trying to find some structure. Gabe, what are you looking at here? We trying to find some structure here to the downside. What are we looking at?
Yeah, I'm not really seeing a whole lot at the moment. I mean, we're just basing and consolidating at the moment. I'm looking at a 15-second chart. There's a little continuation pattern we have here, so we are headed back lower. Those 610s would definitely be my area where I'd like to see a reversal take place. I'm probably not going to get in prematurely like I did last time. As soon as we touch demand, I'm most likely going to wait for price to base and turn around. And then if we head back north, I'll look to find a way to enter. But yeah, just continuing to trickle our way down.
Gotta keep
Feel the same way.
yeah, catching this little thing. Then I go for a break even. Then I'll catch it. Then I'll break even.
Just hold. Yes. All right, we got a new poll question up here. Were you short NQ during that drop? I was long, I was short, I was flat. Long, I was short, I was flat.
House account was long once.
Yeah. What a sell-off. Anne Marie,
Yeah.
right on the opening bell, you said we might see the tops right here. And by golly, spot on with that call. Gabe was saying it was looking a little heavy too. Right? It was 70. Okay, let's replay. It was 77% long in NQ. Gabe said it was looking a little heavy. Anne Marie saying it was looking a little heavy. Minutes later, we just fell out of bed. Nice call. MOC.
Buyers coming in heavy right there.
Heavy.
All right, I'm out. I'm up
That's not
15.
MOC.
I'm up
That's not-
1,500.
That's not MOC, Michael. That's not MOC.
I know, Andre, but I keep getting
It's okay.
stopped
I
out.
got you. Nick was short. Nick for a tick was short. It worked. The signs were there. Yes, they were. Shout out to all the shorts. Taking on the chin a lot
Yeah.
lately.
So when
Today, in the sun.
little tell when I get out, it's probably a lot of times where you should probably stay in because I do get out quite early. Gabe, that's something I'm working on, buddy. I know what you said you're working on. Mine has been that. Now, did I work on it right there? No, but I know what I need to work on, and I'm going to work that direction. It may not be cold turkey, like I can just do it in a second every single day, but I know I need to work towards it. Like my wife tells me I need to work towards certain things. I go, give me some time. Give me some time. It will happen.
And hold me accountable, right? Hold me accountable.
And that's what I do.
keep it-
I tell her,
Yeah.
uh-huh.
Got to keep it in front of my face. You know, sometimes we just kind of put it to the side again, you know?
Then I pull out my notebook and I go, can I get started on you? No, I'm joking.
Well, if
where
you're
are you,
asking for change, you ought to be willing to change. So
Tell him, Anne Marie. Tell him, Anne Marie.
it's a two-way street.
Yes, it
It
is.
is a
Two-way street. If the relationship
100%.
is a two-way street. How about a long-standing relationship? And you've been married for how long?
Me, 25
Yeah.
years.
25. I hear the 20 mark's tough.
You know, for us, it was the 10-year mark because we were a blended family, and we had a lot of things to work through. But we just, for us, it's always me and my husband. We're holding hands, but we always have the Lord right in between the two of us.
There you go.
So we just know we're being taken care of. We just don't.
Yep.
We ask the question, what about me? A whole lot less. And that is the anchor of every argument you will have with another person. Every argument comes down to, what about what I feel?
Mm-hmm.
Spot on.
So it's, but it was the 10-year mark was, we were looking at each other going, do we throw in the towel? No, we got these little kids. We can't, we gotta figure out how to work it. So.
Yep. My grandma always said, never make a decision. What was it? Never make a decision when the kids are in the house on your marriage.
Oh, That's a great idea. That's a really, really good idea.
Because we'll get back to the market. It just
show's incredible. This has been my favorite show by far. This is my favorite. Go on, please. This has been incredible. This is incredible. Where else do you get this? Where else do you get this show? Like, please go on, Mike. Don't make a decision with the kids in the house.
It's true because they tug on you. Yes, they do. They tug on you.
Yeah, they do.
Where else do you
don't go to bed mad.
I like that one.
Don't go to bed mad at each other. That's super important.
No, don't let them see you fighting. That's a hard one to do, though.
Yeah. That is really.
We'll save that parenting segment for not when the markets are in a free fall.
I've absolutely. Gabe, we're going to see history here, Gabe.
We're down on our lows.
This is an
it can't hold a bid, Ray.
Today. You tell me, Michael. I don't know where we are. I know that we got gold breaking new highs. Gold trading 424.21s. We're all-time highs in gold. We got more sellers coming in here. Look at gold, all-time highs in Z Gold. Yeah, that chart.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick a bottom here, and I think I'm going to be wrong.
James Harden.
Okay, we're down at our lows again.
Nice
it's
cover,
hard
Michael.
to hold longs. It's hard
cover,
to MOC on it. Yeah, I know.
Interesting. The NAS is split half and half. I mean, in terms of tilt, when there seems to be, so they might be churning it out here. They might be churning.
Yep, I see where I understand where you're. A lot of the longs are probably exhausted from getting long and getting stopped and getting long and getting stopped. And I don't know who's lost their account today. Let's do that one. Throw it in here. Who busted out?
All right, let's do a poll.
Let's feel. I mean,
did you bust your account today? Yes or no? More new lows incoming.
Hey Jack, does Hindsight Capital hire people who've busted out their accounts?
No, that would definitely lack the adequate hindsight.
That's really, really good. That's really, really
That's
good.
why right there.
Oh, what a day.
Okay, me. DL.
Here, you got the
Daily
pull
loss
back. Please lose
limit.
your
Okay, you're still in the game. You're still in the game. Daily loss limit. Yes and no. Okay. Plus 378 on 500Ks. Nice trading, Trader J. Up 1,300, down, and now down 400. Be careful on that one. Up 1,300, then going down. Because then you may find yourself trying to go back up to 1,300.
Sellers accelerating here.
Holy smokes.
616s. What's down here in the 6 handle?
Option buyers.
Like the 610s. We like 610s. I don't know about sellers. Are
610. But then there's that 580 to 590 that Gabe talked about.
Nick for a tick still short. Wow.
Man.
This is a big one.
Dude.
This is a big one for Nick for a tick.
And that's why he's on the list.
All right, 580s.
That's why he's on the list.
All right, we got a couple check marks for 580s, Michael. Anne Marie said likes 580. Nick for a tick likes 580.
Okay.
It's the close of 4 trading days ago.
When it stays this close to the low of the day, you can only guess there's bottom pickers. And then the bottom pickers start to feed the rally or feed the sell-off.
The sell-off,
yeah.
The guys that don't know that, when you get long, your personal brokerage account has only so much money in it. Your prop account only has so much money in it. And then you just got to bust out. You're not the Fed. You can't print it.
Kathy in the chat, 588, big number. All right, we're getting a lot of check marks on 580.
Mm-hmm.
Where's SSS?
Just hanging out down here. Wow.
Yeah, but you know what you just said, Michael, was really important, that these people that are bottom pickers, if they continue to come in, they're just going to give us lower lows because they're going to hit their limits and have to stop out.
S&P's falling out of bed here. Gold making new
50-50. Yep. And then Dre 50-50 on the board now. Longs are, it's actually 41% long. Guys, we have a stronger bias to the short side now. I wouldn't say it's anything to shake a stick at, as the old grandma used to say. She never said that, Ann. I just
Shake a stick.
just an old
Shake a
saying.
stick.
I've said
What a
that. I've said that. Which is why I started laughing.
In what context?
What a show. What a show today.
Golly, I've used that all the time. Well, I grew up in the mountains of North Carolina. So you want to talk about rednecks. Yeah. We moved to the States when I'd just become a teenager. And so.
From where?
We're Portuguese immigrants.
I did not know that.
My grandparents moved to the islands, and then my parents moved us to the States. And so, so you grow up in the South, there's some guy mixing moonshine just down the street. Oh, yeah. And, there is an old lady that, says something like, that's nothing to shake a stick at. So I love old country euphemisms. I think they're hilarious.
I do too. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right. See, we're creeping in here.
Hey, so we're down here again, still on our lows. Gabe, talk to me. I saw you locked yourself out.
Nope.
Is that you?
I busted out.
You busted out. Okay, fair enough.
I busted out. Yep. I busted out.
Tough trade.
That's a DLL doing its job right there.
Yep. That is.
Were you part of the picking bottoms?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here 580's incoming. How do we do this?
Yeah, I think we're going to
be tricky.
Right through.
It's going to be tricky.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, you
there's
could
a
do a limit order
lot right there. There's a 130
Where?
lot that likes
to get out in a hurry.
Probably 100
Yep,
lot.
580
on
the 580 bid. Nice catch, MP. MP sharp today. Decaf coffee.
I got
Celsius.
The decaf, man. Maybe you don't need caffeinated.
Actually,
I got enough plutonium running through the veins.
God, what a show! What a show! We went from MP
I read
down.
an article. I read an article about how they said that Teflon was going to kill us just the other day because the stuff that comes off of a Teflon pan never leaves the body. It attaches to the cells and learns to replicate, sit on the piggyback of the DNA that replicates. So if you've ever eaten out of a Teflon pan.
Oh, my wife spends countless hours researching and then now has found the perfect ones. And when I go to can you cook the kids some eggs? I'm like, yeah, no problem. I grab the thing, go like that. She's like, no, don't. And she's like big into this. Every day there's, so she has a certain type of pots and pans that all do that. Cause the whole Teflon thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the big deal?
Yeah.
585s. Wow. Lows 585.
Yep.
Or 580s.
I think we crashed through it. If we don't immediately bounce right here, the next stop is 483.
Yeah.
483?
Yeah, 20,483 is what I'm seeing.
Shout out to all the bears out there. They've been just taking it on the chin
I
for the last
know
couple
it.
weeks. Today was your day. Shout out to all the bears. Today was your day. You guys have been getting beat up a little bit. Black eyes, bruises, battered, just taking it on the chin. Going 12 rounds with this market. But today is your day to shine. Shout out to all the bears there. Nick, for a tick, I'm looking at you.
I know it, right? That's why he's on the leaderboard. Good job holding on.
Yep. Hold on, Nick's short from 5.695.94. Whoa, maybe that's one that would be really. Nick, we could have you hold that position. We can talk to risk and keep that position on if you wanted to hold a long term. I'm just saying, you're a funded trader trading a live account, guys. When you get to that level, you're a partner with us for the most part.
I got you.
And you're never a customer with us. Anybody that calls you guys customers, you shouldn't be calling anybody a customer. I know that from our regulatory side of things. You're not a customer. You're a trader with us getting evaluated to trade at our prop firm. When you become a prop firm trader, you're a contractor that we're working with. Still not a customer. Why do I still have the fire drill on?
It's supposed to be there all day. Is what they say.
Yeah, I know.
So people would stop.
Yeah, I know.
The
He
chat.
says, yeah, I know my ass. He knows.
They'll do whatever.
He almost pulled the fire drill today.
He thought he had pulled it. Eddie
He thought he had
surprised
pulled
him.
it. And then all of a sudden, he's like, "Oh, we're doing it."
You can tell I don't totally wear the pants in the Topstep house.
What a day.
They're like, well, he's wearing his trader hat. He goes on the show as his trader hat, which is fair.
Okay.
So what do we
take a breather.
think? Do
Jay,
we
you're
think
doing a
it's
hell of a
worth
job. I wanted to give a compliment to you, buddy.
Who? Me?
You. Hell of a job.
This is fun. I'm having a blast. I'm just along for the ride on something like this. You guys are the start of the show. All right, right now we got. We want to go to some news. Jack, you want to go hit some news? James has a video. Yeah, let's do that. All right, let's go do some news real quick here, Jack. Seems like we're kind of bottoming out around this 20,600 level. Go ahead, Jack.
Let's mention one story, and then James has got something for you. Eddie mentioned earlier the changing interest rates projections. So this has changed slightly because it's fluid. Right now, we're pricing in an 85% chance of a rate cut for the September meeting. And you can see those bars that go down next to it are what those probabilities were 1 day ago, 1 week ago, 1 month ago. So we've come up quite a bit in the pricing of a rate cut. And, of course, stocks went down with that. But that's the way it is sometimes. James, I believe, has something that he would like to share as well. James?
I do. Thank you, Jack. A couple weeks ago, here at Topstep, we do this thing called Supper Club. It's where Topstep's really generous. They take out the company to these nice restaurants in Chicago. They pick up the whole bill. It's a lot of fun. And the last one, though, someone was strangely absent. So we sent our best field reporter onto the scene, and I'll just go ahead and play it for you.
I'm James Harden here in Paradise Park in Chicago at a Topstep Supper Club event where the entire crew is here. Strangely, though, Michael Patak is absent. I'm going one-on-one with the crew of Topstep to ask them one simple question. What do you think Michael Patak is doing right now? So Michael Patak isn't here tonight at Supper Club. What do you think he's doing instead? I would have to say probably ask him hold for the levels.
First question, does this work?
No.
Oh, that's good to know. I think he's crafting a very spicy food.
So since Mike Patak is missing out on an amazing supper club, what he is doing instead is he is up in his secret laboratory preparing for total Topstep export domination.
Think about what he's going to slack me right before I go to bed.
I think he's enjoying some pepperoni pizza dipped in ranch. Hitting his daily loss limit.
Shirt stains aside, I wondered what Michael could be getting up to. Was he jumping out of a helicopter? Riding an elephant? Or was he explaining the last season of Lost to the person next to him on a plane?
So we may never know what Michael Patak was actually doing tonight at the Supper Club, but I guess the only way to find out the real answer is to go to the source himself. So Michael, what were you doing since you weren't at Supper Club?
Michael?
I was ordering a pizza dipping in a ranch. Of course, the chief of staff would know exactly what I was doing. We would work with her every second of the day. That was awesome.
Well done, James.
Dan's moves. Dan's moves in the back.
Hitting his daily loss limit. Taking
He's been doing that for like 7-8 years at every company event, that same dance move.
All right, buyers in the house here. I think Nick for a Tick did cover. Nick for a Tick up over $9,000 today. Well done, Nick for a Tick. Good on you, man. Yep.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
Nice comeback. All right. Got the low of the day, 20,585.
Hold on. Andre, I just read in here, meanwhile, 40-point bounce. And then I look over here and I just saw 6 43s. Did you know it bounced 40 points?
Yeah, right here, right now. All right, we got 130 lot at 650 even, 650 even upside. Nasdaq.
Man.
Gabe, all right, Gabe, you're busted out. So what's your plan B? Well, how do you transition? What do you do now? You have a practice run? How are you? Great
question. No, so I added to my reset count. So I'm total of 3 resets over the last month of this journey so far. Okay. I am going to introduce a personal daily loss limit. So I'm not going to take the default and reduce size. And I'm also going to go back to micros. I don't know why I naturally just shifted away into minis, but go ahead, MP.
What's your deal? What's your personal going to be?
I'm thinking, I mean, the max loss is $3K, right? So $97,000 balance is the minimum. I'm thinking split that into six ways. So 500. Okay. I think that's pretty fair.
I had a $300 daily loss limit when I got myself off the ground in 2002. I caught key clearing firm. They gave me a $300 daily loss limit. And I proved it to myself. I remember looking across the desk and I'm like, hey, I trade a lot bigger than this. This is very tight. And he's like, there's a reason why you're sitting here, basically meaning like you didn't hack it. So you wouldn't be sitting here if you were hacking it. So I like it. Bring it down. If you can't trade small, you can't trade big. It's another big thing I learned. Exactly. So can't trade one account. You can't trade 10, 25 or whatever, a bazillion of them. Trade one. Do one thing, do it very well, and you'll find success. And my old man did say that to me all the time. Anything else you're going to do? Journal, any of that kind of stuff? Or
I'm definitely going to have a journal.
You want us to be an accountability partner with you on this?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I have a few people following up with me on Twitter and throwing me some encouragement and some perspective, which is always great. So I appreciate those in chat and in our community that are continuing to help uplift me and, cheer me on in this journey. But in terms of accountability, I mean, I like, Dolby's been a great accountability partner when I'm on air with him. Andre's been a big support. Obviously, enjoyed being on with you and Anne Marie. This is the first time I think with us 4 together. So that's been fun. A rough day, but I'm gonna go journal today. I think it's a beautiful day out. I might go hit the range later on this afternoon, get some sunshine, and come back and journal, do a little bit of reading.
I like the sound of that.
What a doozy. All right, new highs here in Crude. Crude's pumping higher here.
MP, what do you typically do to cool off? Like when you get off air and let's say you have a day where you hit your loss limit, what's typically something that you resort to doing to try to shift focus away?
Fire drills.
I go right to the bar. I order 3 shots of Jameson, and then I decide what I need to do next. And usually it's ordering 2 shots more. After I do that, I give Andre a call. And then while I'm doing that, I order 1 more. No.
I hate it when you're drunk.
Andre taught me this one. He's pretty good at it. Going for walks. Going for walks is a big one.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then just regrouping. I mean, I try to be more disciplined in other areas of my life. I'm like, no, I'm not going to eat that. Or because it's just like discipline to me is like a big thing. Like in my life in general, I think it's one of the and fear working for and against me. It's like my superpower, but also my thing I struggle with is the fear of losing, the fear of all that, and then discipline, like having discipline. If I let myself go and all that kind of stuff, then like I'm never going to find success in whatever it is. So I've always worked the discipline muscle. So those are the 2 things to get out of a funk. And also to just go to I call it trading 101, back to small.
Yeah.
I don't know. Ann, how would you answer that question?
It used to be, it was a lot harder because you're doing blah, blah, all this negative self chatter that does nothing for you. Now I just go, well, that's why I pull my losses in. Sometimes I get mad because I go, I know what I did. If I had more, if I not had another opportunity, then, I'd be able to do it. But when I lock myself out, I go, just get away from the desk and go read, breathe, stretch, do some yoga. I love to touch grass. I really do. Yeah, the first thing I do is if I hear negative self-chatter, I will immediately have the other part of me go, that's not happening. That's not going to help you.
Call it out.
Just take a breath when you're able to look through it constructively and say, all right, this is what you could have done. Look for this, look for that. But that negative self-talk does nothing but poison and a self-esteem pool. And you cannot poison that pool. You just cannot.
Yeah. John and I read a book. It's called Positive Vortex. And because you could have this negative vortex that pulls you down. Positive Intelligence, I think, is the name of the book. John and I used to do book clubs. I'd walk by him. Yeah, and we just taught. I'm like, hey, check this out. Let me know what you think. And then he'd read it, and he'd have his notes, and we'd sit down and, on to the next book. But then we do self-help books. That's positive intelligence. Help you out.
I love those.
That was one of them. And you've said support and all that kind of. Dre has always been mine because he's always been a good rock in the corner, like when shit goes like
How about
south.
that?
So Andre, you gotta always have that. Yeah, and he's always. I don't know how he's always positive. Always.
I love that about him.
Yeah.
I love that about him. People razz him, but I love it.
It's all in good fun.
I think it's a superpower.
As long as they're tuning in, they can take shots at me all day long. As long as they're
taking
watching.
it for the team, I get it.
As long as the views are up, I'm cool with it. Yes. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Like what Gabe's going through. Hell, we saw Gabe not storm off. Go have to take a 15-minute break. A couple weeks.
Yeah, last time I was on Fast Markets.
Right? That was your last Fast Markets. Yes.
That was my debut too. Starting it off right, man. Just right into the fire. Yeah, I will say, man, I love Hogue. Hogue actually, so when I came into Topstep back in September, end of last year, Q4, I was at a really low point in my life. And Hogue was one of the first people that was on the Topstep team that really jumped in and went above and beyond to kind of just temperature check, right? Hey, how you doing? How can I encourage you? So I'm truly grateful. Hogue was definitely one of the most impactful in helping me get out of that really low point in my life back in the winter. Lots of personal stuff going on. I'm not going to get into too much detail, but Hogue has been such a great person, and I love his character. And I think the community loves him too. I mean, everybody sees just the integrity and his ability to stay grounded in a lot of different circumstances. He's got a lot of wisdom. So I think that my time spent with him has been really impactful and valuable.
Yeah, he's a very compassionate human being. He's probably one of the most compassionate human beings I've ever met.
Yeah, he's
very compassionate.
Hey, Dre, you're a loquacious. How do you say
I
this?
saw that word. I don't know what that means. I do not know what that word
means. Full of What is it?
Loquacious.
Go ahead. Loquacious.
Word.
Given to fluent or excessive talk. Champ.
Chatty.
You're champ of it. I don't know. Is that a compliment?
You're not gonna believe this, but that's kind of my job. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like,
I do that.
Tell me to do, man. I don't know what to tell you. I hate to tell you. I gotta talk.
He asks questions all the time. Like my wife's always like, Andre never lets you ask a question about him. He always deflects it. He then toes it back. I'm like, oh, that's Dre. I mean, yeah.
Can we not do that? Can we not do this right here?
Really good friend.
Yeah, that's also a good skill. That's a compliment. That's good.
It is.
People love when you ask questions about them. They don't want to hear your versions of stories to one up them.
Yeah, exactly.
Jack, what a show today, man. We are just spraying to all fields 100%. Today. Relationship advices, pulling fire drills, giving the fire drills back, up money, down money, busting out accounts, only here on Fast Markets. Anne-Marie, I found out Anne-Marie's an immigrant from Portugal today. Who knew?
Yes.
We're getting deep today. I love it. I absolutely love it. All right, JD, I think we got some news coming up. JD, I'm going to need your help keeping this sucker on the rails today. JD is on the box doing a great job. I think we got some news coming up right now, JD. Then we got some plugs. So let's get some news in here right now. Let's do it.
Let's run through the leaderboard real quick.
Leaderboard. Thank you.
Everyone's cooking today. I love this. All right, let's look at yesterday's XFA P&L leaders. Big numbers yesterday. Pavel was trading 3 XFAs, took home a total of $47,000. Not a bad day for Pavel. Navjeet trading in 4 XFAs, took home a total of $42,000. Mauricio trading in 2 XFAs, took home a total of $27,000. Danica also in 2 XFAs for a total of $26,500. And Kyle trading in a single XFA, still tore it up. Trading the Nasdaq, $10,100 for Kyle. Huge numbers coming out of the XFA traders yesterday.
Beautiful.
Just huge. All right, here's the bottom half of the leaderboard. Yesterday we had 6 traders in the 100K club. Today we have 8 traders in the 100K club. All right, starting at the top, Brian picked up just about $3,000 trading in a single live funded account to hold on to 6th place for another day. Kingwee is back on the list. He was trading in 4 XFAs, picked up close to $40,000 to jump up to 7th place from 14th. Walkaround took another payout yesterday. We just saw him a little while ago. Traded in 5 XFAs, took a $15,000 drawdown, unfortunately, and fell from 5th down to 8th.
Michael, look at that. MP. Almost all 100,000.
Yep, it's coming soon.
It's coming.
Picked up 2 more today. Hanjing, new to the list, trading in 5 XFAs, profited a total of $26,000 to jump up to 9th place from 18th. And Navjeet rounds out the top 10. Navjeet was trading in 5 XFAs, was in 27th place yesterday. Moved on to the leaderboard after profiting close to $40,000 across 5 XFAs. All right, here is the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Pork chop sandwiches.
He's on fire.
What we got here?
If you didn't know, Eddie, good call. But the name of my bowling team is indeed, or in fact, the Pork Chop Express. Nicely done.
No.
All right.
Pork chop.
Starting at the bottom here, we just saw Pavel's name. Our XFA P&L leader from yesterday moved into 5th place after that huge $47,000 day trading in 3 XFAs. Pavel was in, I just had it. What place was Pavel in yesterday? 15th place yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
No change of the rest of the list today. Order is the same as yesterday. Shane took a $16,000 drawdown. Sadara took a $7,000 loss. Raphael had a $5,000 winner, and Dakota hit the DLL $3,000 loss yesterday. There is your leaderboard for today.
Thanks, JD.
Okay, we're making new lows. 68.
Gold making new highs. Gold making new highs. S&Ps and NQ both making new lows. I didn't take a look what the tilt was, but we are dumping lower. I don't know.
I gave away 1,000 of that on that sell off. Couldn't find it.
Andre, you asked about the Fed rate right now.
Yeah, what are we looking at, Jack?
For September, 86.3% quarter point cut, 8.3% half point. So all in all, that's close to 94, 95% chance of a cut probability.
Okay.
So nothing for July?
Let me take a look at July right now.
September. Wasn't December.
Just a 10% or 8.8% of a quarter point cut.
Really?
We are selling off this violently.
How many people are really, really upset right now? Because just think of the 400.
Thanks,
hold on. What's the high?
21,000. It's 21,000. Yeah.
450. Is it going to be a 500-point sell-off today?
It's looking like
the highs. That's bananas.
Wild. This is wild.
Crazy rotation again, Michael. I can't emphasize this enough. The NQ is down that much. ARC is up today.
What does that mean? Okay. Wow. What are their holdings? What are ARC's holdings that are up?
It means that
Roku?
all the super high market cap, all the stars. It's basically the opposite of what's been happening for this whole run up, where you get concentrated in the top, and when they sell off a bunch, it takes the index down huge. So the smaller companies
makes sense.
Rotation. So especially, and you know what, that could make sense with when we're talking about interest rates coming down. Those companies that aren't profitable are much more sensitive to that. So it makes sense in a way to have a sell-off, even though it's what we want is happening, so to speak, for the market.
Took me 2 hours for it to finally make sense. Thank you, Jack. Took 2 hours and a 500-point sell-off for it to finally make sense for me.
Hold on. So that means Chewy's up if I go in here.
Get out of here. Get out of here. New highs gold. New highs. Your timing sometimes.
Is it up?
Well, I mean, technically, and yes, it's up 3% for the day, which in the world of Chewy is pretty big time to be up in general.
No kidding.
Because Chewy's up.
Chewy.
All right, Gabe. Any trades since your reset?
Nope, not yet. Okay. Trying to take MP's word and be patient.
Yeah, so those 580 call, we burned right through those. This is 500-point sell-off in the works right now.
Crazy.
This is crazy. Lower CPI reading, pricing in a rate cut in September, almost high 90% certainty. We're selling off. All right, Jack, thanks for kind of making sense of it. Like I said, it took me 2 hours to figure out why. By that, it's probably too late.
So here's a question. Because we have so much algorithmic trading, what do you think the chances are that we turn around and retrace 50% of this move?
I'm a bull. Yeah, I'm a bull.
I'd say the probability is high to make new highs.
There's a rally coming. I'm convinced there's a rally coming. That's just me, but thank you, Jay. NQ minus 9,000 delta NQ. That's I can't remember seeing a number that big.
Yeah, that's big.
Only 1K.
Bubby Prime, good turnaround. Minus 500, up 1,500. Good
That's
trading.
Fantastic.
So the Russell, by the way, is up like 3%.
There you go, Jack.
Good place to short it.
Yeah, for sure. I think
Exit
something to remember.
liquidity.
Yeah. So if you are bullish, the thing that, the run up has happened in the NQ essentially. And even if like the market as a whole is going up, people are putting money into the things that are going to benefit from lower interest rates.
Yep.
Unless the interest rates that are coming in is a reflection of a soft economy and all the things that sit in a soft economy that are going to get affected are in the Russell.
Well, during this whole rally, again, it's been the big boys that are moved because everybody's like, "Hey, everything's underneath the Mag 7 isn't getting anything." So now they're all getting love, as you're saying. I mean, like Russell, you're up. It's up almost 3.5%.
Like the Mag 7 can't benefit from rate cuts, though. I don't get the Mag 7 can't benefit from lower rates.
Well, they can, but it doesn't affect them as much. The bigger thing is if you're sitting on, 1,600% of unrealized NVIDIA gains and interest rates are coming in, you might think there's a lot more juice in the beat up companies. This happens all the time. People rebalancing.
Flight to quality.
Well, this is like the flight to non-quality, actually.
Yeah, okay.
The flight.
Yeah, what about utilities? What about utilities and things like that? Are those all up today? That's
been a while since I looked at that, but
okay, so we're pricing a rate cut. September now. September is when we're going to. I mean, Powell hinted at it yesterday, saying we don't need to get to 2% inflation to cut rates. He obviously knew what the number was coming into today. Here's the rotation. We were just selling off 500-point sell-off today. Whew, what a trade! What a fast market session is. We still got 30 minutes left here in fast markets.
Can I tell you something, Dre?
Yeah, the utilities are green today.
Where's my
It took 2 hours. Well, market, we have a half an hour left of fast markets. It goes for, what, 90 minutes? No.
Oh, shoot, Robert, I got to do
Yes. Whatever. I can't
Yeah.
even do the math right now. It's been 2 hours since it opened. The market's open, cash market. And we have sold off. It opened up at 890, 20,890.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one direction. One direction. Look at that 30
Vicious.
minutes. Not
Yeah.
one direction.
Vicious.
And then in the morning, we're like, there's so many longs, so many longs. It's a bummer to miss like such a big day when you're
Yeah, that's
seeing
how
it.
I feel.
We've been scarred. The
Yeah.
Bears have been scarred, man. There's scar tissue there with
Yeah.
these Bears. Like, I'm out of all days today, when we get what we want, this is the day that we sell
Yeah.
off. So this is why trading's tricky. More sellers coming in, new lows
Tough.
coming in. 20,500. Can we get there? Keep in mind, folks, we almost topped out at 21,000 in the Nasdaq. We are 20,500. This has been a hell of a day. Don't forget, we got bank earnings tomorrow too. We started off slow, folks,
Yeah.
on Monday. Remember, Monday was super slow. We were bored. It was a snooze fest, but here we are. It picks up later in the week.
It goes back to like, well, I'm gonna take the summer off because it's gonna suck. Well, we were talking about that on Monday. Well, you take off.
I was guilty of it.
Yeah. And then you're trying to peg volatility.
Good luck. Yeah.
500 point sell-off.
Option sellers got destroyed today.
Oof.
Destroyed.
This is why. Max says, no bid, sell everything. Pretty much. Michael Stan says, it's a tough game, LOL. It's a tough game, but this is the volatility we've been seeking. This is the volatility we've been looking for.
Yeah.
Just the downside.
Did we do a poll on what percentage of people busted out today?
Yeah.
I think it's just
things
always
are
healthy to
moving
know.
Things are moving fast. Hey, real quick, I want to give a shout out to Robert, our man. He just posted his performance dashboard 5-minute tutorial vote. It has been posted to YouTube. Go check it out. His tutorials, bite-sized pieces, are spot on, very concise, and get straight to the point. Answers all your questions. So go check that out on YouTube. Great work, Robert. Keep those coming. Again, his 5-minute tutorial on the performance dashboard has been posted to the YouTube channel. So go check that out.
So NQ tiers. Today I got FOMO, fear of missing out, by missing the entire drop. I know. You're going to have people on here, if we do a poll, that you're going to see what percentage of people busted out today. And guys, Gabe busted out and he was honest about it. I came halfway there and I was, he was eating me up. Busting out on a day. Dre, remember that one big sell-off day? I go, first big sell-off day, I turn into a bull. And then I hit my DLL on that account. It was like 10 grand or something like that. I was fuming. Fuming.
Yeah.
Dakota would talk about his situation. I don't know exactly his position, but he's turned into a bear in the last few days or weeks. And then the market sells off. So maybe he's fuming today. Did you bust out today? We might have already noticed, but whatever. Got no.
300 lots, 795s, 300 lots filled on the bid. 695, another 200 lot. I mean, we are just, those bids got small. This has been a wild day. All right. We got about 25 minutes left here in Fast Markets. I want to go to my man, Eddie. Eddie's got some stuff, some messages he wants to bring to you. Eddie, if you're ready, take it away, my man.
Whoa. Transmat completed.
Whoa.
Receiving incoming transmission.
Okay, we got
Receiving transmission.
Thank you very much. All right. We've got some plugs for the plugs that we're plugging. Hey, if you want a spot in our new VIP experience, I know a lot of you have been saying, hey, what's going on? What's going on? You will receive an email invite to get you started by the end of the week. Okay. Now, stay tuned. Also, Topstep's birthday is coming up in 2 weeks. Not so loud. We're going to have a surprise party. We don't want Topstep to know anything about it. And we may give out a few more spots for that Topstep VIP. So once again here, if you did win a spot for that VIP experience, you'll be getting an email with directions and so forth for that. Also, let's go to, there it is. Nice little graphic we got there. Wow. It's high class. Okay. Let's go to my charts here real quick. We talk a lot about what we've got new here, and of course, the big thing was the exciting week unveiling the new Topstep X Performance Dashboard, which you can find. It's not the first one, second one, third one. It's the third one, Performance Stats. Click on that if you haven't already. And this is just so cool. It's going to give you all your stats, days that you've traded, anything that you probably want to know about yourself, and it's going to help you. It's a benefit to help you if you are doing good. It's a benefit to help you if you are doing bad. The thing here I want to talk about is the roadmap. Now, the roadmap, you can find that here if you click on the question mark. All right. And there it is right there. This is where we are showing and sharing what we are adding, what we are working on. And you can find that here on the roadmap. Now, the feedback, this is some of the ideas that people have. Roadmap. Okay. Now, if you take a look here, these are ideas, suggestions that are in review. These are ideas and suggestions that we are planning. These are in progress. So you can scroll down and see what we're working on, okay? Mm-hmm. And these are the ones that are finished. For example, if you click on this one, this is the biggest one that we had, and I love this, Performance Stats. If you click on that, it's going to give you a description of what we're doing. And all the ideas people were having ideas for, but this is going to give you the definition detail on what we're doing. If you want to close that out, it's in the upper right-hand corner. So that is the thing. Now, the thing is also, we don't have dates just yet regarding some of the things that we're sharing, but the next feature is coming on Topstep X. Now, check this out. Hogs levels on your charts, trade copier updates. The big thing that we've been talking about here is hotkeys. And one of the biggest things I think is so important is journaling. We're working on that journal so you can have it. It's going to be upgraded, updated, and it's going to be just kick-ass. So we're working on those. Those are going to be coming up soon. And stay tuned because you, our viewers, are going to be the first to know when these new features are available. So there you have it. So those were the plugs. Back to you, Andre.
Have you ever seen any place where they give you the roadmap of all the things that they're going to do, and then you're allowed to comment?
Only if you're a fly on the wall. Yeah. Only if you're a fly on the wall.
That's where you see it.
I mean, you know what? We talk about transparency. I mean, how transparent can this be? Yes, we're working on this. We love that idea. We're going to be working on that. I mean, it's great. And to know what we've got coming out and sharing it with everybody. I mean, come on, it's, that's the puppy upper on this one.
Yep. All right. So about 400 people today, according to the vote, have busted out. Great job for not busting out those that did not bust out.
That's it. Good
DLLs,
job.
I don't know, about through 200. I don't know. My math, 33% of 1,500 people. So whatever that is.
Hey, I got a sweet update here from Coach Jay. Down 2% in the Nasdaq would take us to 20,480. 20,480. Down 2%. The last time we've been down 2% in the Nasdaq has been April 19th, 2024. So last time we've been down 2% was April 19th. Almost 3 months ago? No. Yeah, 3 months ago. Last time we've been down 2%. So if we go down 2%, it's 20,480 in the Nasdaq. Good stuff, Jay.
Nice.
We get the 480s, that might be a quadruple check mark for all the longs, but that's the last time we've been down 2%. Sell off. This was way overdue, KB says. You might be right. I know David Green and Power Hour saying yes, so we've been too high for too long. We're on to something.
Everybody's picking highs, though.
You've been getting beat up the entire time. And today's your day to shine with the good news. It's tricky. This is tricky stuff.
I'm short from 30, but I also found myself in a hole. But now I'm back to where I was, my high water mark. If I get out now, but we're going to leave this one on to see if we get a little flush out.
See profit, man.
Actually, see money, take money. Done.
Yeah, they're right around the corner. You know the buyers are right
All
around
right,
the corner.
I'm locking myself out at my high water
I think that's
mark.
a good idea.
Boom.
Oh, that's fantastic.
This is called locking it up, and you know about locking it up. We should have Eddie, do we have a sound effect that sounds like you're in jail where you're locked up, but it's actually a good thing?
Maybe like you're closing the vault.
Stay away from those sound effects. Yeah, that brings back bad
Vaults.
memories.
All the money. Bad memories.
Okay, cool. I'm
I do
locking.
have
This is how
Rocket
you guys.
Locket. I mean, here's one.
Rock it out. That's what I'm talking about. Stop it, mate.
Rocket
Yeah,
Locket.
that's not bad.
New
I kind of
lows,
want to like
new lows.
Alcatraz door slamming, and then like the vault swing. But guys, this is how you do it. Lock me out. Nobody has this feature. Like, well, it's going to help people pass. Yeah, that's why we built it. So unlike other companies who don't, not going to get into that. We care about helping get you inching forward or leaps and bounds forward. But inching forward is great, and I'm going to lock it up. So now I can't trade.
All right. 400 handle incoming. New lows. New lows.
Yeah, MP,
Oh,
I'm joining you.
Just short 3 from 30.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I know. I'm just teasing.
Gabe, you're locked up too.
Yeah, I'm noticing I'm on tilt again 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah, good catch. Good catch.
Hey, we got.
I'm feeling it bubbling.
I can feel
And
from both you guys. I can feel from both you guys.
And remember, I said I was going to lock myself out earlier because I already felt it like it was going to be my day. I'm feeling like I dodged a bullet
first
today.
thing.
I think you did too.
Feeling
Yeah,
like I
you
dodged a
did.
bullet. Well, I'll take it up.
Gabe's getting on tilt. I mean, hey, these 480s. What about house account long from 480?
I know the house account was not locked out. Andre, what are we thinking on that one?
480s down 2%. 480s would be down 2%. We haven't been down 2% since April 19th.
Do we have any levels that I know everything's been
every level.
I have 487 and then 430. It's 487.
We're trying to call the bottom here. This is going to be a tricky prop.
Fair number.
There's 480s.
Yeah,
there's
and it hasn't been working.
480s.
It has not, Anne-Marie.
There's 480s. We're at 480s. We're at 480s. We're at 480s. It's 480s is the current low. Anything on our levels?
No, we've blown through every level. 480s. She's in the 70s.
478s.
I like it. What time is it?
You like it?
Past the Euro.
With the
Too late.
with
All right, we got our hand.
Ant's 487s, Jay's 480s, trading 478s, or was.
Right.
It's at 85. It's at
It's the
80.
500.
I read
the
that
500 now.
It's at 04.
If we can build some structure down there, there's a chance. But we have to build structure, right?
I don't
We
think-
gotta see those.
I don't think levels matter right now.
I don't think they do either.
Yeah.
I think
Well, down
you just
2%.
gotta,
There's something to down 2% though. No,
No, why?
because it
What's
rarely
2 point-
happens.
What's
We just bounced 30
2
points. We just bounced 30
Oh,
points.
big fat round numbers? I don't think
Down
that's.
2%. It's a statistical
I mean, the
anomaly.
Russell keeps going up.
Jay Cook.
Jay Cook with the 480s, right?
Yeah.
I got to tell you, Jay, you're pretty damn good at the levels. There's a
He
whole
sure
business.
is.
There's a whole
I'll
business
second that.
opportunity here of anybody at TopStep, trading with TopStep, to get damn good at levels. You don't have to be a damn good trader. If you're damn good at levels, probably going to reach out to you somehow, some way. How you get recognized, that's on you. You got to become a
Nice,
funded
Jay.
trader.
Jay took it with a 2-lot.
Jay took it with a 2-lot.
Good
There
job.
you go. Is it see money, take money, Jay? Because you got 20 handles into it. You had a bit more. Or is this one of those that
MOC. I'm hell-bent on this MOC trade.
I know you are. Right when we start talking MOC, the whole world changes. Isn't it funny?
You don't tell me the bulls aren't drooling at these prices right here.
Yeah, see, that's
I
what
might
I'm
get off.
thinking.
Yeah.
Some profit taking, rebalancing come in.
2 lots at 80. Good for
Bank
you.
earnings coming in tomorrow. I wonder if the bank earnings are going to come out okay tomorrow. I mean, this is just
Yeah.
it's just a bias of mine, but yes. All right, we got. There's 3 coming.
We got fast markets content still.
Oh yeah, we
Seriously,
got some stuff.
right?
Yeah, we still got some stuff coming. We got about 12, 13 minutes here on fast market. Hold it, Jay.
40 handles in the money, Jay.
To the moon, Jay.
Awesome trade.
That was the house account. That would have been.
What do you
and
want?
you were 87s. You would have taken 9 handles.
What do you want? What do you want?
Yeah, shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Yeah, hindsight capital.
Hindsight capital.
Ooh, Jay. Good job, Jay. I'd love to see.
Yeah.
To the moon.
32.
All right.
I love it, Jay.
JD, we want to do that series. Who's doing it, Jack? We want to do series 3. Hey, Frezzo just had a 6K day. Thank you to Topstep. This was a great day. Frezzo 13. Nice job.
We
Jack,
can always do series 3.
We can always do it.
It's available.
I'm ready if you are.
You know, it's been an up and down day.
It's been a hell of a
this
day.
one, I think, y'all should get.
And do you want to take the series 3 test? And
I do. I do want to take it.
I mean, I like
think
it.
It'd be cool.
Adds street cred too, from what I heard in the neighborhood.
What neighborhood are you in?
That's what I've heard. I have my ears open always.
Which neighborhood?
Actually, I do know neighborhood you in. It probably does bring street cred to his neighborhood, actually. Go ahead, Jack.
All right, let's see this question. In a particular futures contract, aggressive buying during small declines and aggressive selling during small rallies is known as A, support, B, resistance, C, congestion, or D, reversals.
This is the technical section.
This is a word.
There's a technical section, which I don't know why they it's pretty light section of questions too that you
declines.
Get. In particular, futures
I'm
contracts.
going to guess it's congestion.
I'm going C too. But the word aggressive, does that mean reversal? But small. The word small would lead me to think congestion.
I mean, aggressive against small, wouldn't that signify a change in direction, though, if they're opposing parties?
But aggressive
reversal.
selling, but it's talking about both buying and selling.
Those could be reversals also. But the word small makes me think.
Well, it can't be A and B, right? We're
yeah,
just excluding. We're excluding a support or resistance, right? We're excluding those.
Maybe it's reversals. Aggressive makes me think of the word reversal.
I'm gonna go D.
Yeah,
I'm going D.
I'm going D. Yeah,
we got a lot of C's in here. C's in the poll.
Yeah, C's at first, but then
let's see what it is. I think you're maybe overthinking it. It is C, congestion.
Okay.
Because if you think about this, this would be, I think, and is the key word that makes it not a reversal. Because in a reversal, there would be strong selling and it would keep on going. So if both of these things are happening, then you're getting congestion.
Good.
Gotcha. Okay.
Good catch, Jack. The and, that means they're coming together. They're hit, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's how I read it when I first read it.
Emery got it. 43%
well,
of the poll.
Yeah, did you see that, Dre?
Yeah.
Well, they're still answering, too, after we've said the answer, so.
Well, those are the ones we got
with a grain of salt. Hindsight Capital has entered the
Those
poll.
are Hindsight Capital ones that we
Hindsight Capital better get that question right. That's the one application we would not accept if you are missing it after we give you the answer. We can't accept those. We also have hashtags fast markets content coming at you shortly.
Jack, would a question at when you're doing your phone screening, ask them who their favorite like I don't know who just won.
I mean, I can tell you how the quiz
Whoever
works.
just won the Super Bowl, they're out of it. Who just won it? The Celtics. They're who's your favorite NBA team? Oh, the Celtics, of course.
After they won
it, they won it.
You have to come to our written test. You have to come with the answers before we give you the test, and be right.
And if they don't make it, they could open up a shop as a psychic.
Exactly.
I love it. Oh my goodness! What a fast market today! What a fast market! This has been
And we are working on a website right now that's called Hindsight Capital.
I heard about that.
If you can't have fun in life, then you quickly get to the final stage of your life.
Wow, Delta in the NQ. Oh, never mind. Minus 9,000. Minus 9,000. Still pretty heavy.
Is it still minus 9,000?
Yeah, nice. Still minus 9,000. Thank you, Jay. All right.
Is Jay still in that long, or did he get
covered? He covered.
Okay.
It's a good cover. Still pulled out, what, 40 handles, depending on where he got out? 40, 50?
Yeah, this is okay. So was it 10:50 Central
We're starting
Time?
to build structure here.
Yeah, we are.
We're lucky.
Is this it? 20,000.
Hey, so Dre, I re-looked at my Chewy. I'm up 8% on the week. So
nice.
I mean, I'm down overall, but
okay. I was gonna say, you want to cover?
Okay, well that bars.
Nice coverage. Nice. Oh, this is crazy. Okay,
what I'm going to post online and is being up 8% for the week.
Oh, there you go. Cherry picking stats is always a good go.
They do, Jack. Can you do that? There's a section of the Series 3 book that you have. The very end of it's regulations, what you can and can't say. One of them is cherry picking trades.
Can't say that.
Swear to God, they call it cherry picking trades. So that's something, and how you market and everything like that. I mean, it's basically everything that the influencer, with the aggressive influencers, there's good ones out there, of course. The aggressive ones, marketeurs, do that. You look at the book, you're like, you can't do this. Just only show your good results all the time.
Huh.
So are cherry pickers made for picking cherries? Is a cherry picker, is that made for picking a cherry?
Maybe somebody in here could tell us. This could be a hindsight capital question that all you have to do is just Google.
Awesome.
We could have it in there in parentheses after we ask the question. Feel free to Google.
Yeah. Google has the answer.
Isn't that what the guys sit in that fix the telephone and power things? Aren't those things called cherry pickers?
Oh, I don't know. I'm
Michael, you get up there sometimes. I see.
Pulling engines. Oh, thank you, Bernie. No, hold on. Thank you, day trader. Yeah, pulling engines. We call them cherry pickers.
For lifting them out of like a block or something like that. Yeah.
I did it with we did a frame off restoration of a 1965 Galaxy, Ford Galaxy with my dad. Cool. All the way down to the frame. Took all the bolts off. Took everything off. All the way frame. Sandblasted the frame, put it all back together, brand new. And you have to have one of those cherry picker thing that pick up the engine. Yeah, you're right. I didn't know if it comes from also like something further back about actually cherry picking.
Yeah, like actually picking cherries, but.
Mm-hmm. Big fan of cherries.
Me too. Rainier cherries.
Ooh, the big ones.
Yeah, the ones that are pale in color.
Sellers.
The Rainier cherries.
Yes, absolutely.
So
okay, we're back at the 80s and the 487s. See money, take money. Jay, I don't know if you want to let us know if you did anything with that 2 lot.
You covered 617. 617.
There you go, buddy.
Or 517.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Tough day to trade.
Well.
Yes and no.
It's pretty much wonder. Yes, it is. It is tough.
We cannot catch a bid if we're thinking about.
Your engulfing pattern stuff, Ann, is coming to fruition. You want to look at my chart? You can see it, right?
Yeah.
You want to tell us what that is?
Definitely. So an engulfing pattern on a daily chart is a candlestick that has a bigger range than the day before or the candle before. And so that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a change in sentiment that arises from a candlestick formation that is engulfing the other price action. So if you look to the left, there's a doji and then 3 downward candles that are red, back.
Yeah, I'm trying to draw things out here. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
we got 3 minutes left in fast markets.
Give me an etch a sketch.
Yeah,
right. A lot better.
And it just engulfs the entire candlestick. It usually tells us it's a change of sentiment, but with the way we've been algorithmically driven, I just wouldn't be surprised to see us catch a bid later, which is, probably why I still am trying to pick a bottom.
So it has to be lower than yesterday's low, 56.31. Is that what you're saying? Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're looking at the ES. I was looking at the NQ, which is already very wide.
Hold on. We got 2 minutes left here.
Hey, can Hindsight Capital, can you look at one chart? I look at another one. I still get passed on to the second round.
I love, we're hiring. All right, show us the charts real quick. Then we got to do hashtag fast markets. Then we got
we totally did it in that. Yeah, okay, I got you.
Yeah, it's really done in the Nasdaq. In the ES, there's quite a bit more room.
There's a little bit more room. Got it.
Yeah, quite a bit more room.
This has been a lightning fast markets. Gabe, it's like a blowtorch hit our face today, man. That was just wow. That was incredible. Dude. Really quick. All right, I'm gonna throw it to my man James Harden. All right, I'm told we got a lot of good hashtag fast markets content. James, let's do it.
All right, let's hit these really quick. First up,
Mike.
We got enjoyed watching fast markets yesterday while enjoying some Dino Nuggies.
Dino Nuggies. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Dino Nuggies and fast markets is the best combo.
Well, how old is this trader that's trading with us?
Breakfast of Champions, Michael.
Don't judge Dino
Anne Marie, that's a Breakfast of Champions, Michael. Stop it.
I mean, we got those in our refrigerator.
Wow, that's nice.
Good setup. Sending some Minnesota Nice to Gabe Palmer's way.
Oh, that's
Let's
cool.
go.
Nice.
That's
Don't you know?
That's cool.
Good setup. All right, Andre, this one's for you. Don't you know?
Uh-oh. What now?
Andre during power hour session yesterday.
That was me yesterday. It'll be fun to see how long I can go without having to say anything. It was a solid 30 minutes. I didn't have to say a peep. Not a peep.
And then
it was
Toby challenged you not to talk the whole session.
Dude, David Green and Dakota they were just on one. So just got out of the way and let them cook.
And then Michael's abrupt cancel of the fire drill created some really good content. A lot of you were on the same page.
No soup, no
soup
fire.
Nazi.
The soup Nazi. Oh, well done. Oh, that's very
yeah.
That is perfect. Absolutely nailed it. A+.
We got another
awesome.
One from The Office. Fire drill canceled. You can't cancel fire drill. Keep it up and you will lose DCAs. What does that mean? Jack, deny Andre's payout. A really good fast market.
What's in Andre's hand in the bottom right?
What is
I think it's him in front of a computer. I don't know what that is. I got it on.
You guys are on fire today, man. No fire drill for you. Incredible.
And then the Carl Hungus meme of the day is also fire drill inspired.
Caesar? Is that Caesar? Incredible.
Yes.
Absolutely. Wow.
I didn't want to be that.
Hilarious.
Oh, you guys
were on it. Thank you so much. Keep them coming for Power Hour later today. Hashtag Power Hour at Topstep on X, also known as Twitter.
Thank you, James. Absolutely incredible today. Anne Marie, that was an absolute pleasure. Thank you as always for joining us. Bring us some levity here.
Fun.
Great insight today. Great trading as well. Gabe, we're going to see more of you today with Gabe's Road to Funding. So stick around for that. MP, I mean, this might be an all-time performance from you, man. That was just
awesome.
That decaf coffee, man. That decaf coffee just hits different out there, man. I don't know what it
Play off the best. I got Gabe on here. I got Ann on here. I got Andre on here. I got James Harden coming in from the field reporting.
Yes, that was hilarious. That was hilarious. You guys are amazing. Hey, we got power players coming up next. Our man Mohammed from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, joining us. Boy, it's late out there, so stick around for that. That was incredible fast markets. We got more coming. Fire drill form pinned to the chat, top of the chat all day today. You know we're hooking it up here on TopstepTV. Power players coming up next. Let's go. And welcome back, everybody. Wow, look at those shades. What is going on? Dolby time rocking stunners here on Power Players. Our man Mohammed is supposed to join us. If he does join us, we will be sure to patch him in. Dolby time. Let's get right to it. Fast markets was rip roaring time. Those shades are just amazing. What are your thoughts on this market? Is this the sell off everyone's been waiting for? Holy moly!
Well, got the shades on for all the bulls there, crying some tears. So had to pull them out. You know, it was a tough day for the bulls. So glad I was not involved in fast markets. I mean, what a market to get yourself chopped up in. What a market to get yourself chopped up in. Very, very tough stuff. But I think I was talking with someone in chat about it. And, you know, what makes some of these days so hard is that we don't get a lot of reps experiencing market volatility like this. So, you know, it is difficult to trade some of these situations very well because we just don't have a well of knowledge to draw upon, right? Because we're only getting 2 to 3% day like moves like this every now and then. It's not very common. It's really not very common.
Ago. Right.
Yeah, and so that's why, you know, having a lot of experience, a lot of years, a lot of screen time that gets you exposed to more market states, different situations. And so for newer traders, this was probably very, very difficult. For more experienced traders like Nick for a tick, he's probably seen more markets like this, and he held on to his ES short for a very, very long time. So very good stuff there. Yeah, really good stuff. I'm looking at crude oil right now. I'm probably going to stay away from some of these indices until they kind of slow down a little bit. But it looks like Dow is doing okay. CL is the only one that kind of has a setup that I'm interested in right now.
What is the setup that you're interested in right now?
5-minute range. That's it. And crude is in a very, very good 5-minute range right now. So this is the 5-minute range trade. Is just let me get my little tool. Pretty easy to spot. Just a bunch of 5-minute candlesticks kind of smushed together. So that's the 5-minute range. I need to look at the longer term chart and see what angle I want to play for this crude trade.
Yesterday's close and crude $82.41. Look at the Topstep daily levels here. Currently, class trade $82.50. All right, so let's identify the range here. Dolby time. What are you looking at on the 5? Boy, buyers are stepping in here. Did we find it? Take a look at it.
Let's go to the daily. I mean, daily is bullish, so no consolidation there. 4-hour. I could use the 4-hour. Let's call it this right here. Do a little annotation action. 4-hour range high. 4-hour range low. Go down to a smaller time frame. Still looks pretty solid. Ooh, 30-minute is a little bit tighter. So we'll do some more 30-minute range high. Ooh, doorbell.
Come on in. Yeah.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Eddie?
Wait, look at how big I am.
What is going
I'm real
on?
big here today. I feel real big.
Pull back. Man,
cool.
that was
a little bit there. Now we're good.
Good job. Still catching my breath.
My chair.
Still catching our
What's up,
breath.
boys?
Fast market. Yeah. Hey,
Having a great time.
We're
having a great time.
Yes. Talk about tradertainment. Yep, we got it all here. TopstepTV. Good stuff, though. What are you guys talking about? Show me. Help me out.
Dolby Time's taking a look at crude right now. We're taking a look at crude markets right now. We're just talking about that free fall in fast markets in the equities. But Dolby Time, talk about the setup we're looking at. Last trade, $82.43. Again, $82.41 is yesterday's close.
Yeah, so I got my lines up, 30-minute range high, 30-minute range low. That's where we left off. Got the 5-minute range in a box right now. So kind of the question is, are we bullish or bearish crude? I'm kind of curious to see what chat says. Chat, if you are bullish, let me know. Because the entry for a bullish crude trade, in my opinion, would be somewhere around 82.36. See if we can kind of maybe stretch those lows, find some support, and then maybe bounce back up and test the 4-hour range high again. See what happens. It looks really, really tight. I actually wonder, is there any news or anything today for crude? I don't want to mess up a trade.
Well, we had our natural gas. That is about it. It is Thursday, so
Okay.
here is saying that OPEC policy is still a critical factor in determining price and distribution. We were also real quick here. Divert the topic here. Bostic was speaking, but doesn't comment on the rate outlook at the Thursday event. So there really wasn't nothing coming from him earlier today. So I was watching Crude at 9:30 when that thing took off. Well, it really didn't take off. It was a slow process, but it kept on the bull. It rode the bull up to 82.76s, and I thought it would go a little higher. Didn't quite get the high 82.81, but it was a good move. If somebody caught that, that was a real good move.
Yeah. Yeah, Crude has been good. I passed up a Crude trade like a couple days ago that I wish I had taken, but it's been a fun market to trade. It was somewhat recently. Where am I at? Oh, here we go. 4 hour.
The ones
I'm going
we
to do
remember.
my YM charts as well. So we're going to try to stick to YM and Crude for this live.
It was a little depressing today. It was gold. I mean, gold rolled over like a puppy looking for a tummy rub right now. I mean, I thought we were going to launch, but it just hadn't. Really not doing much here right now.
Ran out of gas a little bit. High of the day in gold, 2430s. No, in 2400s. These are all-time highs, I want to say. It's around 2450-ish in all-time highs in gold. So we're still got some more room to the upside.
I'm not sure. Yeah, somebody got the high there in chat. What is the high there? That's one thing with gold. I tell you, when everything was crashing, when you had the Nasdaq and the ES dumping, I mean, that gold did not want to do that. And if you see, I mean, I got my 15-minute candlesticks here. Sellers wanted to come in, but the buyers said, Ixnay. No, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah, I got high of all-time highs, 2454. 2454. Yeah, 54 is all-time
Ivy
high
says
in gold.
77.
Maybe 77s. There you go.
77. Anywhere between there, let's get an average. Anywhere between there. But, I mean, Andre, the thing with gold is, when does it really? I mean, it'll break, but it recovers probably the best out of all these markets.
It really does.
It's gold.
Do you remember? So I brought this up maybe last week or two. Remember when it was so hard to crack 2000s in gold? It was very hard for years. We couldn't crack 2000s, and now we cracked it, and we've just been there. Hell, we're halfway.
Took off.
We're almost halfway to 3,000. So yeah, it's been impressive. All right, we got some more sellers coming in here in the equities, Nasdaq and S&Ps. It just might be down day. Might be down. Wow.
I'm going to see if I can get long Crude at 82.44 and 82.37.
Okay.
82.44. Okay.
Eddie, you're taking a look at gold?
There. You know what? I tell you, I'm going to wash my hands of gold today because it's really not giving me anything I want to see.
Fair enough.
So I'll move to something else if I'm going to do that.
What would that be? And what would determine the new product you trade? All right, Dolby time. You're getting a little bit of a pullback here in Crude, but really quick, I want to go to Eddie.
I'm
Eddie,
in one. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll come right back to you, Dolby. Eddie. Okay, so okay, you're done with gold today. So what would you look at and why?
I'm pretty versatile. So I mean, I'm a scalper. So I'm going to look at a market that's giving me larger candlesticks.
Okay.
It's giving me more of a option to catch something for a small profit. But, like right now, you got your Nasdaq, really nothing, gold, nothing. Crude might be the call there, Dolby. Taking a look at that, diversify. Hey, real quick here, coming over the wire here, Fed's Daily has got some hot topics here. I don't know Daily was speaking. The economy looks to be on a path where 1 or 2 rate cuts this year would be more or less the appropriate path. Also saying my expectations that inflation will come down gradually. The labor market is gradually slowing. And got a lot of comments here, but these are the hot ones. Daily also says it's likely some policy adjustments will be warranted.
Where
Daily also says from Juice.
No. I know that. I didn't see her on the schedule at all.
I did not either. Daily also says, don't forget the fire drill form is pinned on top of the chat. It's going to be there all day. Thank you, Daily. See, she knows. Yeah.
Where did this come from? Okay. So now, I mean, everyone's sounding dovish now. Powell sounding dovish. Daily coming out sounding dovish. CPI coming in softer.
And Morgan Stanley, moving
Morgan Stanley as well.
Yeah.
Well, keep us posted on that, Eddie. Nice catch. Then we got blindside, but that's what we do here at Top Step TV. Constantly scanning the wires, constantly keeping you guys updated and informed throughout the day, even when unexpected comments come out. Go ahead, Eddie.
No. I was just doing the beepity beepity beep, beepity beepity beep beep beep. That's
love that.
Always watching.
Every time I hear that.
And of course, we got our community helping out. I tell you, got a great community here.
All right, Dolby time is long. Dolby time
yep,
is
just
long.
44s.
Yep, I got 82.44 on the money.
Nice.
So we're going to see if we can get above 82.56, possible resistance around 82.63, and I want to see if we can stretch out of the 30-minute range, which would be 82.76. If we can break out of that and test the 4-hour range high, that would be fun. So somewhere around 82.80s. So about a 2-to-1 trade here if we can get some upside movement in crude. We do have a series of lower highs, which I'm not a huge fan of, but we do have some higher lows as well, which makes me feel a little bit more comfortable.
I'm going to fade you.
That's fun.
In the crude.
I got to take my setup when I see it.
Too late.
Got to.
I got to take the setup when I see it. Water's warm. Crude's not doing a whole lot, so let's see what happens here.
His
range.
range.
You can get filled at 82.37.
I put a booger on there, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that works.
See what's going on here in S&Ps. All right, so these guys, we got one bull, one bear. What level skilled today, you think? I'm a Swinton. I don't know what that means. Caught my attention because you tagged me, and I can't make sense of that question. All right, more selling coming in here. Even after those daily comments, my goodness.
I am short 182.44. That was your price. The 44.
Wait, we swapped.
Zero-sum game.
Swap sides. It's true.
Swingers.
It is true. It's okay. I'm glad that Eddie is
social
fading me.
crisis.
It's good. It's good practice. It's a good way to practice
Trading
conviction.
amongst friends. Yeah. See what happens.
Hey, we've got our own ideas. We've got to make sure we execute on them. This is my setup, so I got to take the setup.
All right, you get the win.
Push higher.
Or I get the win. Next time we meet, loser buys the shot.
Oh, nice. Can do that.
What are we shooting?
Not vodka. That's my only request.
No, not vodka.
Malort.
Oh, stop with the Malort.
Really?
Wormwood.
I don't mind Malort.
Booze. Really?
You guys are...
Yeah, I don't mind it. I kind of want to get long YM too.
It used to be the joke at the.
Difficulty level, Swinton.
Difficulty.
I'd say this is say 7.5 out of 10 difficulty today
for market
because just because this bull run we've been going through. All the shorts have just been getting beat up left and right. And today, out of all days, is the day that the Bears get paid. I mean, shout out to Nick for a tick for the conviction. It was difficulty to be able to switch gears. Switch those gears for me personally. I find it's very difficult to switch those gears because the Fed got exactly the number they're looking for. Powell hinted at it, and we're still selling off here. Anne-Marie says
I still got my chart shared here, James. So I'm going to go 100 each way. Make $100, lose $100. So I'm in at 80.
A little bit.
44. Got my stop. Actually, my profit 82.35, and my stop at 82.56.
Oh, nice.
YM did not get the memo.
No. It did not get the memo. All right, pulling in a little bit. We might get a second at 82.37. Pretty tight stop here, risking $200 if we get filled on this. So we're hoping that this 30-minute range low holds. We got a little bit of liquidity, about 100 sitting at 82.36, another 50 to 82.
Did Nick for a tick. They sold the news.
See, now the patience here, I would probably take profit right here. Just one more tick. Come on, give me. There it is. Okay, we're filled.
You got your 100. I did not.
Got a Hondo. You owe me a shot.
That's fine. Well, wait. Just because you
Oh,
won
look
doesn't
at
mean I
this.
haven't lost.
Yeah. That's true. But then again,
I might lose along to 841, risking 250 on this trade. So we want the 30-minute range.
Maybe we go
bounce.
buyer now. Let's do a buy. Let's put a buy in.
If we can get up to my entry, I'll move my risk up to 82.32.
VWAP. 82.69. Just tag my VWAP there.
You got your 69s is VWAP in Crude? 30s. You got 30s.
82. I guess how you got it set up. I got 82.
Yeah, what's
68.
Okay. Different sessions.
No, you're right. 32. 32.
Okay,
You're
cool.
right. You're right. My bad.
Oh, good. No, I'm just making sure we're on the same.
I'm going to take a buy
thing.
one here. What the heck?
Oh, switching sides. Look at you chopping it up.
Back high. Yes, here we go. Tom Swinton, 56.28 quarter. ES going to watch the price at that 4-hour support. 56.28 quarter. Got it written down right here.
Go 40 by 40. I'll risk $40.
$40. Okay.
$40.
If we can get,
that'll get you a
if we can get back up
four-finger
to
bag.
82.41. I'll move this stop up and save myself.
Back in the day.
$60.
Give me a 40. Come on, let's both profit here.
I would love to have that happen. Yeah, we just want to get this back up within the 30-minute range.
I am long
That's all we want.
at 37. Is that right? No, yeah, 82.37. I'm long.
Okay. Nice.
Up on the day, 496.
How about that? Guys are chopping it up right now. Daily coming out and saying 1 to 2 cuts. Yeah, 1 to 2 cuts this year. Jack came in and said, we are pricing in a rate cut for September. Up to 80%.
A little while ago, Daly said we need more information before we can fully take the next step. Well, yes.
So we got to my entry.
All right,
walking back now. Stop to 82.31.
I got my 40.
Nice. My risk is a little bit tighter.
See, now this is how we trade differently. I mean, somebody might be like 40. What the hell's, 40 is 40.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
And on these trades, I put 140 on. But I mean, some traders look for bigger. See, I've learned the hard way. Small profits are the way for me.
The hard way. Eddie, say that again. You learned what way? We learned the hard way, right? That's what we learned this. We learned the hard way. They're expensive. They're expensive.
The thing is, if we didn't fail, we wouldn't know. But
it's true.
I'll take the 140, add it to what I had prior, up 534 right now. It's just, you got to watch your placements. You got to watch momentum. You got to watch. And if you got the dome, I mean, that doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, if you make $200 a day clicking a mouse, I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, but how many people on your block are making $200 a day clicking a mouse?
It adds up.
And that adds up.
50 G's a year.
Put it into perspective. Sure. When I was helping, when I was coaching, people come out. Yeah, I want to make. What's your goals? I'm going to make 5,000 a day. 5,000. My goodness, you're going to be disappointed a lot. Even those that said 1,000, and it's like, well, break it up then. Don't say if I don't make 1,000, I failed. 250, 250, 250, 250, and if you get 3 out of the 4, you get that 750. Awesome. It's a victory. It's a win. And I mean, I tell you, mindset, you got to have that positive mindset. How you doing over there, Nick?
We're chilling. It's not my entry right now. Nothing to do. I'm going to see if I can add more on the upside. If we can get up to like 82.48, that'd put me at 3 contracts. So if the 30-minute range holds, we should get up to at least
it's a good
82.55-ish, maybe 82.60. Ideally, we go from range to range, which would be 82.75. And if we're really lucky, we can get 82.86.
Yeah. And the thing is, too, I'm on the 50K combine. This is a 50K combine.
Oh,
$3,000 is going to get you to that XFA. You don't need to be putting up a G. 200, 300.
Yep. Okay, so we got that one too. Now let's start.
You got it good.
Profits. Sell one there. Sell one up here. And we'll leave a runner if we get it. So now we're long 3, 82.43. Move my stop up. So we're accepting a little bit more risk now overall. So it went from about 200 to about 250, but we have a really nice entry relative to what the market structure is. So our 3-lot entry is at roughly, the bottom quarter of the 30-minute range, which is nice. So let's see if we can get that push
Dolby,
up.
I got to give you props on patience, discipline. You worked it out pretty good. Going against you,
That's my middle name.
That's my middle name. Patience and discipline. Yeah, it's good stuff. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for that one.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you. Good stuff. All right. We're trying to build some structure here in the equities. Off the lows here, about 40 points off the lows here in the Nasdaq. Last trade 20,504. Only time is long crude oil. We'll check right back in with that. But right now we got some buyers in the house. ES as well. Last trade 56.43. Low of the day 56.33. Half about 10 points off the lows in the ES. Dow not doing a whole heck of a lot. Just chilling above 40,000 today. It's really casually just above 40,000. So good to see there.
40K.
Casual 40K took its old team, not necessarily on the Rascal, but I think the Rascal's still on the Charger there, Dolby time. It's still
Yeah.
You've been on fire with those.
That's a good one.
Okay,
starting to head a little bit lower.
Our half past. Sheesh. Days flying by, man. Hey, good job, Eddie. Thanks for helping keeping that fast markets on the rails. Good job in the chat there, Dolby time. That was things got a little squirrely there for a minute.
It's an active session, let's just say.
It was an active session. I like that description.
We cannot break these higher lows right now, which I'm not a huge fan of. But let's see if we can get a bounce at 82.38. If not, we'll get stopped out for about $300.
Oh, hey, we're up to 107,000 subscribers now. That's pretty cool.
Whoa, wait.
Click subscribe. That's cool. You like what
a little bit of wiggle
Dolby
in the
time?
CL ladder as well.
Dolby time just saw some wiggle.
A little bit of wiggle. Let's see. I think in the next 5 minutes, we're either below 32 or above 48.
Crude's been a rodeo. I got my 15-minute candlesticks up, and just looking at this, let me sort of close it up a bit. I mean, gosh. Hold on and hope for the best.
Yeah, it's a wild market. It is
rodeo,
a wild
like you
market.
said.
Okay, if we can get to 82.48, I'll move my stop up to 82.39. Come on, do the thing.
Yeah.
Nothing to do but wait.
But you do the thing. Dolby says do the thing. I like it. Do the right thing.
Just do it. Just do the right thing. Get above 82.50. That's all we need.
You can do it.
Eddie, your gold is rolled over like a puppy looking for a belly rub.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. I think I'm hosed.
Earlier I tried to get in there and have a little fun, but
right, Eddie,
and that's the thing too. I mean, you got to have a primary, secondary. It just wasn't happening, and I'm not going to force a trade just because I'm going to trade gold. Trade gold.
God, the longs got dunked on there again.
Oh man.
So this is whatever the market gives you. My God, I'm one where if you're in profit and you let that market turn against you 180 and you get stopped out. I mean, oh my God, it's happened so many times, and it happens to everybody that plays it that way. I mean, I know, Dolby, you're not break even, are you? If you're in profit, you don't move that stop to break even. You don't like that.
My position has to be really far in my favor to go to break even. Typically, I want at least one test of my entry before I go to break even. Just give it some room to breathe.
Yeah. Right.
Here at high noon, in about 27 minutes, we got another Fed speaker, Musalem. I'm not familiar with this new Fed speaker. I know very little about Musalem. I mean, we pronounced that correctly, but we do have a Fed speaker at high noon here in about 27 minutes, wherever you are on this globe. 27 minutes. We have another Fed speaker. Not a voting member, Alberto Musalem from St. Louis.
You know what? That's what JD said. Where do you see Alberto? I don't see him anywhere.
What the first name? Oh, I got the Fed Reserve actual website up. Looking at all the names.
Okay.
All right, buyers gonna give it. I'll send it to you. We got the buyers trying to give it another college try here.
Thomas Swinton. I went to Amsterdam once.
You remember?
It was a trip and a half. Great city. Beautiful city.
It is. It is beautiful. Van Gogh Museum.
Did you go there, Andre?
I did. Yes. Van Gogh. Heineken. Went to the Heineken thing. Van Gogh.
Really? Yeah, I went to see the Van Gogh. What's neat about it is we've got stores here in America where you go and you buy. It's got everything. Vegetables, fish, food, cereals, whatever, dairy. Over there, it's like you go to one store, it's fish. One store, it's pork. One store,
specialties,
dairy. One store, it's like, all right,
I'm out. Minus 309.
Oh man.
Just won't go. Okay. Just won't go.
It's pretty stuck. It's okay
Sorry,
though,
bro. We're back down to that VWAP on mine.
Yeah, I wonder if
I'm going to put another buy on, see what happens.
Just a little buy.
I wonder. I might have had too much size too.
What the hell? It took a bounce off it once. Let's see if it bounces off it again.
Right, the buyers are stepping in here in the ES. They're going to try to see if they can take this thing. Who knows if they want to take this thing, but they are trying to. We did break out of the range. All right, here we go. Buyers stepping in here in Nasdaq. We bottomed out there. Where does this end? Where will this? All right,
I got stopped out.
Yeah,
one time.
Okay.
All right, so that VWAP, it's bouncing off again. $50.
Take some notes real quick.
Joe, if you don't mind, would you mind verbalizing what those notes are going to sound like?
Yeah, exactly. So there's a pattern that I've noticed with a 5-minute range, and essentially, if we have a 5-minute range and it's making like lower highs, and it's at, let's say, like a more important support level, that kind of leads me to believe that we might be more inclined to roll over than to go higher. So it's probably something I probably could have kept an eye on. I do have it in my journal, right? It's like be wary of lower highs or higher lows in a 5-minute range because it kind of like tips its hand as to what direction it might break. So if I'd followed that advice, which is my own advice, then I probably should have gotten short instead. So I probably should have gotten short around like 82.50s just because we weren't making higher highs. And so that would have put me up, let's say like, 20 ticks or so. But the range itself was good. I was just on the wrong side of it.
We bottom out in the equities.
Now we're sort of bouncing.
I want to see this rally on
the WMA here. Yeah, I run past it.
Switch the markets.
Short coverage
game.
It is
drama at its finest.
Yeah, you don't know if you might get the fire drill, you might not get the fire drill. It just depends on which way that was incredible. That was an all timer. That was an absolute all timer. You should have seen us behind the scenes, folks. We were scrambling. We didn't know which way was up at one point, but we still delivered, and we still got the form is pinned to the top of the chat. It's gonna be there all day.
Well, you know what, Andre, Big Sister came in and said, wait a minute. You can't do this.
We can't do this.
I tell you.
I think that was the right call.
But I'm going to run it short.
Definitely made for good TV. So we definitely delivered on that.
Man, do we like short Crude indices now? Or no?
Tradertainment at its finest.
I mean, nice 5-minute range in the ES and the NQ. I was very wrong on the CL trade, but that's okay. We still love.
That's why you have your stops in. Dolby, all right, we're still in the 5-minute range
for Crude. No, Crude's out.
No,
Crude's out of the 5-minute range.
Equities.
We're in breakout territory.
Equities.
No, we're very much so in it. I think we just hit the top of the 5-minute range in ES as well as NQ. And what about YM? Yeah, all of them. All of them have the exact same 5-minute range formation. If you roll through YM, NQ, and ES, you can draw a box around the last, say, 25 minutes or so, and that is the 5-minute range. Right? I would say from like 10:25, that lasts 45 minutes, to like the present moment. You got a bunch of 5-minute candlesticks that are all kind of smashed together. You just got to try to pick a side. So here's, like before for the crude trade, I was talking about lower highs in the 5-minute range, maybe tilting towards, bearish price action. Well, now we have a higher low on this ES one. So maybe that's going to be bullish price action out of the 5-minute range. Let's see if NQ set up the same way. Yeah, pretty similar. Okay. Right. So we have higher lows within the 5-minute range. Bam, bam, bam. So is this going to mean that this is a breakout to the upside, or do we try taking cheap shorts here? Right. So that's what that's kind of what I'm journaling about, is like context of the 5-minute range. Yeah.
Good. Okay. So hey, real quick here in chat. Don't forget, group coaching starts at 12:30 today. Get your questions in early. Topstep has posted a link. I sort of copied and posted that link too. Make sure we get some questions in there. We don't want to take the fire drill form off the top of the chat, so keep your eyes open here. Yeah. What do we got here? Come on, give me something.
Eddie, we got Top Quiz coming up, and I believe you're hosting. Every time you host, man, something always pops up every time you host. Give us a preview. I don't have to give away the questions. Degree of difficulty on a scale of 1 to 5. 5 being the most difficult and 1 being least difficult. What are we looking at for this Top Quiz?
You got to always remember, I throw an answer in there that is sort of funny. That is obviously not an answer. All right. I think I got my $40 back. Yeah.
Nice.
Downside here.
I'm kind of bullish.
I try to diversify. I mean, remember, it's time for fun. And we would do that on the trading floor. We would, Andre, you were on the floor, you know this. When it was time to work, it was time to work. But there was a lot of fun time where you can kibitz and you can joke and you can do crosswords. We used to have a game, the name game. One day I'll explain it to you. It's a pretty fun game, which probably should be patented. But we'd invent things. We'd do things. We'd prank people. We'd have fun. And that's what this is about. This is about 15 minutes out of the day to just have some fun. And if you're lucky and if you know the questions, then you possibly can get a reset. I mean, gosh, this is the most generous company I've ever worked for.
Resets they spilling out of our pockets.
Like James was saying, they take us out to dinner. Oh my goodness. Every once in a while they'll say, hey, you know what? You're working very hard. Here's $50, go get lunch. Yes, I've been around for a while, almost 60 years old, and there hasn't been a company like that that I've ever worked for. So
culture's at an all-time high. Culture's at an all-time high right now. We go live.
Do we like
Top Quiz coming up next with my man Eddie? We got about a minute left here on Power Players. Thanks for jumping in, Eddie.
Yeah,
no, that's cool. I'm glad.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in. We got Top Quiz coming up. The most controversial Top Quiz host in the land, the man in the middle right there, my man Eddie. Dolby time. I'm gonna see you after lunch with Gabe's Road to Funding, and then we got Justin Werlang with Power Hour. But coming up next, we got Top Quiz. Eddie might be up to something. Might be up to no good in Top Quiz. Top Quiz coming up next. See you then.
Up my sleeves. Now.
Not yet.
Come on, Dev. Look at James.
I love it.
You weren't dancing. James was. James, I like you. You look like
not in my head.
And you're dancing in your head. Okay, you ready? All right. Welcome to Top Quiz. I am Eddie, and this is Devin. Devin, how are you today?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing well too. I'm doing good. You ready for some questions?
I think so.
Yes? I think so.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we are still accepting some players here. We're going to be closing the door very shortly and starting the party. But we got Jack. Jack, if you can, please explain how I can win a free reset playing this silly game we call Top Quiz.
I shall do that, Eddie. First, I just want to make an announcement to everyone playing that there's a bond auction at noon. Be careful. If you haven't blown out your account today, that would be an opportunity if you didn't know about it. So be sure you're clear there for noon. As far as Top Quiz goes, 4 questions, multiple choice, will appear on your device. Answer them on your device. If you want to get in the top 5, answer them very quickly. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you will enter a drawing from one of 75 free resets, with the other 5 going to the top 5 finishers. We're on delay, so answer them when they appear on your device.
All right, buckle in, folks. Here we go. Let's get our first question of the day. You ready? All right, welcome to July 11, 2024 Top Quiz. 3, 1, 2. Quiz. WD-40 is a multi-use lubricant and solvent-based penetrating oil. What does WD stand for? Willy-dilly, working draft, water displacement, or welding diffractor? Oh, Dev's like,
God,
Dev's
I have
like,
no
oh shit.
idea. Okay, yellow?
Yellow. Yellow is correct. Great job. Nice. There you go. Water displacement. And the 40 means how many times they had to try to get that formula correct. Well done. Well done. Let's take a look at our top 5 here. I hope Eddie's lover is number one. Oh, darn it. Bad Boy Goku. Well, they got that one right away. Segi, woo! Dusty Bottoms and Nasdaq. Congratulations on the top 5 here, and we are going to hit our second question of this afternoon. It reminds me of Domino's, that logo. What is it called when a bowler makes 3 strikes in a row? Is it an eagle, a turkey, a hat trick, or the Three Stooges? I don't know. Is it Three Stooges? There it is.
Is it blue? I really suck at bowling.
Is it blue? It is. You're right. It is a turkey. Congratulations. Wow, Devin, you're 2 for 2. 2 for 2, and
I'm
you
doing
were
much better than last time.
Mucho bettero. Yes, CC. All right, let's take a look at our top 5.
It does look like a Domino's logo. You're right, Eddie. I was just thinking about that.
I'm hungry. Woo is taking the top spot. Nasdaq moving up there. Eddie's thong, not Eddie's lover, but Eddie's thong is getting very tight to the top. Teo and Lean Hogs. I like that one. Those are our top 5. Question number 3. Domino's, KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken founder Colonel Sanders. What was his first name? Was it Jebediah, Moses, Sally, or Harland?
I think the easy guess is green.
Green Harland? Oh my goodness. Girlfriend, you are doing so damn good. 3 for 3.
Thank you.
Yeah, and no help whatsoever. All right, let's take a look at our top 5. Let's see how Eddie's thong is doing. Oh, out of the top 5. Goodness, got a little loose there. Segi hitting the number 1. Inside Trader, Futures Forever. I think I've seen that one before. Top Tick and Alpha Can. All right, and the highest 341 places. Wendy's 4 for 4 is the highest climber. Well, good job there, Wendy's. All right.
Wendy's 4 for 4.
C'est last question. This is going to be the last one. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Domino's. What hairstyle is known as business in the front and party in the back? Is it the mullet, the beehive, the perm, or the flat top?
I know this one.
Business in the front and party in the back. Business
The
in the front.
mullet.
She didn't say red. She knew it right away. It is the mullet. Congratulations. Wow, Dev. Quite impressive. Going 4 for 4. And let's see how
That
our
was a
top
fun one.
5 paired out. Yeah, well, this is fun. This is Top Quiz. We're supposed to have a little fun here. And I hope everybody had some fun. All right, let's take a look at our top 5. Number 3, Futures Forever. Congratulations. You get a reset. Number 2, Segi. Congratulations. You get a reset. And number 1 here is Inside Trader. Inside Trader, you all get resets. CK up in the 4th spot. You also, and Alpha Can, you will be getting free resets. The rest of us, if you got 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4, you will go in a random drawing. And I think if we have time this afternoon for Power Hour, we will have those out and let you know if you did win. But Devin, thank you very much for being with us here. And Jack, thank you very much. And let's not forget, thank you, Jack, for reminding us. We do have a 30-year bond auction coming up here in 5 minutes. So if you got a position on, you might want to rethink that. It could be a fart in a tornado, or it could be a devastating hurricane. Either one. So, but otherwise, we'll be right back here, top of the hour, after that number comes out. And I think it was Jack and Mick. Is that who we got?
I am with Brett today.
Jack and Brett. Brett. I love Brett. Brett's a good old boy. All right. We'll be right back. Don't go away. And shoulder tap. Thanks, Devin.
Thanks, Eddie.
Happy Thursday, everybody, and welcome to The Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, joined by risk manager Brett. Brett, how's the day been going for you first, and then the traders?
It's been a busy day this 7-Eleven, July 11th today, and with CPI shaking a lot of things up and Ben taking some much-deserved time off out of the risk team for a few days. It's been busy, but good. We've got some big winners. We've got some bulls that unfortunately haven't done so well in the markets today, but we also have some bears that have done exceedingly well in the markets today.
So who are the standout traders so far in this sell-off?
I mean, Raphael, I've mentioned him before. Raphael is hands down the biggest standout trader for today. I checked just a few minutes before I was able to join you here, but he's up $34,205 in their live funded account. And they've just been on a trajectory for today that is basically to the moon. At 8 o'clock, they were at about 6,200. At 10 o'clock, these are central times, by the way, they were at about 19.5 thousand, and now they have nearly doubled that to 34.2 thousand. So excited to see that. Lock it in and don't give it back. It's yours now.
Yeah, Raphael seems to have called the high some time back, and I will give him the credit, as I've said before when we've looked at his cards, that if you're going to play that game with the DLLs, you better hold the S out of it when it goes in your favor. So good job there. I imagine there's a lot of red going on the boards, obviously. I mean, really be unfortunate. Today's not a bad blowout at all. If you've been a bull for the past couple months, you've done exceedingly well, and you got to take the sour with the sweet, as they say. But I imagine there's a lot of red out there as well.
There is a lot of red. I mean, the prop house, they're clawing away at it, or the prop house account. They're clawing away. They started out with a losing trade, losing about $4,000. They've gotten about 2,000 of it back. Deanna's also been trading a little bit today since 10 o'clock, but up a very respectable $316, which I know that is relatively small compared to, say, Raphael with 34,000, or Nick for a Tick, who I haven't mentioned yet, but Nick for a Tick is up 8,600 on the day. But I do want to give a shout out to Deanna nonetheless, being up $316, being that any day in on the right side of zero is a good day, and $300 daily for a year adds up to a lot of money.
It certainly does. I got to change one thing here real quick. We got 3 cards today. What do you want to start first with, Brett?
The first card that I wanted to start with was Osenu. And Osenu is in a 100,000 live account and trading the Nasdaq and the S&P. One thing that kind of brought Osenu to the front of my mind was that CPI number this morning earlier, that it caught a lot of traders off guard, it looks like, and Osenu was one of those traders. During the CPI number, he had a realized loss of just over $7,000, which actually is 5,000. It exceeded their DLL, their daily loss limit, by $5,000, which just shows you how quickly the market can move on these news events that sometimes have significant impact and sometimes have little to no impact on the bid offer. But the good news for Osenu is still has a very healthy account balance. just over $10,000 in the live funded account, and has only been in this live funded account for a short time. Today is the 5th trading day that they've been active. But the good news is the first 2 days were really strong. The second 2 days negated less than all of the gains from their first 2 days of trading. And now today it's probably time to reassess and reevaluate and say, you know what, let's pump the brakes, let's slow it down, let's make sure we're able to trade tomorrow.
Yeah, I think something, because there's always some of this when we go through CPI, but if you're holding a position through something like CPI, which is the biggest number out there right now, it's bigger than unemployment, it's bigger than maybe everything besides a Fed meeting, such as the one in September, if there was like if the odds were 50-50 or we didn't know a rate was coming. But your odds aren't 50-50 if you hold a position through that, because I imagine that a lot of people today got hurt on that number that ended up being right. You have a automatically enforced loss limit, and so it's not a coin flip. It's very easy for, in the crazy stuff that's going on with the bids and offers and the trades during a number like that, the odds are way more than 50% that you're going to get stopped out in either direction. Okay. So waiting a few seconds after it, waiting 30 seconds after, there's still going to be plenty of movement. And if you are calling, if you're a bear or whatever else, you're going to have plenty of time to get on the move. It's really, I can't think of with outright futures a good strategy for holding a position of really any size through the number, unless you are just holding maybe all day trades and you got a little crazy to you.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, I used to trade the grain numbers, which happen, I don't know, 5 or 6 times a year. And one of the last things that I was told when I was early trading those grain numbers was, you've never seen corn go from limit bid to limit offered. Meaning at the time, I think it was a 60-cent swing. So very significant for every contract. And the market used to be open for those numbers. Now it goes into the suspended state. But I firmly believe that we're not here, even if it is, and I hate to say as good as a 50-50 chance or a coin flip, we're not here for coin flips. We're here to capitalize and give ourselves the best opportunities as traders to take money out of the markets. And having resting orders or open positions during these economic events is just not something that is a viable strategy to trading long term.
Well, it reminds me, the other day, Dolby and I were talking on air about the meta game of trading evaluations in general, where this almost seems, I get it, everyone's big boys and big girls, they can do what they do. This is something that, in a combine or whatever else, people trying to sort of play the game of the trading combine, they don't care as much about slippage. They're putting it on for 50-50. They're going to lose money or they're going to make enough to do it. I get it. However, you don't want to do that with a live account. I mean, just from a purely, the expected value of doing something like this is negative, and you don't want to do that with live money when slippage counts. So just something to think about.
Yeah, and whether you're in an express funded account or a live account, I'm not sure I've seen slippage exceed in a simulated account, whether it be a funded level account or otherwise. I'm not sure I've seen slippage in the live markets be less than what we see in the simulated market ever. And it just goes to show that having a stop market or a market order in place, it can hurt a lot more on the dollars and cents in the account than you maybe initially anticipated or best case scenario hoped for. If it is triggered, it can be many points in the Nasdaq or other equity markets beyond where the trigger is for that order.
Yeah. And just an update before we go to the next card. I know the Nasdaq's been selling off, getting a little bounce here of just 20 points, but we're down 460 on the day, so small potatoes. Well, if you have anything else to say about Osenu, please. Otherwise, we can hit up the next card.
I mean, the only thing, maybe pump the brakes a little bit, slow it down, and then gain some traction before you start ramping things up again. Today hurt, but take it as a learning experience and move beyond it, and you'll get right back to where you were earlier before the start of trading today.
Great stuff. Well, who do we have next on this CPI Thursday?
Next up is Venkata, and Venkata is in a $50,000 live funded account. And actually, Mick gifted me this card from yesterday. It was one that he didn't have a chance to get to, but a lot of good stuff to cover in it. And the one thing that really stands out with Venkata, even though that average daily P&L is $19 in losses, and yes, Venkata did lose the account recently, but the thing is that 50K account with the $1,000 daily loss limit really helped the longevity of the account. Unfortunately, the account has been lost, but with the per trade risk reward at, I think it's about 1.5. Let me see if I can glean that number.
While
I
you're
think
finding it.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Brett, because I have something to go on here.
It's right around 0.7 to 1 as far as winning versus losing trades. But with a 50-50 winning trade versus losing trade, you got to make sure that number stays up and maintain that account balance. But after 90 days of active trading in the account, it really shows how trading for tomorrow is one of the most important things. Kind of a rough run for Venkata lately with a lot of daily loss limits consecutively. But it shows that even if it were a 150K account, they would have lost this account a lot sooner had they potentially hit that daily loss limit as frequently. So it shows the value of whether, regardless of what account you're in and the Topstep daily loss limits, it really shows the importance of setting a personal loss limit. And especially in these live funded accounts, if you want a lower loss limit that is firmly in place, reach out to the risk team. We will gladly, I love getting phone calls from traders saying, hey, can we reduce my daily loss limit? And we'll do it. Might give you some pushback if you want to expand it again, especially if you're losing money. But if you're making money, we always are open to a discussion of increasing that daily loss limit in the live funded accounts.
So first off, the good news, whenever we see one of these cards where someone lost their account, I always go to check to see if they took a payout. And Venkata did take a $6,000 payout. So that's good. Now, sometimes we can give vague things to do or not. This is a very concrete one of something that you cannot or should not do if you're trading an account. All right. So you mentioned the rough streak. Venkata has been on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ended this account with a 7-day losing streak. Okay. The balance of the account, because that's what closed it out at the beginning of that losing streak, was $7,000. The limit on this account is 1,000. So yes, you guessed it. On the last 7 days, Venkata lost $1,000, 7 straight days. Okay. You can't do that. Your risk limit needs to get low. It should have been lower and lower each of those days. And he was already down a good chunk from his high at that point. You can't divide up the amount of money you have left by the number of DLLs and say, well, let's hit it. There's no reason to do that. So, like, please, if there's one thing you take away from any of these, is choose your loss limit in proportion to what your account size is. You know, if you've $3,000 left, should you be risking 1,000? No, probably not even with $7,000 left. So, just something to think about.
That's a great point, Jack. And my intention in mentioning Deanna being up $361 earlier today, or just before the segment started, was not to relate it to Venkata, but it shows that, hey, if Venkata had put in place a personal loss limit of $361 or for profit or loss, they'd still have this account, and that's ultimately what we all want to see and strive for. The good news is Venkata has a lot to review from this and learn from it, and hopefully take this feedback in the way that it's intended, in the most constructive way. And the next time they're in this situation, hopefully have a better result.
Yeah. And if you look, once again, this is pretty much a pure club DLL. The average losing day, you'll notice, is $1,050, which is $50 more than the limit for a 50K account. So, yeah. At least there was a payout. That's what I can say about this card. And hopefully you've learned something that makes you a better trader, a better person, a better lover, all of those things. So we got one more card left, right?
Yeah, the last user that I wanted to cover is Karina, and Karina is being called up from their 150K XFA to a live account. That was something that the risk team reviewed yesterday and made the decision on. A lot of good things in here. $864 average daily P&L. Winning day, 78%. And it's interesting that 78% is, in my opinion, or I guess anywhere from 60 to 80%, is almost better than 100% winning days, because part of trading is managing losses, and it is exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to make money all the time. And being able to demonstrate how a trader or a user handles losing money to the markets is a really good benchmark for how they're going to handle it when they're in an express funded account, when they're in a live funded account, or any situation. So it really provides a lot of insight into the discipline that a user may have while they're trading.
Yeah, I see some great payouts here. And also, like you mentioned, those are great numbers for winning days. Winning trades could come down to 60, 65% and they'd still be good, Karina. But as you mentioned, Brett, if you have 90%, 95%, 100% winning days, either you're extremely lucky, or you should honestly be trading bigger at that point. If you never have a losing day, then you should either be the richest person on planet Earth, or you should be trading bigger until you at least taste that red. This is advice for very few traders, but I like what I see there as far as the numbers. Let me dig into this card.
I mean, while you're digging into the card, the biggest thing that I want to point out for Karina is take a look at that average winning day of $1,238. I want to reiterate again, 150K express funded account, average losing day on a $3,000 daily loss limit, minus $448. You want to make a risk manager happy? There you go. Less than a sixth of your daily loss limit on average for the 22% losing days.
Brett, I'm like that Vince McMahon meme looking at this card and then looking at the report. I'm about to have the laser eyes because here are the losing days I can see in this account. Minus $9.72, minus 833, minus 340, minus 611, and minus 833. This is definitely, there's a $3,000 limit on there. So this is very much not Club DLL. This is real good stuff. Just taking 1 or 2 trades a day. This is very good.
Yeah, and I think I'm not certain that you covered every one of them, but the worst day was that $833 loss, and really modest loss compared to the gains that we're seeing with an average $1,000 winner on a trade or a $650 loss on a single trade. Selectivity on these trades is very high, being that Karina's only taking 1 or 2 trades a day. The one suggestion I have for Karina is, you know what, you've traded a lot of products. You've traded equities, you've traded some COMEX metals, you've traded NYMEX energies, you've traded the currencies. You're going to be moving, you've been notified that you're going to a live funded account. You know what, it might be best to kind of hammer down on 1 or 2 of those products and really focus on those. And I do see in your trade report that you have tried a product here and there and not had the results that you were looking for and moved past it, which is a tough thing to do. It's kind of running from the bull and chasing losses is not the way to recover. So if a product doesn't facilitate your trading style, walk away from it.
Brett, we have to check back in with Karina when she gets, so this is based on 18 days so far that I see. We'll have to check back in when it gets to like 30, 40, 50, because I don't know if I've seen one of these cards with this many days where the average winner is greater than the biggest losing day. That's pretty spectacular. So I really, really hope she can keep it up and be interested to see how this goes. Don't want to put any pressure on, forget we said this. We can't give you any advice. Do what you're doing. No comments. 10 of 10 from the judge in Oak Park. All right. With that, Brett, that was our last card today. A pleasure as usual. Can't even speak. Pleasure as usual spending the noon half hour with you. Look forward to seeing you later, man.
Likewise. Thanks so much for having me.
All right. Well, stick around. We're going to be back in just a few minutes with Gabe's Road to Funding with Dolby, Coach Paul, and Andre will be joining. You'll definitely want to see that. So hold tight. Stay safe out there, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. See you then.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. You made it. It's that time of day where we take your questions from the chat, and we answer them here live. You're looking at Coach Robert. He's going to be fielding the questions. I'm JD behind the scenes. I'll be shooting those questions over to Coach Robert and maybe throwing in my own 2 cents as well. Coach Robert, how's it going today? Catch any of this move, or has it been a trampoline?
Well, I caught it all right. I caught it all right. Pop up that screen. I think I made a meme here. This is going to be an interesting day. I made this meme in the back. I like doing these things, and not meme, but the background on it. And I had to do this one. It's just a bear, and I'll drive this down a little bit. It's a bear destroying a bull or riding a bull like this. There we go. And it's just, that is the day we are on right now. So, yeah. I got
definitely a bear riding a bull.
Yeah, I can't trade really here, but I have a little stuff that I run in the background, and it just got totally destroyed. It's actually horrible on days like this. It is what it is. So during my lunch, I did the absolute wrong thing to do and just was like scalping the hell out of things, like back. So it was down like 890, and I'm down to like 380, and I'm just calling it there. Clawed some back. Don't do that. Just call it a day. Don't listen to me, right? This is what we're all about.
Yeah, that's good. Good comeback. Cut it in half and call it a day. That's a good.
Exactly. It's all you can do is on a day like this, we don't have much time to trade. I'm like chowing down on some food to like literally just going like buy, pop, sell, buy, pop, sell, pop, buy. And that's literally all I did, like 5-6 points at a time on NQ. I had like 7 trades and it's at like 60 something now. So that's it. I'm done. And don't do that. This is not advice whatsoever. So JD, before
I like that picture. I do like the picture behind you. You got the Goldman intern jumping out of the TV screen up top there. Nicely done.
Yeah, isn't that something? That was a one line. That was an absolute one line on GPT. Said create an image in landscape mode of a bear beating up a bull and make it related to trading. And that's what it did right there. That's the one image. And I try to do that. I just try to have fun with it. And I know we're on group coaching, and I really appreciate it. And everybody like listening to me rant on these types of things, but it's cool. But I do have JD, before we get to questions, I do have a coaching thing here for slippage. We always talk about slippage, especially in days like this. And if you don't mind, I can just slide it over to my screen before we get started on the questions. How's that sound?
For sure, let's do it. Yeah, slippage is definitely something to watch for on a day like today, where those moves come hard and fast. Remember, when you put a stop market order in, you are not guaranteed to fill at the price that you put your stop at. Once an order touches that price, that order automatically becomes a market order, and it will get filled at the best possible price. You are not guaranteed that price, but Robert's going to talk a little more about that right now. Go ahead, Robert.
There it is, my friend. This is yesterday. This is real. This is my live account. This is on Quant Tower, and this is actually what I was running today also. It's just a new kind of strat that I have, where it just builds up and it sees buys and sells between these different levels. So here's the open price. It was 20,762.50 is what I was using, this white dotted line you can see on the right-hand side. And when market dropped down to my calculated level, 20,732.50, right here, green line, it placed the market order long. Look where I got filled. 728.5. Okay? This is real. This is my personal live broker. This is real, and this is automated. So it's not like I missed something. As soon as it crosses this line by a tick, 732.50, meaning 0.25, it went market long. And guess what? Look what it get into. It's a 4-point difference. Okay? Now, why do I tell you that? Because it's NQ. And 4 points at $20 a point is $80. This is the little description on the left. And I know I'm going slow. This is for the newer traders, and this isn't rocket science, but I really want to drive this home because I see it a lot of time in the chat, and then when I get in Discord, it's like, this is horrible. I lost $300 because no, this is real. This is exactly what happens. 4-point difference, one contract, $20 a point is $80. If I use using 5 contracts, my max on a 50K account, that's $400. That is almost halfway to your daily loss limit just on one trade due to slippage. So we hear these things a lot, JD, of kind of like, this sucks. This is not good. I don't like this. This is real, folks. Seriously, this is real. If I put 5 contracts on that, I would have been down $400 the moment it entered the trade. bar none. And if I'm copy trading on 5 accounts, which I don't do, that's $2,000 combined loss on the entry. Not you were right or wrong, on the entry. I want to drive that point home. So this is, again, real, live. This is what it looks like. This is a perfect example of slippage. And this is why we suggest don't trade news. This was not news. This was just right toward market opening area. You know, it sold off a little bit. I'm like, hey, if it does, it drops down. I believe it's going to be reaching this 3250 area. And then I believe that it will be going back up to my 760 area, which it did do. But once I saw this big slippage, as soon as it popped up, I just got the hell out of the trade. I'm like, nope, this market is too volatile. There's too much. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen that way. So there's a case in point of slippage, and that's automated. It wasn't because of a slow click or anything else. So I wanted to share that with everybody. And then when we have days that happen today, we get scenarios like this right here, which this is a kind of funny meme. It's probably 5 or 6 years old now, but yep, there it is. But dropping. Market just dropped down right through the laptop, right through the desk, right to the floor, and blew it all up. So yeah, this little funny meme that I found also just happened. Ironically, about yesterday, it popped up on my little memory thing. So I was like, I got to grab that thing. So this slippage is down day. Do you remember that one for years ago, right, JD?
I do remember that one.
It's pretty funny, actually. So there you have it. I'll minimize these. We'll get to the questions, but I really want to drive that home because I see it all the time. This is for the newer traders. Like, man, I tried to enter here and it went to here. I'm like, well, you got lucky. You had a 0.5 point slippage. Cool. Congratulations. 2 ticks. I had 4 points. So it is what it is. Welcome to trading. We just got to get over it and move on. That's all it is. So I just want to give that example because that's my live account. Untouched, automated, and that's what happens. So there you go.
Yep. Slippage is going to be the theme for tomorrow also. You're going to be hearing a lot more about slippage throughout the day tomorrow. So stay tuned. You might hear some more on slow markets later on tonight with Coach Dakota also. So tune in for that also. All right, let's get to these questions. First up, CR says, Coach, I worked my butt off for 2 months trying to pass a combine and finally did, only to lose it in just a week. I feel sick to my stomach. I know a big problem is over trading and over managing my trades. Do you have any tips on not over managing trades? And when do you know when it's a good idea to just stay out of the market? Well, everyone goes through that phase of over managing trades. It comes, I suppose, I don't want to say immaturity, but the more experience that you have in trading, the more you mature as a trader and you give your trades more room to breathe, more time to run. But Coach Robert, in your opinion, what's a way to stop over managing trades?
Yeah, you said something
set
great
it and forget it.
Yeah, well, CR, it happens to everybody, and JD, you were right, it happens to newer traders, and it happens to us that have been trading for a while. Technically today, I did the same thing with managing trades. Okay, you can classify it. Over trading is kind of on these same lines. But that's a word I use kind of loosely because we need to wrap our concept around it. If I'm typically trading between 20 and 30 trades a day and I trade 35 or so, it's not over trading. If you trade 2 or 3 a day and you trade 35 or 40, that's over trading. And that's what I did today. However, that's what I did not based on me because I will take around 30, 35 a day. Based on the strategy I was doing, it should have been around 7 to 10. But then I took another 60 by myself. So today, qualified, veterans, overtraded, didn't manage the trades correctly. Guilty as charged, that's how it goes. We're all prone to that. It's really, really hard. And after all these years, yeah, we still do it from time to time. So how do you see over managing? First of all, CR, if you worked your butt off with these 2 months, remember that the market's a little different now also. So your style and your strategy that's been working for you over the last 2 months, market might be a little bit different now. Today is a complete anomaly as what we've seen in the last 2 months. Since April, they said the date earlier, April 10th or something. Maybe you can clarify that, but it was beginning of April where we didn't have a 2% move down like this. Hey, if you were a bear and you just like when the market drops off at the open and you just ride it down, you did great today. If you're buying pullbacks, you did horrible because that's what I was doing. So when do you know when it's a good idea to stay out of the market? Well, to clarify that very easily, it's just if it doesn't fit your strategy, then stay out, rather than try to make it work for you. So I guess the last question, the last line of that, we will qualify it and just say if it's not fitting your strategy, I would say that would be a good time to stay out of the market and wait until it fits your style.
There you go, CR. Hope you were listening there. All right, next up, we got a question from Jay. Jay says, or wants to know, in your opinion, do you expect pullbacks to be more and more deeper as we go higher and higher? Because 2% pullback in NQ playing in 2,000 range is about 100 points higher than if it was around 15,000. Well, personally, I try and measure pullbacks based off of previous price action. I really don't take into account the overall value of the index that I'm trading when I'm trying to calculate a pullback. But what's your strategy for that, Coach Robert?
I agree with that 100%, JD. Because if I like to look at trades that or styles that match what we're doing. So in a day like this, if you were a bear and a perma bear and you were short, you say this thing is way too high, it's been up for too dang long, it's breaking these highs, it had that massive high, then the CPI came in, the jobs came in, and now I'm expecting to drop. And that we have to look at this opposite. It's dropping down, so when it comes back up a little bit, we're going to enter. That will be our quote pullback because it's coming back up. Now we short, and it comes back up, we short. As long as it's doing it, go for it. If that's your strategy and it's matching, go for it. At the end of the day, we don't know that today is going to be a 2% down day. Nobody knew that. And if they did tell me, I'll put my life savings on that trade because I don't know. I don't know anybody else that does, right? So yeah, if you still have it, and the question, make sure I get the question here. If it's a larger range and going this far in the 20,000s, will there be larger pullbacks? I would say a definitive, I don't know. A definitive maybe. Because we don't know. Yesterday, look at yesterday, same thing. We were up in the same area yesterday, other than the CPI this morning. We were in the same area, but it's an entirely different day today. So we just got to play with the market the way it's feeding us and take what the market gives you. That's the line. That's a cliche line. And there's so much truth to it. What is it doing right this second? I'm looking at my chart. It's right this second. We're at 20,442. This is a 500 tick chart I have on NQ. And what is it doing? It's bouncing between, let's say 35 to 75. There we go. 45 to 75. Okay. We have a 30-point move. So if your strategy is to play breakouts, well, you're going to be going long above or short below. If your strategy is you want to do reversals, you should be longing it right now and then shorting it when it comes back up to the 485 area. That would be the strategy to use in this particular case. Now, that is true for any day. Right there, Jay, it doesn't matter if it's a 2% down or not, because we see it. We see exactly what's going on here. We had a section on the left-hand side. We're hitting these highs around 20,540, and then it sold off again. But then when we can see the first one that sold off, where did it go to? It went to 20,465, 470-ish, and then went back up again. So we have a particular range from 75 to 34, but now we're not. Now we're only around 80. It's only coming up to 80. So we can call this, and maybe it's a liquid down. It's coming up, short it, coming up, short it, coming up, short it. And if you were right now, literally real time, if you were a range trader that you bought the bottom of the range to ride it back up through, you just lost. If you were a breakout trader and you shorted the breakout, you just won. So I don't think that it's relevant, the fact that we are now down over 2%. All right, be careful around, because those are really, really bad extremes. And JD, what is the third option? We can be long, we can be short, and we can be in no position. There's always that option, not position.
Always that option. No trade is sometimes the best trade, for sure. All right, next up, we've got Michael. Michael says, today we had a sell-off in the morning and we were all going long. Is there something on the chart that we can look at that points out certain things that indicate shorts were coming in strong? I could have closed out my long a lot sooner. Maybe something like a volume profile could show you something that's available on TopstepX would be something. But for the most part, I think we're talking about order flow data, something like a book map, possibly. Something that will require level 2 data, so you could see resting orders and market orders. You could also look at time and sales. That would be a huge indicator, which is available to you on the TopstepX platform. You can see time and sales in real time as orders are coming in. So that's just a couple things off the top of my head. What do you think, Coach Robert?
JD, we are on the same page today, my friend. I just was putting on, as you were talking, putting volume profile on my chart and actually loading time and sales on my chart also. So you can see it right here. I don't generally use time and sales, but I want to put it up there so we can see time and sales are just the transactions that happen. We can see it flowing right now. This is real time. Excuse me. And I have the market profile, a volume profile here. I don't believe the volume profile would have told us this move was going to happen. It would need to be over the past several days, and Hogue likes to look at those naked point of controls down below, which may be an indication for targets. And then I saw in a post somewhere that they said it hit the monthly VWAP and pushed off of it. That's a long way to go for something like this. I mean, who would have guessed that? So JD, along with you, I just added time and sales here on the right-hand side. This big thing that's sliding down. I didn't have it up. I don't generally use it as an indicator, but for something like this, to answer Michael's question, you may have had a better potential of recognizing if you had time and sales on and that thing was lit up red like a Christmas tree and just like boom, and you just saw red, then red, then red. You can actually change the size too. We can see a lot of 1s and 2s. Might be hard to see it over here, but there's 1s and 2s. I'm going to change the size filter. And I'm only going to display trades that are 5 contracts or more, and they are still really close. There's 6 aces of 38, and that was at 20,406. It was a short of 38. Bam, brought right through, and then was a bunch more not long after. We just had a 12 sell it 20,420. Excuse me, it was a buy at 20,420. So somebody's recovering right there on a 12 contract process. Doesn't mean they did 12. It could be a 5, a 5, and a 2. It could be 12 individuals, but that's what we look at for the size. Okay. This is pretty good. You can see as I increase the size, it's not going to move that quick because it's only going to calculate the larger lots. 3, we're moving a little bit faster. 2, and then if we go back down to 1, it'll show us the 1-lot trades, and you can see that flowing. And I would think if we were talking around just after the open, after that CPI mess, so if I'm moving my mouse somewhere around 9:07, 9 to 9:07, 8-ish, Central Time, I would have bet the farm that this time and sales was solid red and everything was just dump, 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 dump. So that may be a good indication. But again, it's real time. So just because it goes flashing red and fills up and you go and short it, maybe all those shorts are filled now and you're just like stuck. Because we just saw another push right there, just lay down. Bookmap is also very good. Quant Tower also has a thing called DOM Surface, very similar to Bookmap. I do have that up every now and then on my personal side of things, but those are some potential. It's all potentials. This is all speculation of a sell-off coming along. The fact that we were up so far for so long, so high, it was bound to happen at some point. I don't see this. I'm not an economist by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't see this as like the market tanking and everybody, losing their minds on their 401ks. It's a 2% drop after a 70 whatever percent move up over the last 2 months. So it's a correction, in my opinion. Again, I'm not an economist. I'm an intraday person. I didn't expect it to be this far, but you know what? That's trading, and I also don't see this as a huge impact in the grand scheme of things. For the day, sure, it was a big dump, but it does happen. 2% move back on NQ doesn't happen too often, but we're up so much. If we pull the daily up, I can do this real quick, JD, and we pull our daily up right there. Where was our last level? We'll eyeball it here. We are 16,000. Let's call it 17,000. Okay, we'll call it 17,000. Once we broke 17,000, we never came below it. We hit 21. That is a long way. Our last drop off was between 19,000 to 17,000, and that was over the course of several days. In the grand scheme of things, GD, if we take a look at that, you can see it on the screen there. It's a pullback. It's literally pullback. You know what? Don't worry about your 401ks. And this is not advice, by the way. Again, I'm not an economist, but I am not alarmed. Where if you're a trend person, just draw a trend line. It's not too bad. Yeah, it was really rough for today. It's the biggest one in a long time, but I wouldn't be too worried about it in the whole grand scheme of things.
Pullbacks are healthy for continuation in a bull market, for sure. Well, in any trend, a pullback is healthy in order to bring in new business, get rid of some old business, bring in some new business, and keep pushing the market in the direction of the trend. All right, next up we have Bowie. Bowie's from overseas. Says, hi, David. Might be meaning David Green from yesterday, but Bowie says, I trade futures from Australia and can only trade during the London session. Should I stick to markets like crude and gold as they are international markets, unlike the ES and NQ, which are US markets? Thanks in advance. Well, my first piece of advice would be to say trade whatever market is the most liquid for you at that time. It doesn't have to be a commodity. I shouldn't say a commodity. It doesn't have to be crude or gold or ES or NQ. You could trade currencies. You could trade other index markets. I know Coach Dakota loves trading the Nikkei at night. That might be something you could look into, but go where the liquidity is. That would be my advice. What about you, Robert?
Exactly the same thing, JD. We are on point today. Exactly the same thing. Trade what fits you. And even though the ES and the Nasdaq, the NQ, or the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq futures versions, even though they are, quote, US markets, NQ moves pretty good overnight. You can definitely get some action out of there. And to echo you, JD, is to trade what works and what is good for you. If there's liquidity there and it speaks to you, go for it. Take the trade, manage your risk, get your process down, and hopefully it does. And hopefully crude. I know Deanna trades crude a lot at night, and she's on the RBOB, which is the gasoline. Take a look at that one also. That is an available product that you can trade through Topstep X and Topstep. I shouldn't say Topstep X, but through Topstep, yes, it's an available product. Gold, I can't comment on gold because I don't know much about it. I'm horrible, and it's an Eddie thing. And maybe JD knows, but if it's moving, go for it. Stick to your strategy. If it works for you, it's fair game.
Yep. We talk about gold every morning. It's really moving sideways right now in the overall grand scheme of things. We've been in a range going back to early April, so really just moving sideways. Had a nice rip higher today at our weekly kickoff high at, 24.19. I'm not even looking at my charts. This is off of memory right now. But yeah, nice rip higher after the CPI, and it was pretty relentless. Never fell back. But let's move on. We got time for one more quick question. All right, Blake wants to know, or Blake says, I had success with my trading strategy, getting into multiple XFAs. Then the summer rolled around. I lost all my XFAs using that same strategy, and now I don't trust what got me to those XFAs. The summer trading is killing me. Any suggestions? Well, it's a well-known fact that volatility dies in the summer months. People go on vacation. People step away from the markets. There's 100 different reasons why participation is low in the summer. So you should have a trading strategy around times of low volatility as well as high volatility, ranging strategies and trending strategies. But Coach Robert, what is your take on the summer lull and adjusting your strategy to make up for it?
Yep. Definitely need to adjust the strategy for what the market is giving you at the time. And, I think this one took today anyway, took a lot of people by storm. I know a lot of people that it did take by storm, including myself. In the summer, historically, yes, it's lower volatility, lower volume. That said, it's a little bit different. The way the economy is right now, the way the Fed is doing things with not doing things with rates, the election process that is going on right now, the war that's over in the Middle East, there's a lot happening. So this summer might be different than last, and it might be different than the one before that and the one before that. You need to trade what you see and absolutely change and adjust and modify to what is happening right here, right now for today. And that's a big thing that I do when I'm looking at backtest stuff also. That'll get that last sinking in this last question. I know we got 1 minute here left, so I'll do this quickly. When you're looking at back testing, the question there from Travis, how far do you go back, ties into Blake. One summer may not be the next summer. 2 months ago, this is July, May, June, July. Those are 3 different months. Look at the volume, look at the volatility, look at the price action. They are 3 different months. So for strategy, backtest Travis, you need to do it in sections until the market sentiment changes. You go try to go back an entire year, it's going to be really, really tough because the market was different. It traded different this January than it did in May. It traded different last May than this May, and last June versus this June. So yeah, be careful looking at that as far as profitability goes on your strategy back. And the same thing, Blake, for you is to what you did, and you had success with those multiple XFAs, but then summer's here and you're not having success. You need to change. You need to adapt your strategy for that. That was off. Sorry with that. Shut off. We need to adapt for what the market is giving us. Okay, it's not the same. It's absolutely not the same as what it was. The summer's definitely, but I will say, this summer hasn't been too bad. We've had a couple of lull days around the July 4th, Independence Day, U.S. Holiday. Other than that, I don't know. June's been pretty good. July is like smoking right now. We're hitting all-time highs. It seems like every 15 minutes it's a new all-time high in this thing. So we just got to be ready for it. And did we get JD?
Where is JD? Is he back there?
Oh, did you lose me? Did you lose me?
Oh, there we go.
Refresh my VMix.
There you go. You can
our tip
sign
of the
it
week
up.
just the other week was adaptability, being able to roll with the punches. So good points from Coach Robert there. Appreciate the questions from all of you. With that, we are out of time. We got 2 minutes till the next segment. Coming up next, we've got Gabe's Road to Funding. Andre, Dolby, Gabe, and Coach Paul is here. So stick around. We're going to take a short break, and we will be right back, folks.
All right, well, here we are, man. So much for finding the bottoms today in the equities. We are still selling off here. Welcome, everybody, to Gabe's Road to Funding. Gabe, the man, the star of this segment in the upper right. We got Coach Paul in the lower right. Dolby Time, my partner for Power Hour in the lower left. Let's get right into it, guys. Gabe, I know you hit the reset button earlier today on fast markets. Where are we at right now?
Yeah, so blew up this morning. 2 days in a row on tilt. A little disappointed. Got outside on my lunch break and just got some sunshine. Thought things out a little bit, reflected. I really am excited about this session because I think that speaking with a coach after a day like that or 2 days in a row like that is going to be really productive for me and just getting some outside perspective from somebody who
Someone
has
killed
stats.
the speakers. Someone killed the audio for the broadcast. Someone's got the YouTube on. It's coming right through into the mic.
Yeah, Paul, I think it's on yours.
Kill the YouTube. Mute. All good. All right, Gabe. Well, yes. See where you're at now. Yes. We're still selling off here. So much for finding a bottom. All right, Paul, let's talk to your coach. Let's talk to Gabe. Let's work through this. Gabe, Paul, go ahead.
Okay, Gabe, you say you had 2 really bad days. Did you hit the DLL both days?
Yeah, so I actually had a $1,000 loss limit yesterday, hit that. And then today I made the choice to expand that past 1,000. And it bit me pretty hard. So that was one thing that I'm not looking to do again.
Let's go through why you decided to expand it, just to get an idea of what you were thinking, or more importantly, feeling.
Yeah, I think I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. You know, it's exciting to trade in a group setting. It's exciting to be on air and to be in front of, and talking and trading with our community. And I think I got it a little bit, let it go to my head a little bit and wanted to try to bump up my size and make back what I had lost yesterday. So more so in the revenge conversation.
Okay, that's important. When trading, and believe me, I've been in the trading arena for 40 years. I've seen it, I've done it myself. I've seen it literally 1,000 times. One of the things when we have a bad day, our first thing to come to mind is to try and make it back. And it seems to me that you were in that mode. Where you're trying just to make money, not trade the market, what was given to you. That is very common in trading. Well, I would suggest to you is when you have a bad day, size down. I don't know what it just because our impulse is to make it back ASAP. And then we lose our process. So I would ask the next question is, what is your process when you trade? What are the steps you look for a trade?
So typically my process would entail getting a higher time frame bias to just get a little bit more of a directional idea of where we're headed. I know today was a little bit of an outlier in terms of what has taken place in the market. But in general, starting at a higher time frame, typically something like the daily chart, and then breaking it down to look for structure on what I would call like an intermediate time frame. So just a scale down, maybe an hour, and then getting some lower time frame, context or detail, or kind of what I would call getting into the weeds to get a little bit more focused on entries and exits into that bias and into that structure. Recently, though, I've been noticing myself getting outside of that process, more so for the sake of just getting into trades while I'm on air. And that is, that's not been good.
All right, let's stop right there. That is an important thing, and I'm glad you recognize it. When we trade for action, is what I heard, right? I'm just trying to make money, not trading to make money. It's a little different where you're taking measured risk and a consistent basis. So one of the things that I, as a coach, a basketball coach, and a trading coach, trader with that experience, is getting consistency. Whatever sport you're playing, golf, tennis, water polo, it's consistency of action. And when we leave the world of consistency and we go to just trading, I'd say emotionally, just trying to make money, we don't have a process. And then we get what I'll call randomized. So when one of the ways to get around that is to have I call a 4-step process. You have your observation. You have observed. And then you get an orientation. Well, what does that mean? Do I want to buy it or I want to sell it? One of the greatest pieces of advice I got was from Peter Stottlemyre. It was, in any day, take one side of the market. I'm either going to be a buyer or a seller. What my biggest losing days is when I got long and short and long and got what we all, if we've traded long enough, this has happened, we get whipsawed to death.
Yep.
I'll give you an example. One time this was a long time ago. It was at the mid-am. Anyway, I was in the soybean pit. The soybean pit was dead on dead. Use Jesse Livermore quote, even a skunk couldn't make a cent in that market. And it was dead. And I'm watching and I just learned how to chart. And I was looking at a bond chart. So this is the early 80s. Okay, I am that old. And there was a great setup on a monthly chart that the bottom was in. So I made a decision. I go, I'm going to get out of here. I bet there's no use standing here. I went into the bond pit to buy it. And it was busy. And I bought, I'm a small trader. I bought just one. I hung around in there. And some guy gave me an edge on a 5 lot, a 2-tick edge, and it got me short. And next thing I know, I had to defend that short. I came in there to buy it. I left there an hour later down $3,000 and the market was much higher. I had the right idea. I had the right orientation, but I didn't have a process. I let someone take my position away and spin me around. Not someone, the market, because it's not personal. Right? The market doesn't give anything about you. All right. So why I bring that up? By the way, that was the bottom of all time. That was like 15% bonds. Why I bring that up is taking that advice saved me, whether it's a choppy market or not. If I'm just looking to buy it on support and sell it at resistance, I have some control. All right. Did you take two sides of the market today?
I did. I was all over the place the past 2 days of trading. In terms of, let me rephrase this. I started with my original, we'll say, bias or orientation, right? And I have pretty good directional vision for the market. I'm not perfect, right? It's the market, right? So for the most part, I have a pretty good read on things. It's a matter of location I'm finding myself struggle with in terms of entering. entering prematurely in a lot of circumstances, rather than waiting for a little bit more confirmation.
Okay. Right. Now the next, now, so then that's, you're leading, you have your orientation set. It's the decision of, and pinpointing your entry and your decision making to enter. That you can work on to get better. Because sometimes, I heard it earlier, and sometimes the best trades we make are the ones we don't execute.
Yep.
Right? Like, I'm trying to buy it, like today. And today, if you're trying to buy it, you're going to lose money. It was that kind of day. Most likely, you're going to lose money. If you're really good, or if you could scalp it buying it, but overall, you're going against the flow, right? And then I'll do an example a little later. But, and I agree. I'm a perma bull.
Same.
In the late 90s, I was really good at selling the highs in the S&P. Really good. The only problem was it kept on making new highs. And I just got clobbered. I fought the flow for a long time, but it cost me a good amount of money. So, but why I want to bring that to this is by now being patient, letting the market come to you. That goes back into your process, because that process has to be consistent. So when we get impatient, what do? Well, I'm waiting for it to get down to 35 and it's trading 38. I'll just get in here. Now, you took more risk.
Yeah.
That's how many times do you do that? Yeah. How many times do you do that? It goes to 35, 34, doesn't hold. And then you get out and it flips back. Kind of action, which is very common in trading.
Especially
so
NQ.
Developing patience. It's the NQ. By the way, I rarely I trade the S&P. I will trade the Nasdaq. I shouldn't say that, but Nasdaq. That now we come back to the next, and I consider the most important part. When you enter the market, how much are you willing to pay? It's not free. And this is where consistency comes. How much are you, and when I say how much, it's not just, am I willing to risk $200? Can I afford to risk $200 on this trade? So if you, what XFA, what combine are you in?
I'm in 100K.
Okay, so how much can you lose total?
On a 100K combine, the max loss is 3,000.
Okay, so that's your equity. All right, 3,000.
Yep.
What's 10% of that?
300.
All right, so what's 20%?
600.
Right, so at $600, and this is
my math skills
blew
here.
me away. Yeah, and I'm not a math teacher. I'm just going. Here's $600. That's 20% of your equity. Now, if you're in the S&P or the Nasdaq, I'm going to introduce the concept. Now what time frame are you trading when you execute?
I go as low as, I say this comically, but I go as low as, and Andre's laughing with me. I sometimes get into the second base intervals, like 15 seconds, 30 seconds.
I love it.
Which is probably way too deep into.
I'm sitting here laughing, dude. I'm not the one trading on TV anymore. So keep that in mind. I'm,
I know,
throwing stones here. You guys are doing this shit like I remember how it was. So yes, not easy.
Oh, No, because we can laugh because we've all been there.
That's true.
Well, I feel it. Believe me, I've been there. I fight it to this day. Well, by the way, we're all humans, right? This is so. When you enter, which I would say, if you're going to trade a Nasdaq, whatever works the time frames. But here's the key: in that time frame, do you know the average true range of that time frame when you enter?
I do not. No, I don't actually identify that.
So now we're going to introduce the average true range and a risk parameter in that time frame. Now, I don't have second charts, but I'm onto a 1 minute chart on the Nasdaq and get an idea what the average true range is.
Hey, real quick, Gabe, were you looking to take trades? Were you looking to take trades in this session too, as well? I mean, markets are moving here, so I do appreciate Coach Paul walking you through this, but we do have markets moving here. So if you are looking to take trades, we can do both at the same time. So I just want to let you guys know that.
I'm locked out though.
You're locked out.
Yeah. Right. So I reset. Continue. So remember, I blew up the first 100K combine, right? So that's liquidated. I still have the performance dashboard for that account, so we can reflect on that here shortly. But I reset. So total reset count is 3 total since I started this journey with you guys a few weeks ago. And at this moment, that account I locked myself out at. I took another trade even after being on tilt, and I'm down 334. And I chose to lock myself out after a $334 loss. So I have a practice account available, but go ahead, Paul. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. You just made the best decision. When you get a DLL, it's time to quit for the day. Regroup and go back and look at your process. One of the things too is when you do that, do something. You took a walk. I'd even take it even further. Do something you really enjoy, because as a trader, you have to have a positive attitude. And when we get kicked in the teeth, it's hard to have a positive attitude. You have to wind down. I'll take it as a basketball coach, like a shooter. There's shooters. If you miss your first 2 shots, I'm taking you out because most likely it's not your day. You got to go rest and regroup. Right. And review what happened so that you can learn from that. Ray Dalio calls it struggling well. We can struggle poorly, and that's days when we take big losses, or we can struggle well, which means, we stop and figure out what happened. How can I improve? Because then you're focused on future possibilities that you can learn from today's trading. And if you put on more trades, you're right back into the mix. So I think you made a great decision. Knock yourself out. That's a great, by the way, Topstep. That's just an awesome thing to have.
Yeah. If I didn't have the lockout feature, Topstep X, that's one of my favorite features by far. Most valuable, one of the most valuable outside of now the performance dashboard. That has saved me. And that's, like you said, taking myself out today. To continue trading after blowing that first account was already a mistake. But then coming to the conclusion, MP kind of motivated me. Like, he's like, I'm locking myself out. I'm like, you know what? Try it again. I still am not seeing things correctly, not handling myself well. Let me go ahead and take myself out for the rest of the day. Even though I had the segment coming up, I was like, it's probably best that I just revert to practice and come back and reflect. I think this is a good opportunity to speak through a lot of that. But I'm with you. I mean, I went to take a walk. I had a huge plate of a bunch of fresh fruit in the sunshine with my shirt off. Got some vitamin D. It was just what I needed. It was refresh. I had my feet in the grass. It was exactly what I needed. And I came back and I feel better already in terms of a mental state of mind. And I was really eager and looking forward to coming on and talking through some of this and just
I like this
sharing
little session.
all that with everybody.
Yeah, that's why I said like locking out and just walking away, because your mental state is. You're using athletics. Golf is the one. The MFs come out. I can't hit. You and then you hit one great shot, and it keeps you coming back. But why I admire those like golfers and tennis players, it's them against themselves at the end of the day. In trading, it's the same thing. You're going to conquer yourself. And to do that, it's best to have a process. So I want to go back to your process, because I think adding a known risk where I put it, if you walk in a casino and you have, let's just say, 10% of your equity, right? So in this case, it's what, $400. All right. That's what you can't walk to the $100 chip table, can you? You're just not. You're not going to be able to hang around. Someone's going to see you have a light wallet and push you. You're not going to be. So, knowing that, I want to hear to the 1 second or 1 minute chart in the Nasdaq. Right now, the average true range is around 10 handles.
And that's averaging for the last 14 candles, just like the typical.
Last 14 candles.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's just relate that into a chip. If you're trading the minis, that's $200. All right. You get, and now we're talking $400. Let's say, and I highly suggest this is don't lose more than 10 to 12% of your equity in any one trade or one day, maybe 15 at the most. Well, let's go through those numbers. $400 is 10%. So $400 is your max that you can lose. Let's say $500. That's a risk budget. I learned this from an old commodity trading advisor. You have a risk budget. So your risk budget for the day is it's $500. Now, if you put every minute, it's 200. If you put one of the old tricks is take that average true range, all right, and double it.
Okay.
So you don't get inside the natural fluctuations of that time frame. So now, if I put a one lot in, and at an extreme, I could lose $400 in a minute. Do I want to be trading minis, or do I want to get to micros? So if I do 5 micros, I cut that in half. Yeah. And then focus on your trades that you're parsing out your risk at your levels. What happens over time is you're going to get consistency because you're trading your equity, not your feelings. Because I can say this because I've done it. You get out, when you're trading feelings that you have to make money, what kind of decisions are you going to make under pressure? Emotional decisions. So one of the things that it's so common is I go to my practice account, or I'm in a combine, and then I get to the XFA, and then the stuff gets real. It's making decisions under pressure, right? So when you're making decisions under pressure, you have to pare down all your variables. Like, it's a concept from the Air Force. It's called an OODA loop. I think we've talked about this once before, but it's designed by one of the greatest jet fighter pilots. And in it is only 4 things: observe, orient, decide, and act. OODA. And that's it. And you go right back to the first step, observe again. So when you're in this situation where we are on constant uncertainty, right? And that's the one that really gets, the only certainty we have is uncertainty. It's there all the time. If there was certainty, we wouldn't, who would take the other side of the trade? So paring down your decision making and knowing what you're going to lose beforehand at a worst case scenario. So if you're trading a 1 minute, do the math, look at the hours, 2 ATRs risk. All right. And then you can go from there to your reward, but focusing on your risk.
Okay.
What's going to happen, it's going to calm down your emotional state. When we have too much on, what do we do?
Overmanage.
Yeah.
Overmanage. Another thing, we try to avoid the loss. And the trick is, it only gets bigger, right? Until, by the way, even the daily loss limit, I wish I had that when I was in the pit. You can get caught in a real spiral. Right. And what happens to our mental state? I mean, you feel it in your gut.
Yeah, get on tilt, right?
Yep.
Just feel it bubbling.
Real quick, I just want to do a quick recap on these markets here because they are starting to move a little bit. We're about 8 points off the lows here in the S&Ps. Buyers trying to step in. They're going to give the old college try for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th time, trying to bounce off these lows, push it to the upside. Nasdaq going to try to do the same here. Last trade, 20,444. Low of the day, 20,377. Yeah. We'll see if we can keep the rally going there. I don't know. We can get rejected every time. $82 the low in oil. If my charts are right. No, I take that back. $81.63 the lows in oil today. Last trade, $82.75. About 9.9 cents off the highs. Gold trading right here in the middle. But again, S&Ps and Nasdaq going to try to take another push to the upside here. Kind of looks like we're in that 5-minute range. A little bit Dolby time. Taking a look.
Which market?
We'll see if we can. ES. Just take a quick look at the 5-minute here. What's the upper end of your range? You'll look at the 5-minute here in the ES. Real quick, then we get back to Paul.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say like 56.33 to 56.40. Like all the indices are actually catching a bid right now. Pretty much all of them.
Yes, they are. Dow's still trading about 40,000. So I just want to do a quick recap there. Looking at tilt, 50-50 across the board. I guess gold has a 70% short tilt, if anything. But anyways, all right, go ahead, Paul.
By the way, for me, I would
break your truth.
Many times I've sold equities in the hole. I'd say you talk about uncertainty. It's almost certain that I'm going to lose money, and we're in the hole. So,
comes the buyers
right here. Interesting because the market goes up in the equities quicker than it goes down, in my opinion. Wow.
Well, you think it goes up? You think it goes up quicker than it goes down?
When it's in the hole.
Oh, when it's in the hole, like right now. Well, okay. Then when it's in the hole,
yeah, right
short squeeze.
Yeah.
Covering short squeeze. We're seeing that right now for sure.
Yeah. The sellers, we're in the hole here. It's like I call it the beat effect. Pushing it, all of a sudden you lose control and it goes popping right back under your face. Just my personal, I don't get short in the hole. I get short at the highs. But especially in equities, they're designed to go up, and when they go up, don't get in their way. So going back, let's look at your process again. And the thing to do tonight, maybe even go into a practice for a day. So you don't get randomized, you have to have a non-random approach.
Otherwise, the data would get skewed. We just covered that the the last couple days.
Did you?
Yeah, David Green
Okay.
and Coach Dakota were on yesterday and talked about that.
That was good stuff.
Okay. Well, let's
Great
go in
stuff.
your stats.
Okay. Pull up the.
Is this the combine you just got busted out?
This was the one that busted out today.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, how many days was this open?
Started on the 26th of June. I can go into the calendar here on the bottom momentarily. Just wanted to start off.
Nice.
Okay. So let's see your winning days. What was your average on the winning days? 212. Losing days, 132.
Yeah, that's my average
So-
average win versus loss.
That's where I like to start. So right away, I see that means you had some couple DLLs.
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you use as your DLL? What
For
Topstep
that
gives you
account,
the most you can lose in a day?
Previously, no. On this account, I had half of that. So I had yesterday $1,000 personal daily loss limit, and then today I expanded that back to the default of 2.
So what is that number? How much what was your biggest losing day?
That was today.
What did you
That
lose?
was today.
2,000.
2,000.
Okay, now you were steady. Yeah, you started off with a bad day, but that 400 is I would say the most you can lose, and you got to stop.
Yes. Manageable.
Because
Yeah.
it's manageable. Let's talk about running a business. You run a business, you can on any day you can lose, you can expect to lose 10 to 12% of your equity, right, in a crisis. But if you lose 50% of your equity, you have to make 100% to get back to even. Don't let it happen on any given day. What is it? So you stopped 400. I could say that should be your, I'll call, personal daily loss limit. Because what is the goal? Is to preserve your equity.
Right. That's our number one job. Not make money.
That's our number one job. When we get caught into the whirlwind, we just start to try to make money, throw out risk management, and get spun. It's natural human emotion because we don't deal with uncertainty too well as humans, do we? If we did well, 80% of the people would enter this would be making a fortune, and it's not happening. So just on that, you preserved the account. Then you could go on, then you had 150, then you had a huge day, 800, and then 400, and then in 2 days, 3,000.
Hey, real quick, I just want to do a quick in the chat. In the chat, they're saying, this is roast Gabe's. We're not roasting. If you feel like you're getting roasted, I don't think we are. I think we're just kind of doing a recap. We're trying to maybe hit the reset a little bit. It's not roast. I wouldn't take it as roasting. Do you, Gabe? Are you getting roasted right now, Gabe?
This is not roasting. I came into this eager to go through and reflect. This is really helpful. I mean, you can see the commonality in the chat is this is extremely helpful to see this journey. And this is, once again, it's everything. It's the good, the bad, the ugly, like all of it. More people can probably relate to this in our community than, and just, I know there's a few people that do this really well. And then there's a good percentage of them that, are up and down, right? That struggle, that blow accounts,
and
that get funded.
They're not doing it in front of thousands of people either. So there's also add that element to it. Yeah, Gabe, I want to
This is
touch on one thing you said.
accountability.
You said that maybe perhaps the whole TV thing may have gotten not necessarily to your head, but maybe amped you up, juiced you up a little bit more. So I want to talk about that psychology. You know, maybe you see people trading, you feel like you're forced to take trades, perhaps, because you're on TV. Obviously, this is a whole different beast. I remember when I first started doing it, I'm like, damn, you know, they can see where your stops are, they can see where your unrealized P&L is, and that, you know, you can just feel the thousands of eyeballs looking at you at your screen, like you can feel it. So, I mean, is that playing into it a little bit as well?
I think it is. My dad had a conversation. My dad watches Topstep TV a bunch, and he called me the other day after one of the segments and was like, "Dude, you're overtrading." He is, yeah.
A fan. Good.
He started watching the show a couple weeks ago, and he's been absolutely loving it. But it just comes down to, he's like, "Dude, you're overtrading." You know, you don't want to, like, he realized even from the outside, he's like, "Dude, I know that the pressure's on. Like, you feel like you need to get into trades for the sake of getting into trades." And I recognize that. Like, you can tell in even the stats, you know, even on this green day, I mean, it does look like I typically do better trading less frequency, right? Like, my better days are usually the days outside of this outlier. The better days are typically the days that I have fewer than, let's say, 5 trades, or 10 trades at the very most. And then the days where I overtrade tend to be some of my worst. I mean, this is not the best example. I have a bigger data sample size than some other accounts. But for this particular purpose, you can see that usually it's when I start over trading that I tend to get myself into trouble. And the pressure of being on TV is definitely a big, I think it's a big thing that I'm adjting to and trying to learn how to work with.
Wild.
Yeah.
So what'd your old man say? What'd your old man say to you? What did he say?
What did my old man say to me?
Yeah. What did he say to you? Yo,
He
Gabe,
just
what
said,
are you doing?
he said, "Cut that shit out, man." Like, just,
just what any man would say.
Yeah, he's like, "Get back to your process." Like, he knows. He's seen me studying and trading for, I mean, with a formal education for 7 years. He's like, "Dude, you've done well. You've had really good seasons, and then you've had seasons where you know, seasons of drawdown and seasons of some circumstances outside in your normal life that have come into your trading world." It's like, just get back to what you know and lean on those on your team and in your community that have the wisdom and can be able to give you some guidance to reset and to get back to what you know. And this is a great conversation, man. It's process, it's risk management, and reflecting, right? The dashboard, this is one of the best things that I'm so thankful for Topstep X introduces, because it's going to give me a deeper understanding of what's going on statistically, in addition to just, you know, taking screenshots of trades and then putting them in a folder on my computer and then never looking at them again.
Gabe, I have a question for you here. You've reset your account, I think, said 3 times. What do you feel after you reset an account? And chat, if you want to throw in your 2 cents as well. The question is, what do you feel after you reset account? After you reset an account, what do you feel? What's your emotions?
I feel slightly relieved, but also the pressure of wanting to get right back at it. It's like you're wiping the slate clean to an extent, right? You're not wiping your mental slate clean by any means, but you're starting with fresh equity again. And that is, it's very tempting to want to just get right back into the thick of it, you know, right? Yeah. Just to get back, right? To the concept of getting back what you've lost. I mean, that shows up a lot in trading.
Bingo.
Yeah, relieved.
Good question.
Yeah, great question.
And I would say,
how about you? What about you guys? Paul, Dolby, Andre? What do you guys feel in your experience in resetting or starting with fresh equity?
Ooh.
I'll start. Well, actually, when I first started in the prop, it was a reset of sorts. I was down $2,500. I was clerking. In order to go from clerk to actual contract trader, we were trading 1 lots, right? So I was down $2,500, and the boss took me aside. It was actual reset. He zeroed out my account, took it from negative $2,500 to actually to zero, and it was the conversation was either blank or get off the pot, and it's like a wake-up call, right? I'm like, well, what does that mean? I'm like, oh, that means if I'm not profitable, I'm getting fired. So it lit a fire under my rear end and got me down, locked and loaded and just put in the hours. But a sense of relief and a sense of pressure. But I guess these resets are a little bit different. Dolby time, what do you feel like when you hit a reset?
Oh man, when I was hitting reset buttons, I felt absolved of my poor decision making, and I think that's where being a serial resetter can be a problem because we're not taking our learnings from the past into the new account. So, in my opinion, it's really important to make sure that like you're journal why you reset, so that way you're at least trying to make some stair-stepping progress instead of just going in a cycle, which we don't like.
Right.
Great. And to me, it is when you reset, before you go and start trading again, review what you learned from the last. If you, because then you learned something that's going to make you better. If you don't take those lessons going forward, which to me that's why I focus on preserving the equity. Because it's it's funny listening to Mike this morning about resets. One or two resets, but if all you're doing is resetting and you're not learning, you're spinning your wheels.
And spending a lot more money.
Yep.
And spending a lot more money. Because the history of trading, the greatest traders, market wizards, every one of those guys blew out at one point. So the reset is common. And by the way, I have to commend you. It's a very brave thing you're doing, Gabe. Putting it all out there, because it's not easy.
It's crazy.
It's yeah. And for people, the haters, I'll put it, it's when I was young, I went to a baseball game with a friend of mine's dad who I really admired. And it was just a long time ago. Willie Mays came out. We were in the bleachers. And as kids, we started booing him.
Willie Mays.
and this guy, the father grabbed us and goes, "Hey, are any of you guys better than him?" And we're like, "No." He goes, "Then you have no right to boo him." It's like, so that's why for you, it's a very brave thing. It's easy to, but what the coaching is designed to do, in my opinion, is to help you with your future possibilities by learning from your past. So before you go into the next, one thing to focus on is I'm going to preserve this. So how do I do that? I focus on risk management. We just talked about an OODA loop. You frame it down. You have 4-step process with the risk management, how much it's going to cost me. And then on any given day, I'm down 10 to 12%. Let's just call it $400 to $500 on a $4,000 account. You're done. Because now the focus is on preserving this. Because you're on the way, and then if you 2 days, and believe me, I'm not giving hindsight. Here's the lesson. If you walked away the last 2 days at 500 at the most, you preserved it. And guess what? You're going to get a day where you get another 800 or 500 or just 300. But this is the thing that sounds so easy. Cut your losses and let your winners ride. Right? How many times have you heard that?
A lot.
Yeah.
Too many to count.
Right. So what happened between that? We know that, and then we get in. But without knowing our risk of what we're willing to lose, then we're vulnerable to losing it all.
I got a question for you, Coach Paul. How do you coach losing gracefully? Because
great question.
Gabe is going to, obviously he's going to start having a tighter daily loss limit because that's what you told him to do, and you're the coach, and Gabe's a great student. So he's probably going to stick to where somewhere between $400, $600. So how do we make that a rewarding experience? To be like, hey, I hit my DLL and I locked it up.
Great question. I'll go to Tom Hugard, Best Loser Wins. By the way, I saw that title and I'm like, that's the book I was never going to write. Because when we learn how to lose well, we survive. Right? That's what risk management is all about. Going back to the great traders all the time, they all blew out at one time. Paul Tudor Jones said it first. He just looks at keeping his account. So it's okay. No, one other fascinating thing in working with Topstep is I've worked with people from all over the world, right? From all different cultures. And in our educational systems, we're almost penalized for being wrong, right? We avoid it, right? It's like you're wrong. But in trading, if we have that mentality of I'm just going to try and be right, then because we don't want to accept being wrong. It's very hard to do, right? But once we do that, then we can be wrong small, and then celebrate. Man, I had a great losing day today. I could have lost like today. Yeah, like today. If I would say, who's a better trader? Someone who was in to buy the Nasdaq and lost $400, or someone who came in looking to sell the Nasdaq and made $400?
Who's the better trader?
Who's the better trader?
Downside.
I would say that, in terms of the direction, the guy that went short and made money. But at the same time, I would commend the guy or the trader that was able to cut themselves at 400 and call it a day.
Yeah. And I would say this too, is like, by the way, I should say, if they have the same account size, it's a different story. But they have to have the same, because, all right, if you cut it down to that, you've lost well. Think of it as, if you were planning a battle, you're the general. One of the guys in the military told me all military action is based on allocation. So allocation of risk in trading, all right? Because if you run out of bullets in a battle,
you're screwed.
It's over.
Yeah.
So you have to, right? So right. So going back to that OODA loop philosophy is like, you have a process. It's a 4-step process, and that's all you do. In that process is how much I'm willing to risk on this trade. So then you can go to the right sizing. And I would highly suggest doing multiples of micros.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm moving forward. I'm going to size down. I'm going to change vehicles too. I'm going to get out of the Nasdaq for a bit and
there you go.
Get into just a more stable product. I think that's going to allow me to just kind of calm down a little bit and not get so caught up in the volatility, the monster that NQ can be.
Yeah, smart. That's a really good decision.
Very silly market.
And then because then one of the things on the trading floor when I was a floor broker, when you're learning how to do it, they give you don't get the 500 lot.
Nope.
You get the 5 lots and under. So when you screw it up and you make an error, which is going to happen. By the way, that's another thing. Accept losses with, like, celebrate them. Good losses. Damn, I lost well. You never hear that. I made it. No one likes to brag about losing well.
Nope.
I think one of the hard things about losing gracefully is that it takes probably like 16 hours for the benefits to appear, because you're not going to feel good about your losing day until the following morning when you think your lucky star is that you didn't go on tilt and blow up your account, and instead you're only down $300 or $500 instead of 2,000. So you have to like get through that tilt window, and the lockout button helps with that a lot because you can't go back and trade.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. I know we're coming to a close here, so I just want to say a couple things. First off, one of the biggest things that I think has been a positive for me as I begin to just experience all of what's coming into, me trading in front of people, is being able to be patient with myself, and grace myself. Right. So I think a lot of this comes down to that, like Anne-Marie mentioned, the inner talk. Right. So how you talk about yourself, how if you're an internal thinker like me, I internalize everything. And so it's being able to just give yourself some grace, patience, being kind to yourself, but then also those that are in the markets, we're motivated enough to get back to it. Right. So there's no lack of desire to continue this pursuit. But when it comes down to managing that same day emotion, like being on tilt today, Paul mentioned finding a positive thing that's going to give you a little bit of fulfillment and joy, right? So for me, it was getting outside in the sunshine. I know that's one of the best things I can do for myself. Andre and I both enjoy going for walks, right? Getting some exercise, getting your body moving, being more present, being more aware. Like when I go for walks, I try not to have my phone on me, and I just literally silence, just go walk around, admire,
raw dog it,
listen, raw dog it, listen to the birds, practice some gratitude, right? I'm really thankful for the breath that I've been given today. I'm grateful that I have legs that work, that I can actually walk, just taking it more of a simple approach to what we already have been blessed with, and then being able to move into a fresh day with, it's a new opportunity. It's a fresh start. It's a new day, right? We woke up.
Love it.
And, so I just encourage you guys to, just keep pushing. Keep jabbing, jab, 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 as MP says. You guys got this. I believe in all of you. If I can do this, hell, I'm a dropout of school, pursued trading. I'm imperfect, right? I'm human. I have my flaws. But I know that
love it.
We're very capable of doing this. It's just a matter of applying a lot of what we learn, being able to filter out the noise and stay disciplined. And I'm working on all that. So thank you guys for sharing all this with me. Thank you, Paul, for coming on. And I really appreciate the dialogue and all the input, man. This was exactly what I needed. And hope you guys were able to learn something while you were here.
Great stuff, guys. Great stuff. Coach Paul, thank you so much for joining us today. Gabe,
my pleasure.
Road to funding. You know what's coming up next. Power Hour is up next with my man Dolby Time. We got Justin Werline in the house. I saw him in the green room. He stepped away. But we got Power Hour coming up on the other side of this. Great session, guys. Paul and Gabe, good stuff. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Let's go. Yeah. You know what time it is. It's Power Hour, the fastest, Power 50 minutes now, as the chat loves to remind us. You know who it is. My partner in the middle, Dolby Time. My man to the right, Justin Werline. Justin Werline, welcome to Power Hour. What is popping?
Thank you. Not too much. How are you?
Okay. Went from all-time highs here in Nasdaq and ES to a 500-point sell-off in, actually more than that now. Shoot, 600-700-point sell-off in the Nasdaq. What are your thoughts on what the price action has been today?
I mean, I haven't traded actually at all today. Normally on CPI days, I don't trade. So I'm just hopping on kind of in the last 10 minutes and kind of looking at where we're at. Looking kind of where we are, the idea of kind of what I want to see is after a big move like this from CPI, again, NQ sold off 600 points this morning. This is the time where you simply just wait for PA to build. I think we're going to start drawing towards at least this daily fair value gap on NQ. We did come back down and we are rebalancing to here. If we look at ES, we can see that the imbalance on the daily is lower than where we are.
What does that mean?
Let's go here. So this fair value gap here, so we can see this is a 3-candle formation, right? On ES, we have 1 candle, 2 candle, 3 candles. This is a gap that gets created that is just the body of this candle. And I want to see price rebalance of this. Based off of kind of where we are right now, and the initial structure that we're starting to build intraday after this big sell-off, I could expect us to kind of just sit here and chop the rest of the day. But I would want to see if there was anything that I would want to see for a possible trade would be us come up, take this internal high, and then look to see the reaction from this, and then see if we want to go target new low.
What prices are we talking?
Low.
Justin, you say here and here.
The ES high at around 5649.
Yep. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
But right now, honestly, I would just kind of sit here and watch price action start to build here going into power hour.
Yep.
Possible. This actually looks not too bad too. NQ has these equal highs up here. I would like to see NQ probably work our way back up. This is where I would like. I'm going to mark out what I would want to see here. So basically, this imbalance, this low gets created. This
Give me the
becomes
prices.
Rebalance. And NQ low 20,437.
437.
I want to see price come back down, stop out all the initial long traders, and then push up to go take these equal highs.
Like that. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. 437 in the NQ. Last trade 469, 470 now. Looking for 437. Stop out the longs, maybe some profit taking. I like that play. We'll see if that does develop here. Dolby Time, what are you looking at over there?
Everything looks tempting, Dre. Everything looks tempting. It does. You know, we had a huge sell-off today. I do kind of want to see if NQ can pull back down below 380s, below 20,380s. Feel like we kind of left some unfinished. I know it's kind of far down, but we bounced a little high. Because if you go to like a longer-term time frame, we kind of have like a, where does that high from? 20,371, which is a high from the 20th of June. And we have like a bunch of kind of like wicks down there. So we got 20,374, we got 20,361, and like 370. And I feel like we bounced just above all those. So I'm kind of curious to see if we can get back down and maybe clean up some of that stuff down there, maybe get some more people stopped out. And then YM is just doing a very, very nice Dorito. The old Dolby Dorito, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what flavor it is today, but higher lows, lower highs in the YM. So not sure how we're going to play that one. It's tough. I don't necessarily know how this is all going to play out. We've had so much volatility today. I don't know where players want to end up in the last 45 minutes of the day. It's going to be like just a massive pump and a bunch of people cover to take profits, or do we continue to the downside and incite more pain? I do not know.
We'll keep an
eye
on
it. Wait.
Something I would watch here is this end of day macro, which is going to be 3:15 before close and power hour, is going to open up here. Now, macro is just a time in which the algorithm is going to hunt liquidity. So ES, notice the low here that got formed at 248 on both ES and NQ. ES low 5639, right? So this low that gets created, right? NQ, this low, we're nowhere near taking this most likely, right? We have a lot more room than ES is. So ES is going to come down most likely and take this low before NQ does. This will form a divergence between the two. So it'll look something like this. ES will take this low. This is what I would expect for a possible trade. But I'd also want to see the reaction of NQ. I want to see ES come down, take this internal low, have a divergence, and then push towards this external high that we had. Oh,
so you're looking for ES to pull back to 5639 ish, if I'm understanding you correctly.
5639.
5639. Yep.
Just take that low, yeah. See something like that.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Yeah, CPI was wild today.
Yeah.
Better than expected. Came in better than expected. And like Nick Vertick said, sell the news. Indeed, they sold the news today. All right, real quick, Dolby time. You know what I'm going to say. You know what I'm going to ask you in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. It says hashtag Power Hour. Dolby time. What is hashtag Power Hour?
Get out of here. I never thought you would ask, Dre.
You know the drill.
We are all over Twitter or X, whichever you want to call it. Hashtag Power Hour. Use that hashtag and tag Topstep at Topstep on Twitter /X. Send us your battle stations, tick picks, your memes. We got this new fancy stats dashboard. You can actually click the share button, and then that will give us a website that everyone can go and see. Take a screenshot of that, share that with us. That'd be fun as well. Lots of good stuff. We want to see what the community has. We love seeing what you have. So at Topstep, hashtag Power Hour, and we will put it on air. And there's actually a question in chat here for you, Justin, from AKA Seno. Could you ask Justin if there are any ways to anticipate the range of this dump after it gave out the 8:30 a.m. breaker?
One more time.
Yeah, I got you. Is there any way to anticipate the range of this dump after it gave out the 8:30
The range of this
a.m.
dump. Like,
breaker?
yeah. Great question. So this move in the morning, right? If I was to go back and we were to open up going into the morning and we see this, right? We can expect, just based off of how we've moved to the upside, by looking at generated sell side liquidity, all of the lows that we leave along the way. Notice that every single low that we leave before this move does not get taken. So we create a low. This low does not take this low. So we continue to generate sell side liquidity, all of these pullbacks along the way, right? It's not like we come down, take it, and then continue higher. So all of this is generated sell side, which we are meant to eventually get ran. Up here in the morning is when we have the manipulation leg. If we zoom into the 15-minute or the 5-minute, this becomes accumulation, manipulation, distribution. Power of 3, we have our initial accumulation range before our manipulation leg in the morning. And then after this, again, we expect to see our distribution, the downside, to go run all of the generated sell side liquidity that we've been having. So anticipating a move like this, in my opinion, you simply take a trade and you leave a runner. If I'm being completely honest, if I am taking a short, I am targeting this. This is where most of my PT is at these equal lows here. So if I'm taking a trade right here, right? If I was to zoom in, manipulation comes in, we then pull back. I'm looking for an entry. What does my entry become? I wait for the initial high. We pull back, right? This high gets taken. I would want to see what ES does too. Maybe there's an SMT here. 20,913. This was in the morning.
Okay.
This would be my entry. Once this bigger time frame imbalance gets respected and then we displace, we tap into this fair value gap here, and then we sell off to these equal lows, right? Acting as sell side. After this gets taken, I would say put your stop to break even and then let your runner go, because you're expecting to see an expansion move. And then from here, you can target lows and stuff like that. But anticipating a big move like this, when you start looking for big moves and when you start only looking to catch big moves, you're not going to be successful. Focus on catching low-hanging fruit that you know and have confidence in, right? In a trade like this, if you know ICT, this is your low-hanging fruit. This is where we expect the market to go based off of what has happened in the morning. We have no idea if we want to dump all the way back down here. So there's no reason to just, try to leave your position and try to catch a massive move. Trade what you know, trade what is low-hanging fruit, catch the good moves. That will make you a shit ton of money, not catching random big moves just based on luck. Leave a runner when you can. And if you get lucky, you get lucky, but at least take something off it low-hanging fruit.
Runner was the play today for sure.
One of our sayings here, wish we had a runner.
Only we had a runner. Speaking of, we got tilt here in the NQ, 72% long. in the NQ, 69% long in ES. Crude continued to push higher here. Last trade, $82.90. All right, let's watch what's going on here in the NQ. I'm starting to see some wiggle on the ladder. Last trade, 20,470. Justin was looking for
You got some wiggle, Dre?
A little bit. I caught it out of the corner of my eye. I don't know if it was wiggle, but I did see some movement there. We're looking for perhaps a pullback to 20,437 in the NQ. We'll see if we get that. Hey, Jay, if you're there, hit me with the delta. See if these shorts are see if it's still negative down here at these price levels. But yeah, right now we'll see how this plays out. There'll be time. What would it take for you to get into a trade? What you said the levels? I know you're looking for a deeper pullback. I don't know if we'll get it.
Yeah, I kind of want to see if YM has a nice 5-minute range, but we're kind of like in the middle of the much bigger ranges, which is like the 4-hour and 1-hour range. So I want to see if YM can get down to like 40,016 or maybe even 40,000.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean I take a short here to help it get down there? Probably not. NQ, we don't have a working relationship right now, so I don't really care what NQ does, to be honest. It's not my market. Crude oil and YM is what I'm looking at. But yeah, we're very wedged. We're Doritoed big time for YM here.
Delta update minus
SMT
11,000
is on every
for
time
NQ.
frame. Sorry, somebody asked me what time frame is an SMT on. It's every time. Price is completely fractal. It's price. The market is just models inside of models inside of models. Everything that you see, it can be seen on every time frame. If I was just going to show you a chart like this, and I was going to say, and you couldn't see what time frame this is, and I'm going to say, hey, this is a 1 hour. You're going to probably say, yeah, I could see it being 1 hour. I could say this is a 5 minute. You could say, yeah, I could probably see it in 5 minute. Price is completely fractal, so everything that you see can be used on any different time frame.
Price is fractal. What does that mean? Any model? What is it? Well, what does that mean? Fractal.
Fractability. When you think of like a fract, for example, right? If I was to draw a square, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. This is a square, but this square is also made up of 4 squares. It's still a fucking square, but there's 4 of them now. And inside that square is also 4 more squares. And inside that square, there's also 4 more squares. This is the market right here. It is models inside of models.
All the way down.
If I was to show you this chart, this is a market maker buy model, meaning we expect to see buy side of the curve to go run up to generated buy side liquidity, in which we created targeting in the morning once we started selling off, right? When we leave these equal highs, there's a lot of generated buy side liquidity leaving it, right? If you look at Bookmapper and any sort of order flow, there's most likely some sort of order here. So when market comes back down, notice what I'm expecting to see here. Notice where ES is, right? When ES comes down and takes this low, we want to see the reaction. We want to see the efficiency towards this high. That validates buy side of the curve in which we expect to see higher. Now, this is now going against the draw, though, because bigger time frame order flow has been bearish, right? We just had a big move down, and we're targeting these lows down here. And this is where fractability comes into play, because we're in a bigger time frame market maker sell model. But on a smaller time frame, we need to rebalance price before going lower, because we just had a big move. So this is when you can zoom in and say, hey, this is a similar model, but we're using it to rebalance price. So right now I'm watching to see, once ES comes down and takes this low, how do we react to NQ? And will NQ continue to hold this? Because if we do, we'll have something like this, where there will be an SMT like here. ES will take this low and then displace, pull back, and then run these highs. And then the same thing with NQ. Pull back, but instead of making, it will make a higher low and then run towards the highs.
I like that. Good stuff. Learning. As he casually takes a swig of, what are you drinking there? Kool-Aid? What are you drinking?
No, this is like some sort of energy drink. I don't know.
Gotcha. Very casually taking a swig after that great explanation.
That's what we're trying to get a Celsius sponsorship.
Dude, no, it's it's new. I was in Sprouts and I saw it and I was like, I'm going to try this. So I got it.
Oh, yeah. Maybe we can get them to sponsor us. They're probably like a lower tier brand. Maybe they need some market share.
Yeah, probably, honestly.
All right, cool. Let's get back to these markets here. No, kind of trading sideways here. Quick delta update. Minus 11,000 NQ, minus 450 in the ES, but minus 11,000 NQ. That's bigger than normal. See what happens here in the last 35 minutes of the session. You see the countdown clock in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. Yeah, chat like that. All right, let's see if we get that pull back to 437 here, or 56.39 in the ES. We'll see what happens from there. How has the trade been going this week, Justin?
Honestly, I'm going to be completely honest. Like, I am just sitting on capital right now, waiting. Like, I have been significantly de-risked for the last 4 months, just waiting for, because it's the election year. We're at all-time highs. Like, this is the time where everybody else is going to slowly chip away at their capital because they're just going to get chopped and not know what the hell the market's doing. And it's going to come to a point where there's a lot of opportunity, and then they have no conviction in themselves to actually take any trades and make money. I'm not going to play that game, and I'm going to be significantly de-risked and just not be really focused on the market at this time until we get through this whole shenanigan of whatever the market's at, and then I'll be milking. So right now, I mean, this week has been, again, it's just been slow. Like, I might be up, I think I'm up like 1,000, but like normally it should be more than that way if I can get some better opportunity.
Got you. Hey, last time I was on with you, or one of the last times, you're talking about perhaps just going to your own brokerage account, funding your own account, going that route versus the prop model. Remember we were talking about that? We were in that debate.
Yeah, a new account. Yeah, I'm in the process of doing that. So I talked to Trade. I'm contemplating whether to either do it through TradeStation or TradeOvate. I normally use TradeOvate for my live account as the one I'm trading right now, but I want to open a 50K account on TradeStation because I've just heard good things. I haven't used them before. So I can, again, just connect it to TradingView, open 50K, and just run it up. But again, it's also not the time where it's like the market it's not even worth really doing that right now. I want to do it. I might just start it, but with small size. But the whole point I want to do it is to up my size. Like, I want to create a 50K account, like we talked about last time, where in your head, when you're sizing up, you mentally burn whatever that capital is before you even start trading, right? So I'm putting 50K in the trash bin of an account so I can up my size back to 8 to 10 contracts and be able to trade it without any sort of emotion on the side because I've already accepted that a whole entire account is gone. So
interesting.
Right. Yeah. Maybe open it and trade micros or something like 2 weeks before you're ready to.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even want to like ruin the
trades.
stats on it. I'd rather just do it on my account right now.
Oh yeah. Yep, got stats. Got to maintain those. TradeStation's not a word I've heard in a long time.
That's where my personal account is there, Justin. I can say good things about them.
Really?
They've treated me well. Their customer service is still pretty solid. Most customer service nowadays everywhere is pretty lacking for the most part.
Yeah.
But everybody's switching to chat support and stuff. Thankfully, we're getting phone lines back in addition to chat support, so we're gonna be best of both worlds. But when it comes down to it, yeah, I'd say good things about them.
I used to do phones. That was fun.
All right, we're starting to see a bit of a pullback here.
All right, so ES just took this low, right? So what I want to watch here is I want to see, is NQ going to go take this low as well, or are we going to hold this and have an SMT, right? So I'm waiting. NQ is honestly pretty close, right? I'd honestly rather see NQ sell off and go take this low and then wait to see the reaction. Because what I would want to see is, again, when we talk about fractal price, if I was to zoom into like a 15-second here, again, people are like, oh my God, seconds charts are only a problem if you don't know what you're looking for. All of this becomes generated by side liquidity, right? On this move to the downside, when we are rebalancing to go take this low, there's a lot of generated sell side liquidity. So we come down, take this low, or ES has already, so NQ technically doesn't need to. I still would want to see us take this low, but we shouldn't go much lower than this. I wouldn't want to see us go much lower. Now we can, but there would be no
getting right there, Justin. Right? We're getting right there.
No, I'm watching. So I'd want to see us pretty much go like maybe no more than this and then displace back inside this range. And then from there, I'd like to see, again, buy side of the curve. If we can start to put the pieces together here when we talk about fractability, what I would want to see here is all this becomes generated sell side. Notice this is a buy model in a buy model, right? So this is an area in which we come down, take this low in an already existing area in which we expect to reject. Why do we expect to reject here? Because this breaker to the left of us right here and this big imbalance on the bigger time frame, we come down, take this low. From here, I want to see this. I want to see take this low, displacement back to the upside, pull back, displacement through a swing high, pull back, run. And then again, we'll have something similar to what we do now, which is possibly a turtle suit, which would be look something like this. High gets put in, breaks that high, puts a low in,
Here we go. All right, here we go, Justin.
Takes that low,
All right,
and then something like that. Yeah.
Talk to us now. All right,
So right
we
now
broke
it's just
through both
watching.
of them.
So this low just got taken. Yeah, we broke through both of them. So watch how NQ responds here. Notice there's no reason to go lower here, right? Now we can, but if the draw and liquidity are the equal highs in which we just talked about right here, we will go no lower than this, right? Because this move is just to go stop out all sell side, right? So now all of the traders that were initially long have been stopped out because they've all been trailing their stop losses, right? When you trail your stop loss, you're like, oh, big move. I'm going to put my stop to this low. Market comes back down, stops you out, and then continues along its way. So all of those traders are now stopped out. Watch how NQ responds, right? There's no reason for price to go lower here. We could, but watch how we probably are going to start displacing back inside this range. And your ES is starting to break through this imbalance, which I would want to see us hold on to. We do have this kind of little order block to the right of us, which I would like to see us hold here as well. But I want to see us continue to hold here and start to build more structure in this range and work our way back up to these equal highs. Right? I like the bigger time frame. I think the 5-minute looks nice here. Coming back down, taking these, and then again, notice the efficiency and price action too. I want to start to see us get back up in this range.
Okay. All right. Well, so where do I pull the trigger, or when do I pull the trigger?
Patience.
Or when do you pull the trigger?
I'll show you. If the opportunity arises, it's again, trading is about being an observer. You're not predicting what's going to happen. You simply observe and wait for the market to tell you exactly what you should do. Trading is not about a guessing game. Trading is about observing what the market tells you to do, and you simply react to it.
We're watching right now.
Because guess what? This could dump all the way through here. But if I would have let my ego take over and be like, oh, I think we're going here, and then I would have entered too early and got stopped out, I take an unnecessary loss, right?
All right, buyers stepping back in here. We're watching 69%
really nice
long
range
NQ.
in YM. Really nice range. I gotta find a trader.
Where's the entry? There's no entry right now. Patience, guys.
Patience, he says. Patience. We'll see how this plays out. 39s. Last trade in the NQ 438, 440s now. Yes, back above those 39s, trading 56.40. Michael Hathcote long from 41, 56.41. No BD, you know it's coming. It's coming. Gold selling off a little bit. Dow not doing a whole heck of a lot.
GC? Ooh.
Yeah.
Man, 24.21.
I know. I love it.
So this high right
How
here.
much gold jewelry you guys got? You got some like
scraps.
I want to see a big candle come in here on NQ, right? I want to see a big candle come in that gets displacement through this little high to the left of us, right? Notice exactly what I said. Once this low gets taken, there's no reason for price to go lower. So normally we're going to stop right below here. Notice this big candle starting to come in right through this high, just like we planned. Now I want to see an imbalance get created here, right? So notice this bearish imbalance. When order flow shows us, order flow, I'm talking not order flow in relationship to time and sales, order flow in relationship to chart price action. When order flow, when we look at this imbalance, this is a bearish imbalance. If the draw on liquidity is higher, like we expect, being these equal highs, this gets ran through, right? So we would expect this to get ran through, and these imbalances to hold bullish and break through bearish imbalances, right? So this is what I would want to see. Pull back to this for value gap, see how we respect it initially, and then look to see if there might be a long entry.
Okay. Would you be looking to take a long in ES or NQ?
Probably NQ. I like NQ better.
Okay.
a decent little bounce for like 15 points to buy 20,000 437s. A couple $100.
But notice, see how this imbalance is still holding bearish right now, so it's not ready.
Not ready. It's in the oven right now.
Baking.
Baking. Is it a cake? Who knows? Is it a trade or is it a cake?
People are getting long off your levels there, Justin. In the ES, they're getting long.
That's what the tilt says?
No,
I mean,
that's the chat.
I think one thing you guys have to realize, there's a difference between having a bias and actually being told to take a trade. Like you can think, the difference is I can think we go long, but you guys take a loss on it and I don't take any loss on it. Why do you think that is? Because I'm reacting to what price tells me. Right now, I haven't been told to take an entry yet. I have a bias. I think we take this low, like I said, and I want to see displacement back up, and I look for an entry once I can recognize the model. Right now, I haven't seen it, right? We're still consolidating in this area. This 1 minute fair value gap is still holding bearish. So there's no long yet, right? Morgan hasn't told me exactly what I wanted to see yet. So in the times when you guys take unnecessary losses, I don't touch anything and I preserve capital until I know exactly what I want to see. Trading is about being extremely picky and having a business. I know I don't come on here and take the times that I'm on this Topstep Live, I don't take a lot of trades. And I'm probably the least person to take the least amount of trades on Topstep Live, most likely. And that's for a reason, because I'm extremely picky. If I don't get exactly what I want to see, number one, I normally don't even trade power hour. But if I don't see what I want to see, there's no point in taking a trade, right? The analogy that I like to use is, imagine you're a banker, right? And somebody comes into your bank and he is super dirty, basically just came off the streets, and he's asking you for $1 million to open up a business. And he says, hey, can you give me $1 million to open up a business? But hey, this guy has the potential to make you money, right? This random guy off the street has the potential to make you money. And instead, so you decide to give him your money. But let's say, a friend of yours comes in who you've done business with before, who's made you money with before. Sounds like a lot better idea to give him your money, right? Trading is a business. You're trading like you just want to give money to that random person off the street because he has the potential to make you money. You're taking random trades because you thinking it has the potential to make you money. It's not a smart decision, though, and you know it. But you're more focused on the outcome than the process itself, and that's why you hold yourself back.
And those 37s were good, Justin. 37s were real nice.
This is what I want to see first. Notice displacement, exactly what I wanted to see. We're drawing towards the highs. This low gets taken. Like I said, there's no reason for us to go lower. Watch to see the displacement. Now we've gotten the displacement. This imbalance gets ran through. If you're in a long right now, or if you faded me, you're getting wrecked right now. If you're in a long, you're getting paid. Literally called the bottom. There's no reason price goes lower in here. So now if I'm looking for an entry, I want to start to see us pull back to these imbalances and look to take a scale. Your first PT, if you're in a long, is this high right here, this buy side level. Notice, like I said as well,
wow,
NQ is drawing towards these equal highs. So we will displace through this buy side level because price is fractal. Like I said, this is a buy model in a buy model, right? What is the buy model here? Notice why price is efficient. Why do you think price is efficient right now? Why do you think we are just having a big move to the upside? Because it is a buy model in a buy model. It is an area in which we expect to push in an area in which we expect to push.
Yeah, shoot. We should have taken that trade.
Would have been a good one. I would have taken that, but I don't like Nasdaq.
You just simply watch and make a decision.
I got you. All right. Well, with that being said, we got 22 minutes left in the session. We'll see if the buyers can still keep this moving higher here. If we got quiz results ready, I'm not sure, Gabe. If we got those ready, we can pump those out. And
we do.
All right, let's do that.
Indeed. Quiz winners to start, and then I will go scrape Twitter. So if you guys haven't gotten your submissions in yet on Power Hour, make sure you send those in real quick on Twitter, hashtag Power Hour and at Topstep. A few more minutes for that. But quiz winners for today, we got two sections or two screenshots to share. So doing 80 again. Here's the first 40.
Trevor.
Fade Dolby.
Yes.
Wow, Fade Dolby.
That's rude. I had a winning trade yesterday.
Oh,
Very
man.
rude, you chat.
Yeah.
Very rude.
Seriously.
You should be more kind.
All right. I'm going to switch to the second batch now.
Let's see this.
And if you guys are seeing yourself on the list, check your emails tomorrow morning. And we will have another top quiz tomorrow at 11:45 a.m. Central. If you'd like
Rip's hair.
Try again.
Superfly.
I like that.
That one. Superfly.
Thanks, Gabe. Hey, we got 83% long, 81% long in the NQ right now. Tilt is heavy long. Nice call there, Justin. It was 37s were real nice. Delta was minus 11,000 in the NQ. See if the squeeze is on going into the close. 20 minutes left in the session. ES long 73% on the tilt. Was results done. Delta already did that. Oh, don't forget we got bank earnings tomorrow morning. Citi, JP Morgan, and I want to say Wells Fargo. Sounds like the three.
What do you think? Well, Trey, it's just man, it's tough. It's a tough trade.
Yeah, it is.
Especially for power and after being down so much. I just feels like there's some shenanigans that are going to take place.
Going into the close?
Yeah. Yeah, got that MOC coming up. That's going to
yeah.
add some wiggle for sure.
All right, they've peeled off about 1,000 on the delta in the NQ. Now it's only minus 10,000. It was minus 11,000. Yeah, you've seen the delta getting shaved here. We'll see if we keep pushing higher. All right, so say we did get long in that area of called 40s or 50s there, Justin. What would your exit look like? What price would you target to the upside? And why? I guess I should ask.
So if I'm in a long right now, So like if I'm in a long right now, right? The whole reason we're in this trade to begin with, right? Because there's context to this. It's not a pattern. We're not pattern traders. We are context traders. The context of why this low holds and the context of everything that happens has a reason. Why does this low get taken and we run? Because it's in relationship to this model and these equal highs being buy side liquidity, right? That is the reason why it works. If you're just taking random longs off a random low, you're going to get ran through. Patterns don't work unless there's context. So what's the context behind us having this pullback to this imbalance? The context is this being a divergence between the assets. ES, if you look at ES, we take this high to the left of us. High gets taken, NQ does not take this high. So there's a divergence between correlating assets, which means we probably are going to pull back. So we pull back to this inefficiency. But the whole reason we have the efficiency to to buy side in the first place is because of this model, right? So this low gets taken, we move up. If you're in a long position, your price target is going to be this buy side level. Well, it should have been when ES takes this high. So if you were in a long, it would have been a good opportunity to scale out once ES already took that high because you know there's going to be a divergence. And that would be the first thing that I would be looking to see. But if you're also, you got to keep in mind, there's 20 minutes before close. So if you're trading 20 minutes before close, you need to be very cautious, which means normally I won't take a position in the last like 10 minutes or so. So.
Yeah, no, that's kind of the thing with Power Hour. It's its own world. Its own world. Yeah, YM is starting to test 40,049, which is bounced numerous times today. So I'm kind of curious to see if this ends up pulling back. We get down to that 40,000 area, in which case maybe there could be a long opportunity because that's the bottom of the 4-hour range low. That's kind of why I've been sitting on my hands. I don't want to trade in the middle of a long time frame range because we're kind of sitting right in between the 1-hour and 4-hour range high. And for my system, I want to try to default to the longest time frame range that I can find on my charts, and that's like reasonably close. And the 1-hour is at 40,016. Let's see if we get down there.
Sure, sharp pullback there. We're going to make a run. Seeing some resistance, if you want to call it that, at 20,500 in the NQ. Yes, it's about noon central. Up there. This will be a third try. Oh yeah, good call, Eddie. Just a reminder, the free reset form is pinned to the top of this chat. 16 minutes left.
How do you know there will be a divergence? Do you just watch both? Okay, ES and NQ are correlating assets, right? If we look at the time, like I said, at around 336, right? For example, 336. This high is both here on ES and NQ, right? This high right here. Right? When ES pushes up, you can notice it in real time. A divergence between assets is not something that you notice after it happens. You notice when it happens, and you can make a decision, right? So ES comes up at 338. At 338, we take this high. NQ did not take this high at this time, which means there's a divergence between assets, which means buy side has been taken, and we can expect to pull back. This is where you should be taking profits. All of the people that can't recognize this now get stopped at break even and wonder what the problem is. It's like all of this is under your
Justin,
nose.
let me ask you, what is the problem? Let me ask you that, Justin. What is the problem? If they didn't take profit, what would the problem be?
Problems. The problem be, okay, a lot of questions. Okay. The problem, for this specific trade, if you got stopped at break even?
Yeah.
okay, if you took a trade right here and you got stopped at break even, you failed to take profits when you should be taking profits, which is recognizing there's a divergence between assets. That's number one. That's the first problem. What's next?
You tell me. I'm asking. You said there's lots of problems. I'm saying, yeah.
No, you give me what the problem is, and I'll tell you why that is. Like, give me like, oh, I FOMO, or like, oh, this stuff. Like,
yeah,
if you got stopped at break even, the answer to that question is you didn't recognize that there's a divergence between assets. Now, NQ comes back. What do you think we hold? We're now back to OTE of this previous range. If buy side is still higher and we go to these equal highs, this pulls back to the order block. If I zoom in here, this holds bullish. This SMT simply gets this SMT holds. We rebalance price to equilibrium because what are the reasons why markets move? Hunt liquidity, rebalance to inefficiencies, generate liquidity, and rebalance to equilibrium. We rebalance to the inefficiency. We rebalance to equilibrium of this previous price leg, right? If we're going to draw out from the high to the low, we're back at equilibrium. This order block holds bullish. We now displace to the upside. I would want to see something possibly like this and work our way higher. Now, if this SMT continues to hold bearish, then I would expect to move lower. But me personally, I probably won't touch anything the rest of the day because we have 15 minutes till close. You do what you want to do. I told you my bias. You can make the decision. I'm not your babysitter.
No.
I think we're going higher. There you go.
Same. We do have a minus 10,000 delta in the NQ. That could fuel the rally here as well. Got 15 minutes. We got hashtag. We got 75% long in the NQ still, 65% long ES. Typically don't see these type of tilts in last 15 minutes of the trade. We're starting to see some price action coming in. Looking for some liquidity here in the ES. Let's take a peek at the ladder here. We got four. Oh yeah, here we go, baby. 56.45 to 56.45 half. We got about 1,000 sitting between those three prices on the offer to the upside. Downside in the ES, we got about 1,000 sitting on the bid between 56.38 half to 56.38 even, about 1,000 on the bid there. So there is some liquidity upside and downside in the ES. So it's a bit of a tug of war where we're at right here, right now. Eddie will jump in with the MOC when we do get that.
Oh yeah.
Let's see how this thing plays out in the last 12 minutes of Power Hour, Topstep TV. Still heavy longs on this tilt.
I love the controversy, man. It's so great.
What's happening? What do you got, Justin? What am I missing here?
No, I'm just reading chat.
Oh. All right, sounds good, JD. All right, let's bring them in when we're ready. Trader Wins, Power Hour, content. Yeah, we got 12 minutes. Let's do that before MOC comes on. JD or Gabe, whoever's got it, let's pump that because we got MOC coming here shortly.
All right, just finishing getting a couple touches on for size, but we should be good to go. We got Nomad Trader coming up with the first submission, trading in the semi. Caught the right entry at NQ this morning.
Sick.
As I was driving, reset.
No driving and trading. No driving and trading.
I mean, he looks like he's parked. Got the shade.
Yep.
It opened up there.
Call.
All right, next one here we have James Bond. Shorted NQ while I was hitting all-time highs. Did you short today?
Oh, so true.
Silence.
So true. Yeah, shout out to the Bears today.
Shout out to the Bears. Next one, we got Grant coming in with a battle station pick.
Where's Topstep? I see Topstep TV. Awesome.
Yep, he's got it there. Another one, we got Hefe coming in with Coach Dakota. Market just keeps going up. So you're long, right? Right?
Yeah, I'd want to see an end of day push here, but I can't trade the last 10 minutes. That's a rule. So
stick to your plan.
Got a couple more here, David. Now, David, I'm sorry, but I cannot play a video right now for you with the screenshot. So just got your looks like he's got the performance dashboard up though. A couple red days, pretty small, few green days on the calendar there. So great work. Keep it up. Love seeing the daily statistics using Topstep X. Appreciate your submission.
Guys, you want to know why I make money consistently? Because it's not about what I think right now. Yes, am I bullish? Do I think we're going to this high? Absolutely. Justin, why aren't you taking a trade on it though? Because I have a rule that I'm not willing to break. You might break that rule right now, start building bad habits, and then the next time you come into the market, you end up continuing to build those bad habits, and then you think you can get away with the same thing again, and then blow up. You wonder why you can't build consistency because you don't have the discipline to follow one simple rule. I gave you everything that's probably happened right now in the last power hour. This low, I gave you the low. I'm expecting buy side probably get ran the last 10 minutes. I will not take a trade because it is the last 10 minutes. That is a rule that I have for myself, and that keeps me able to not lose a bunch of money.
All right, hold up, Justin. All right, Eddie, hit us with the MOCs.
All right, we got the MOCs here looking at the S&P, 243 million to the buy side. Nasdaq, 367 million buy side. Dow, 257 million buy side. Mag 7, 11 million to the buy side. Now remember, these fluctuate. Anything extreme, I will let you know. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. A little lighter than usual. About 750 million buy side. That will change. Eddie will keep us.
I still get a kick out of Mondays with the billions and billions and billions.
5 billion. And you asked David Green. He didn't have a good answer. New money coming in. That was all buy side.
Somebody
too.
mentioned maybe the Thursday holiday, but then again, we had an open day Friday. You know, we had a regular day Friday. Okay. But anyway, so much for that. Oh, you know what? Right. Mag 7 just went 80 million to the sell side. Wow, that just changed. Flipped. It's up.
Did from what? Buy to sell?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. We're going to have indecision here. 8 minutes left in the session. Still 75% long. And Q. I like the longs too here, Justin. I do see it higher, but 11,000.
Andre, I got one more for us here.
Hit me.
Can't miss Carl Hungus submitting one for.
Yeah.
I got a kick out of this one. Quest for funding. Never give up, never surrender.
Love it.
Y'all are too good with the Photoshop and subbing in faces. I don't know how you do it. Thanks for submitting. We'll be back tomorrow with Fast Market, so make sure you cook up something nice and creative, and we'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
Here we go. 7 minutes. Thank you. All right, so we got Fast Market. Trader wins. Same thing. Thank you, JD. Good job today. Keeping the show on the rails. Fast Markets was wild. Had a fire drill. Then you didn't have a fire drill.
I'm long 3YM, by the way.
Here we go. What price, Dolby?
I like that. We should push
40,074. My stop's already at break even because we're end of the day. I'm gonna start taking profits at like 40,000, 112, 151, and whatever else I can get. So we're just gonna hold this till the end. But this should push. If it doesn't, then whatever. I don't want to get stuck in chop. Right, see if we can get above like 40,100. That would be nice. That would be really nice. We got a megaphone. It's kind of spooky, to be honest.
He pushed.
I don't like this megaphone. Probably gonna go to break. Probably get stopped at break even here, unless buyers.
Yep.
Get their Euro cape on. Come on. Here
we go. Come on.
No, stop it. All right, I'm accepting $50 a risk.
Okay.
See if we can get this push. Stay away from my stops, Goldman.
Seriously. 6 minutes left. Still 73% long NQ. We got that minus 10,000 delta.
They want him so bad. Yeah, we're accepting $65 a risk. We were break even, but I think they're just coming for the stops just to get people out. Get back up.
All right. A little choppy.
1 minute. Yeah, very choppy. Okay, nope. That's not. Oof. I'm done being emotionally committed to YM.
It's your baby.
Just to see what happens here.
Sell side. 82 million sell side. Nasdaq. 28 million sell side.
Oh man, that flipped.
Yeah, flipping. Now the Mag 7, 176 million sell side.
Good stuff.
Dow holding strong here.
Yep. Hey, that's my Dow. Okay, now we're back to break even.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, no, Eddie, stop it. Eddie, stop it.
12 million to the sell side.
Oh, no.
And hey, check this out. Hey, we are screaming. S&P 1,730,000,000 to the sell side. Nasdaq 1,618,000,000 sell side. Dow 300 million sell side, and the 922 million sell side.
Damn,
big
they
swing.
flipped the script.
Wow,
that was dirty. That was dirty.
I might have got stopped on this one. This one might rally without me. Let's see what happens. Break even come back to bite me in the ass again? I think it does.
What are you smirking about? What are you smirking about there, Justin?
It hurts me to watch you guys trade the last 5 minutes.
Oh man.
Like the market's just gonna whip back and forth and just play with you all day long.
Justin.
Like, I'm sorry.
All good, man. All good. The whole time with the shades on, with little dangly
Womp womp.
things.
It happens. It's okay. It is okay. But yeah, it's just something to keep note of. Once again, just moving my stop to break even too soon. Is that costing me money, or is it saving me money? Who knows? I think it is costing me money. Let's journal, though. Journal. Justin, you keep a journal, right? That's important to you?
Oh, yeah, we talked about this.
Absolutely, yeah.
He's a big journaler. I still think it's a good long. I think I just got a little overprotected. Probably because I was like already down on the day, and it's like, oh, I don't want to lose any more money. Then so I go to break even. And it's like, okay, well, market's gonna stop you out, and you get no profits. Like, okay, fine. It's not fun.
We're gonna look back next week, and these prices are just gonna be the juiciest buy ever. Just my take.
Yeah,
just
NQ
my
30,000.
take. Oh,
what'd you say? Wait, what'd you say?
Oh, we're gonna look at next week. We're gonna be looking back at these prices, and these are gonna be the juiciest buys I've seen in a long, long time.
Let's see.
There was no bad news today. There was no bad news today.
If Dow rallies, I'm never going break even ever again. Heard it here.
Justin was saying.
Heard it here
Justin,
first.
what are your thoughts now? Brother, the market closes in 3 minutes. There's zero reason why I should be even telling you guys something, because somebody in the chat's going to say, Justin said long, buy. There's 3 minutes left in the market. Don't touch it right now. Go outside. Go do something. Go play with your dogs. And I'm not saying this to like be. I see people being like, Justin's so arrogant.
Whoa,
no, it's because I genuinely care that you guys are doing bad things and
What
you need
is
to
this?
fucking not do them.
Smoke. What's the smoke thing going on?
Oh, the form is about to be pulled very shortly. I'd like to know how many submissions we got in that form. Sure, we'll find out. All right, 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left in the session. Eddie's got Bell. Eddie's got the outro. Good job today, guys. Shout out to production crew, everyone on air today in the chat. You guys crushed it today. It was a wild one. This morning was definitely wild. Got the show on the rails. Shout out to all the bellers. Everyone that clicked like, click subscribe. What a day. Don't forget, we got some earnings tomorrow. Big day. If those earnings come in nice, man, these are all going to be great buys. All going to be great buys. $90 seconds. Let's trade.
Nice. Don't worry about me.
20,000. It's like me yesterday in Power Hour. Don't worry about Andre. He's fine. 20,500.
Hey, good job, dude.
20, yeah, that was funny. 20,500 seems to be the resistance right now in the NQ. Justin, will you be trading tomorrow? We got earnings coming out tomorrow, Fridays.
What's tomorrow? Let me check.
Earnings, I don't know.
Let me check.
We got
we have
PPI.
tomorrow.
That's about it.
Yeah, I'll trade PPI. Yeah, I'll trade. Yeah, and we got consumer sentiment at 10. Yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah. All right, man.
I'm curious to see what happens in the overnight session, though.
Buy them.
Join slow market.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. The slow market's at 8 p.m. today. Eddie will give you that update. Here we go, 30 seconds. Shout out to everyone. TopstepTV really bringing their A game today. It was a fun one. It was an absolute fun one.
Yeah. Look at this Dow. Dow just going.
Let's go.
Where did I get stopped at? 74s?
Here you go. Look at these ladders get thick. Look at all these bids and offers coming in.
That's not bad.
Oh, sellers coming in.
It's a real mess.
Yeah, it
Get
is.
her done.
It's a bleep show. Eddie, you got it, my man.
Really
Justin,
is.
thanks for joining us, my man.
Of course.
Take it away, Eddie. Woo.
Ice cream. Get your ice cream here. No, actually, tomorrow we might have a little decent buffet for breakfast. As mentioned, 7:30, we got our PPI month over month for June. We also do have a core PPI year over year and month over month. Scrolling down a little bit, Michigan consumer sentiment at 9 o'clock. These are central times. And we got for those that are trading the grains and so forth, WASDE report at 11 o'clock. And Baker Hughes rig count. 12 o'clock, high noon. Scrolling down here a little after that, the CFTC numbers are coming out. And that's really it. I think we've really had the mother load earlier this week. Not really much, but we do have the few numbers. I think that PPI might turn the blender on early this morning, early tomorrow morning, possibly like we saw today. But otherwise, who is on the menu tomorrow? Tomorrow's going to be Friday the 12th. Okay. Be here at 8 o'clock Central Time. JD and myself, we will get the party started. Andre, Dolby, Gabe, Coach Jay, and Coach Dakota. Oh my goodness, fast markets. I'm not going to miss that one. Dolby, Peter Tuckman for power players. Yes, the man with the sauce, Peter the Sauce, Hot Sauce Tuckman will be with us. Andre and Dwayne for power players. Jack and Vanessa for TopQuiz. And Roast My Trades is tomorrow. Every Friday we have that Roast My Trades. Jack and Mick will be turning on the grill and roasting some trades. JD and Robert for group coaching. Robert's going to stick around for the strategy lab with Anne Marie and Dolby. And Dolby's going to stick around for the power hour. Dolby, Andre, JD, and Coach Ray. Don't forget tonight, or actually right now in our Discord channel, At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. A little later on here today, Coach Ray, volume profiles, supply demand. That's at 6 in Discord. Also, Coach Vince, technical analysis, TPO charts, and all that good stuff at 7 o'clock. And be here at YouTube. For Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. So, hey, we love having you here. Hope that you enjoyed being with us. Boy, today was a memorable one. I had a good time. I learned stuff. And I want to give our community some props. I'm learning things from you guys every day. So keep it up. Share your ideas. Share your knowledge. Participate. Be part of the team. Be part of the family here that we've got going on at TopStep. And you're always welcome. That door is always open. So speaking of family, time to log off there, kids. It's family time now. Time to get some love from those closest to you. So get some rest, re-energize, stay safe, stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And I hope I didn't forget anything. Gabe, James, did I forget anything? Think we got everything?
Oh, you're good, brother. You got everything. Hit it.
All right. And that's Gabe. We love Gabe too. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn. And this has been Topstep TV. See you tomorrow.